Probably.
Ivanchuk.
Well done. Which player has played the most candidates tournaments since 2013?
Fabi.
Absolutely right. 5 tournaments. Who has the record for most draws in a candidates tournament?
Anish.
Was that a guess or did you know?
Guess.
It was a good guess.
Yeah.
All 14 draws in 2016. Next question. What is the highest score a player has achieved in the candidates tournament since 2013?
10.
You said hint?
10.
I didn't hear you.
10.
Oh, 10. Sorry.
Yeah.
9.5.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay, here comes your historical question. Bobby Fischer incredibly won 20 games in a row, beginning in the old interzonal format, and he continued into the candidates matches, back when we had the match system. Who were his 3 candidates opponents when he won all of those games on his road to the World Championship?
Smyslov? No, this is a bad question.
One is a former world champion, though.
Spassky?
No, because he ended up playing Spassky in the World Championship that same cycle.
Can I please get a hint?
Yes, you can. Well, one was a former world champion. One was famously known as the best non-Soviet player of his time. And one was a concert pianist.
I pass.
Pass is a good answer. So the pianist is Mark Tamanov. The best non-Soviet player of his time was Bent Larsen. And the former world champion was Petrosian.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I wouldn't have gotten that one either. All right, next one. Who finished in second place in the 2018 Candidates Tournament?
Who did the challenge?
Well,
Who did the winner challenge?
2018 was Fabiano, who won the tournament in Berlin and
And
went on to
Challenge
play in
Magnus?
London. Yeah. So who got second place in that same tournament? Who would have played if Fabiano had declined?
Let's say Ding.
Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
Okay.
Okay. Next one. You're going to get this one. In which city was the 2013 Candidates Tournament held?
How can I get this one?
I think it was maybe
I
mentioned.
was what, 6, 7?
Oh my God, you just accidentally did 6-7, which you said you hate.
Okay, let me take a random guess. Europe?
Yes.
Okay. Can I know the country?
United Kingdom.
London. I did it.
Okay, here comes your trick question I think you're going to get, even more than the men. Which player had a wild candidates in Toronto, losing 4 games in a row?
Vaishali.
Just to give Vaishali some credit, coming back to win 5 in a row. Just make sure I can give her credit. Okay, 2 more questions. At the 2014 Candidates Tournament, which player finished in last place despite being one of the ratings favorites?
Levon.
Somebody else said Levon too. It was actually Topalov.
Oh,
But he was only -2. It's a very close tournament. He finished with 6 out of 14.
okay.
And the last one is going to be tough.
Yeah, as if the others are not.
You have 10 seconds to name as many players as you can from the 2020/2021 Candidates Tournament, the one that was split up into 2 different segments because of COVID. You have 10 seconds. I'm going to give you 5 extra seconds of thinking time.
I remember one player, that's it.
And
And he's not even a part of the tournament.
go.
Fabi, Hikaru, Topalov, Ivanchuk, Anand, Magnus. I don't know who played. Rajabov, we don't.
Okay, this is Candidates Trivia with Divya.
I should have probably prepared for the trivia. I only prepared for the chess game. Sorry, my bad.
Which player famously beat both Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik at the 2013 Candidates Tournament?
Well, I need to know the rest of the participants. Maybe give me a hint. I'll take a pick.
Your hint is that he has had one of the longest careers in chess. He's still an active player, and he lives for the game of chess. Probably.
Ivanchuk.
Well done. Which player has played the most candidates tournaments since 2013?
Fabi.
Absolutely right. 5 tournaments. Who has the record for most draws in a candidates tournament?
Anish.
Was that a guess or did you know?
Guess.
It was a good guess.
Yeah.
All 14 draws in 2016. Next question. What is the highest score a player has achieved in the candidates tournament since 2013?
10.
You said hint?
10.
I didn't hear you.
10.
Oh, 10. Sorry.
Yeah.
9.5.
Oh, I was-
Yeah. Okay, here comes your historical question. Bobby Fischer incredibly won 20 games in a row, beginning in the old interzonal format, and he continued into the candidates matches, back when we had the match system. Who were his 3 candidates opponents when he won all of those games on his road to the World Championship?
Smyslov? No, this is a bad question.
One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess, the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, worthiness must be proven. 8 for the open section and 8 for the women are in Cyprus to do just that. First chances for some,
What a moment!
last chances for others.
Whether or not he gets another shot at the world title, his career will be defined by resilience.
But all with just one goal in mind.
He will be the youngest world champion.
World champions Gukesh and Zhu Wenjun await their challenges, and we wait with them. It's time to let the games begin.
Namaste India to India's favorite chess event, one which laid the foundations for India getting a world champion, and this time हम सब कह रहे हैं एक और मेरे साथ है 2 amazing commentators. We have I am Tanya Sachdev and GM Sahaj Grover. Welcome to the stream. क्या मजा आ रहा है भाई, रात के 12 बजे भी नहीं जागना पड़ रहा है इस बार.
Absolutely, Bhai. Thank you so much. It's very, very exciting to be a part of this event. I mean, कितने time से हम लोग wait कर रहे हैं for this, and it's finally here. It's day 1. Tanya, how do you feel?
I am hyped. I have to say, this is my absolute favorite event in the chess calendar. You know, no one became a world champion without going through what is starting today, what is happening right now. The World Championship match, while that's the ultimate match, this is the biggest battle. The candidates, the road to the World Championship starts here, starts today. And I can't wait because what a field we have, the dynamics that are there, what's at stake, pressure, endurance, सब देखने को मिलने वाला है.
And you know, many people have mentioned कि World Championship जीतने से ज़्यादा strong कई बार candidates रहता है, because you have 8 players coming in. The odds are very low of any player winning. You could be a 5-time, 6-time player of the candidates and still not end up winning. So Tanya, Sahaj, let's go and check out what's happening on site in Cyprus. And maybe we have Mike Klein, on site. Let's check out. Not yet. Okay, so let's go back and come back to the stream then.
Very smooth, very smooth.
Candidates has begun. Let's go.
Okay, it's begun by, and the bloopers have begun.
Love it.
But you know what? ऐसी गलतियां हमें बहुत सारी कैंडिडेट्स में देखने को मिलेंगी और इसी का फायदा उठाना है इंडियन प्लेयर्स को भी।
जैसे आपने स्मूथली वापस ट्रांजिशन किया ऐसे ही करना
Yes.
है बोर्ड पे भी. But this is this is going to be really something. When we had that hype video up before we went live and we had all those shots of Gukesh from 24
Yeah.
and where that led him to, I have to say, like, it's not, you win this tournament, it's not just about the shot at the World Championship crown. You basically open yourself up to a massive career.
Yeah.
Oh yes, for
Yep.
sure. I think once you win the candidates, your name is just in history forever. Like people will always remember you
Yeah.
as a legendary player. Like so, it's a very very important event.
And to add to what you just said, what makes this tournament so extra unique is that in both fields, 8 players, but there is only one winner and 7 losers. The difference between first and second and last is massive. So the only prize that matters is winning the whole thing.
And hence the pressure, right? आप गेम में खेल रहे, आपको विन नहीं दिख रही, you know somebody else is winning, so you have to somehow find a way to win that game and put on pressure, put on the points on the scoreboard, because +3, +4 score कई बार करना पड़ता है. And of course, Gukesh, as you mentioned, became the face of Indian chess since the last World Championship. So who will be the next face will be very important. And we have chances in both categories. That's the best part about this.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. I mean, of course, we have 3 players and all of them have a very, very solid chance. I mean, of course, I would love to dive into the games, but, we'll have that up very, very shortly. But again, तीनों players के chances, I think, are very, very possible. Yeah.
I think in almost every tier list that I've seen, Pragg either makes it to the absolute top or the second tier. So he's obviously widely considered as one of the favorites. I think it's no surprise to everyone that Fabi is absolutely at the top if you're completely objective about everything put into place, experience. He's the only player in the field who's actually won a candidates before, back in 2018. He's played 4 candidates, so the experience that he has. There's also this hunger, motivation for players like Fabi and Hikaru who know that, well, it may or may not be the last candidate for them, but it's one of the last.
Yeah.
Oh yes, for
And
sure.
chat-
And I think just speaking on Fabio just alone, sorry, bhai, but just for Fabio alone, just what happened at Chess 960 as well. When he was completely winning against Magnus in the final round, and that world champion title was so close, and this happened 1 month ago. So for Fabi, I think this is just pure fuel, yeah, because he just out here to prove something.
ईंधन सहज भाई है ना फैबी के लिए, आई थिंक हौसला ईंधन. Yeah, so I think let's go right to the action in Cyprus and figure out what's happening on ground.
Do it.
We are here giving you some of the first looks inside the playing hall for the 2026 FIDE Candidates and Women's Candidates Tournaments. And if you've been to any candidates in the past, you know what round 1 means. We have country versus country matchups. And as a bonus, this year on both fields, we also have numbers 1 versus number 2. If you see over here, the double American flags, because the top seed, Hikaru Nakamura, will take on Fabiano Caruana. Hikaru traditionally has done quite well against Fabi. In fact, he scored 1.5 out of 2 in Toronto. Now, I talked to Hikaru before the first round. He said that this tournament is a little bit like the hockey playoffs. In the hockey playoffs, it's not uncommon for an 8 seed to beat a number 1 seed. He said the goal is just to be in the top 4 in the latter half of the event, and then it's a roll of the dice. Over here in the women's, you can see the 2 Chinese flags. We have top-seeded Zhu Jiner taking on Tan Zhongyi. Again, 1 versus 2. Now, we would have also had a double India matchup, but remember that Humpy Kaneru wasn't able to come. She withdrew at the last minute, and they do not redo the pairings as per regulation. So who took Humpy's place? That was Anna Muzychuk, and when I talked to her before for the first round, she wasn't in a just happy to be here mood. She wanted to seize her opportunity. Of course, she was so close to qualifying normally, but she gets in thanks to withdrawal. It's anybody's game. Everybody is on level score. Let's see how things shake out in round 1.
Thank you, Mike, and great point there. In both sections, seed number 1 playing seed number 2. So aaj hi aag lag sakti. Imagine one side wins, you essentially put the other guy with limited chances, right? A very good start is essential to win the candidates. We've seen anybody leading the first half usually ends up winning.
Absolutely. I think when there is that when you say something like this, I think about Vishy sir when he played candidates right after his world championship match against Magnus, and then he wasn't the favorite, and then he in the candidates he won 2 out of 2, and then suddenly he became the favorite. So it's really really important to start off strong.
And I think that has been statistically proven as well that any player who's actually gone on to win the whole thing within the first 2 rounds has had a win, at least in the last decade. So either they've won round one or round two. Another stat that I saw was that, very interestingly, and this is a shout out to the article at Chessbase India, where I think they put together these amazing numbers and crunched these numbers, where it was mentioned that the player at the halfway mark who's either leading the candidates or at least in second position, which was the case with Gukesh, has gone on to win it. So the halfway mark is so incredibly important in these candidates. Nobody who's in the bottom half or a minus score by then has ever won the candidates.
That's a great point. So, of course, we saw Pragg struggle at the Tata Steel, right? He lost a couple of games at the start. So that's something we have to avoid. We need the Indian players shining in their, I would say peak form. Maybe, I don't know if we can hit the 2024 peak form. Would love to see that in action. And Tanya and Sahaj, do you think we could see a repeat of what we saw in 2024, Tanya? Like, could we see the same vibe, the same events?
I mean, it's hard to imagine Gukesh winning the candidates again. So, so maybe that won't be repeated. But I think what will be repeated is that for sure, nothing is a given here. Rating favorites are not a given. Gukesh was the absolute last bottom seed, or maybe one of the bottom seeds, went on to win. He only lost in that 7th round. We all remember to Ali Reza, fantastic start by him there. And again, just expect the unexpected. The only thing predictable at the candidates is the unpredictability of the format. So much is about nerves, so much is about handling pressure, and most importantly, it's a marathon of an event. So the endurance. So I think the atmosphere, the demands of the tournament, all of that will be the same as the candidates. Will we see another underdog take the event remains to be seen.
So the question, who is an underdog? Like let's talk about the open section. Who would be an underdog for you so far?
Sahil, you want to take this one first?
Clearly not Bluebaum, if Hilton is to be believed, because he's going to score 14 out of 14. So that's pretty clear to me. Maybe Esipenko then, yeah, is the one guy we put him in that tier list, maybe.
I mean, like for me, of course, Esipenko and Bluebaum were the lower seeds when they qualified at least to the event. But somehow their recent performances, especially of Bluebaum, doesn't make me feel that he's like he's an underdog. Like, I mean, he's been performing, especially at Tata Steel. I mean, he played so well that he's just been consistent throughout. Just be solid, let your opponent press, and then you can, find out. Then you can capitalize on their mistakes or their ambition, but it's been working for him so far.
I think he's definitely a player that we're all going to be watching out for. He had a fantastic Grand Swiss, had an amazing Tata Steel. Even though he failed to convert some winning positions playing against much higher rated players, he was on the push in so many games there. And I think I was so also impressed by that. So while rating wise, he's the clear underdog, I think there is, in almost every tier list we've seen, it's hard to imagine him going all the way and winning it. Well, like someone like Gukesh, how he did it from being one of the bottom seeds. But I think he's going to be playing spoiler to a lot of players here. I think that I could bet on. And there he is.
Wow, look at him right now. It's still a few minutes to lift off, but he's there focused. He knows what's at stake. Fighting it out with the white pieces, as he mentioned, a good start could really increase his chances drastically. Sahaj bhai, what is going on in his mind right now?
I mean, he's up against Wei Yi today. He's playing with the white pieces, and I think his strategy is, I think, pretty much the same throughout. Is just to be solid, be consistent, and wait for your opponent to kind of, put some pressure, and then you can sort of, strike back. Against Wei Yi, like Wei Yi is known to not take as many risks. Like he's more on the solid side. So I don't know. Like it feels like it could be a roughly balanced fight here.
And there's Anish walking behind him as well. So Bluebaum, not the only player, Anish, almost an Indian there. We've got 1.5 Indians in the open field. I wonder if Pragg is on his board already or not.
That's why they're paired together, by the way, because they kind of end up pairing those similar country players on the round one. And they thought, Anish, other Indian here, dal do Pragg ke saath bhai. And both players not at the board. He's not there yet. Can we once show the pairing graphics? I would love to check out
Yeah,
the
let's do
pairings
that.
for both
Let's talk
sections.
about that.
Yeah, because it's going to be an important round, chat, and you can type in your favorites for this round. Do you think the Indians will end up winning? Tanya Sahaj, overall vibe क्या लग रहा है? अच्छा दिन होगा आज?
अच्छा दिन होने वाला है 1000%. साहिल, तुमने अपना लकी कुर्ता पहन के आ गए हो, तो I don't think anything is stopping the Indians today. But I will say that we've got Pragg versus Anish in the open section. We will bring up the women's section as well, where we have, you know, Vaishali and Divya fighting it out in two important games as well. And we'll see who they're playing against. And right there, you've got it. Vaishali's playing the 3 times World Blitz champion. She's playing Bibisara, both young players. Bibisara making her debut at the candidates. Vaishali for her. We all remember the roller coaster of a tournament she had in Toronto. What are her learnings? How will she come in? Of course, the World Cup winner. I think she just was so impressive in what she has. And this, I have to say, is a massive round. The clash of the titans. You know, the two players really wanting to get to that World Championship match against Kukesh.
I think starting off candidates in this fashion, world number 2, world number 3 on the first round itself, I mean, it could not get better than this. I mean, I think for me, like, I'm sure every player feels the pressure, but I feel like here it's the most pressure because this could be the decider already.
And
Can you imagine? Tanya, sorry to cut you, but can you imagine if Hikaru somehow pulls off a win here? Sari tier list dhake doesn't affect nahi padegi. Every single tier list in the world. What an important game this is.
And Sahil, that's a very valid point, because I know that statistically, I think Sahaj, you mentioned this early on, that Fabi has an overall plus score against Hikaru, but most of those wins came much earlier. In the recent time, if there's one player who Fabi has massively struggled against and has had an almost lopsided score, Hikaru has Fabi's number. So I think coming into the candidates, when you still haven't found your rhythm, game 1, Fabi's strategy, if I had to take a guess, would be to have a solid start. He plays with the white pieces, and I think he's going to try to keep things under control.
Yeah,
I'll say Fabi wins by. Let's go.
Oh, wow. Bold prediction, chat. Do like the stream. Jaldi se likes पाते चलो, because game shuru hi hone wali hai in just about 4 minutes. And okay, we see handshakes there. Divya at the board. She didn't come in a bit late for the opening ceremony, but she's on time for the actual game. And do we have Pragg already? Or is he still...
Also, let's point out, Sahil, that, you know, for Anna Muzychuk, this is a last-second entry, a last-minute replacement to Humpy withdrawing from the tournament. And of course, it's an opportunity that you take with both hands. And for Anna, I think she said it that she was not expecting to be there at all. And she's super excited. But what does that mean for her training? How much time did she have to actually prepare for this? Meanwhile, of course, for Divya, you know, she's spoken about this. What I admire the most about Divya is her absolute fearless attitude, her confidence, whether it's on the board or off the board.
I think we will see her confidence very, very soon. And I to be honest, with white pieces playing against Anna Muzychuk, I think it's a great, it could be a great start for Divya in general.
She seems a little confused about something to fill in on the score sheet.
But I think also from Anna's side, right? I think somehow she might have the least pressure because this is like a bonus to her, right? So it's like, okay, I didn't have this in my hands. Now I have this opportunity. So nothing to lose, basically. And that might be a huge weight off her shoulders. Let's see how this game progresses. Very important game, of course. We'll also have Vaishali coming in. And of course, Pragg. आज कितने wins आएंगे chat? पहला सवाल आपके, okay, screen पर नहीं, मेरे मुंह से सुन लो. कितने wins, तीन में से कितने point Indians क्या जा सकते हैं chat? Any guesses, Sahaj, Tanya?
So out of the 3 games, right? We've got Pragg versus Anish, you got Divya's game and Vaishali's game. Okay, Sahaj, you go first. I'm doing the math in my head right now.
Pragg Anish is, I think a very critical match for me because I think both players have been, let's say, I mean, of course, they're very, very strong. They're, of course, elite players, but it has been inconsistent. At least in the classical format for both of these players in this year. So it can go either way, but because Pragg has the white pieces and he's known to create some, you know, havoc in the opening itself. So I'm going to go with Pragg. For that, between Vaishali and Divya, both, you know, all 3 Indian players have the white pieces today. So I think the worst result could be a draw. So I'm going to say like a safe prediction would be like 2 out of 3-ish. somewhere. But I'm not sure who's going to win and who's going to make a draw. Tanya, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to make a more cautious prediction than that. And I hate predicting because you just set yourself up for failure so badly in front of chat anytime you make any of these predictions. But I'm going to play it a little bit more safe and I'll go with a 50% score for the Indians. It might come from wins or with draws. But I think this one ends in a draw, the one in front of us, and we might get some decisive result in the women's sections. But I would say 1.5 out of 3 is what I'm expecting. I don't know how we get there, but at the end of the day for India.
I think 1.5 or 2 ho gaya, so I'm going to pick 2.5 just to go absolute maniac mode here. Full support,
I hope
crazy
you mean
support.
2.5 for us, Sahil.
Us, of course. भाई कल से फिर दूसरी stream करनी पड़ेगी. But okay, नहीं, I think of course Indians hopefully will do well. As you mentioned, Rajbhai, white pieces हैं. That's a big bonus to start off in round 1. Let's see how they perform. And the action is about to begin. We also see Vaishali there adjusting her pieces. Chat. It is candidates round number 1. Indians at the board. 3 of them fighting it out to become the next World Championship challenger. Tanya, I mean, I don't know. I have no words. Yeah, it's so exciting to watch this.
It is unbelievable. Like sitting so far away from Cyprus, I can still feel the nerves. So you can just imagine these few seconds before the first round, before that gong goes, before the clocks hit. After that, I think the players really zone in, they lock in. But you can feel the nerves at this moment when you're sitting on the board. And it's so important to keep calm and get into the zone as we see the players are doing just that. This is hype. This is the tournament we've all been waiting for to decide who will play against Gukesh at the end of the year.
Yeah,
absolutely. And just,
Anju Anjun.
Yeah, Anju Anjun, of course. And, looking at Divya, looking at Vaishali, she's up against Bibisara, and Bibisara has had a spectacular year, yeah. I mean, this is a very difficult opponent, I think, to face in the first round. And I feel it can go either way. So I think the pressure must be pretty high for both sides in this specific match. By Bedlikin, first move predictions for anyone.
E4, D4.
1E4 and also Pragg and Vaishali both close their eyes, Tanya. Did you notice? Like both of them closing their eyes at the same moment. So it's like common team preparation, yeah, maybe.
And they made their debut in Toronto, the brother-sister duo, and this is the second time in a row they are back at the candidates together. That itself is such a massive achievement. Yeah. And I'm sure, Sahil, to your point, that there has been some preparation that has been done on, again, nerves, emotions, pre-round, how you get into that zone, which has been sort of approached commonly by both Vaishali and Pragg.
Wow, what a moment. Sajbhai, your prediction for move 1?
I think Pragg goes for D4. Vaishali goes for E4 because I think brother sister, yeah, they're gonna try and trick. Like we're not gonna play the same stuff. So E4 for Vaishali, D4 for Pragg, and I think for Divya is largely I think a Reti 1E4 player, so I'm gonna go with 1E4 for her as well.
Yeah, I think in the women's, I agree. I think in the women we see 1E4 on both the boards is what I would think, and in Pragg versus Anish, something more solid, either 1D4 or maybe start with the Reti opening. I'll also say while these 3 are marquee matchups for India, I think Fabi and Hikaru will have a lot of our attention as well today. There it is.
Absolutely. We remember the last candidates, right? Final round mein 4 games hum log dekh rahe the. Every game was so crucial. So I think, of course, that match super crucial. Fabi, if he can win this game, he's gonna... And handshakes at the board. The games have begun. Clock press ki kar di gayi hai. Oh, the tournament has officially begun.
Oh, look at this. Fabi plays knight f3 on move 1. That's a surprise in itself. Because Fabi is known to play 1e4 or 1d4, generally speaking. Knight f3 must be a surprise for him.
Well, one would think so. But did you see, of course, at this level, the players are prepared with the response almost instantly. And taking just a few seconds, we see Hikaru responding with the pawn central move. And it is now... Maybe potentially, if the D pawn in front of the queen was to move forward, we will have a traditional Queen's Gambit declined opening then.
Absolutely, I think so. But he goes for G3. He's going for the Catalan system, but he has not committed D4 yet. So it is kind of that neo-Catalan where you can go for B3, bishop B2, keep that pawn on D2, or you can play D4 yourself and transpose into the main line. So now Hikaru is thinking.
I'll say one thing. I would love to hear from chat because obviously, like you said, world number 2, world number 3. For them, who do they think out of these 2 has a better shot at winning the candidates? I know everyone's rooting for Pragg, but when we talk about these 2 giants of the game, who given their past performances does our chat think has a better shot? Because I think it's such a toss-up between these 2. Oh, and a very aggressive approach by Hikaru early on.
Yes,
Wow.
yes, yes.
And he
He
played
goes
quickly,
for
huh?
d4. This is what you play when you want to play for a win with black. And this must be a surprise for Fabi as well. As you can see, he takes a moment to think about his options here. You can go bishop g2, you can play d3 and kind of wait. But I think bishop g2 is pretty logical. And what you're playing is kind of similar to Benoni system. But it's reversed. As in, you are playing with the reverse colors here. But I think it's more or less fine so far.
Guys, there's a big change in the Pragg game, an opening which definitely would not be something Anish predicted. What is this? E4, C5, knight C3 on the board by Pragg.
And there's an F pawn. Just look at that. Look
Yeah.
at the visuals we've got. He's gone F4 after Anish hinting at a potential knight off with D6. You know, first starts with the closed Sicilian. This is a really like a big daddy surprise on the board. I have to say by Pragg. Going
Sahaj
knight
bhai.
C3 and F4.
कैसा लग रहा है सहज भाई F pawn को 2 कदम आके देख के, like how are you feeling inside? Any emotions you want to share with all of us?
बहुत बहुत बढ़िया चाल है भाई बहुत ही As you can see, I mean, Anish is definitely thinking this is not something you expect at the top level. I can't even remember the last time I saw a 2700 player go for F4 so early on. But clearly, this is prepped by Pragg. He's known for this. Again, I keep reminding chat and you guys of that moment when he played against Vidit in that Spanish when he pushed F5. It's kind of similar, but because he's pushing F4 here, trying to go into newer territory. Where he can essentially out-prepare his opponent. And of course, Anish would be uncomfortable here because he didn't get his knight off on the board.
He didn't. He does though keep up to speed. I will say one thing about Anish. He is considered one of the best prepared players on the planet currently. His preparation is elite of elite. And he does continue developing. He doesn't look too perturbed by this choice. Both players blitzing it out so far. But I have to say that Pragg's approach, playing F4 so early on, Pragg wants a game. He's not saying what he's saying. He's not saying ki pehla round hai, I just want to shut down play. I want to play solid. I want to find my rhythm. He's saying, I've got the white pieces. I'm going to take my chances, maybe throw in a surprise early on, test you in the opening, and I'm ready for a fight.
And looking at some opening
Anish,
moves here, Saj bhai, you can also check it out. Basically, knight c6 here had a decent record for white, but bishop d7 played instantly. So it doesn't feel
Bhai,
like
Hikaru ko
something
dekho.
which...
You think Hikaru
Hikaru,
surprised to see this on the board. He did give a side eye to it, and then he moves
I think
on.
we have a bunch of expressions Hikaru, is known to give in the candidates. So bunch of these clips coming out very, very soon. And of course, bishop d7 ke baad, quickly, a4 played by Pragg. Sahaj bhai, ab tak tere dono ke dono prep mein lag rahe hain mujhe.
Yeah, this is some, I would say a newer variation. This A4, generally the idea is to go bishop C4, but A4 is a newer direction here. It is more or less explored, but I'm guessing Pragg has another surprise waiting for Anish here. Just wait for it. He's gonna do something, I think, very soon.
I mean, honestly, knight c3, f4 was move 2 and 3, and that was soon enough. You think more is to come, and look at that. He does get up and leave. And I think this might be the moment that Anish takes his time, because a4 is not the most played move after bishop d7 as a response.
Right. Generally, you want to go
C4,
bishop
yeah?
C4. Yeah, because you apne bishop D7 provoke kar diya, and then that bishop is considered to be slightly worse. You cannot push D5 as easily because the queen blocks it. But A4, I think, is a bit different because now I've kept my bishop on B5. If you play A6, for example, just to kick my bishop away, then I can just play bishop C4 now, and maybe that A4 A6 inclusion helps me because I can push A5 at the right time and create a clamp on the queen side. And if you play knight C6, then I mean knight c6 before you play a6. Then I reserve the right to take on c6, play d4, or attack on the king side. So it's a newer direction, and I think Anish maybe does not have this in his files.
And that's not a statement you get to hear every day in the chess world. So I am loving this already. Pragg sort of coming out with, I have to say, it's not too soon to say this, with guns blazing in round 1 already with this opening approach that he's got. Not playing a very offbeat setup, finding this a4 small idea even deeper into his preparation, not sticking with the bishop c4, the bishop takes bishop, which has been played so many times. And questions to Anish.
And also, I think it's much easier to prepare here, right? Because options limited. You know ki Anish might try the knight off, and you f4 automatically. G6, one of the main weapons. So it's very easy to go very, very deep into these lines. So Pragg, of course, maybe his preparation is much deeper right now than Anish is. Anish might know what's happening, but move number 18, maybe there's a crazy idea which he's not seen, and then suddenly he's going to the think tank and trying to figure it out over the board. Time come hua, and then pressure builds up. So overall, we can see Anish calculating, and this is the moment maybe he takes his first long think here.
And maybe then it's a good moment for us to just go around a little bit. How do you want to do this, Sahil? Do you want to see all the games of the open section first, or should we first go to our girls and then come back?
Maybe let's go to the girls first. एक बार सारे Indians cover
Let's
कर
do
लेते
it.
हैं, and then we come back to Fabi Hikaru as well. Very important game. So first of all, coming to Divya's game, where somehow the knight is on e2. I thought f3 was a good square, Sahaj, where they taught me, ऐसे बचपन में कि f3 पे रखना चाहिए. What's happening here?
भाई Kalashnikov है क्या ये? Oh wow, it is Kalashnikov. Knight e2. I don't think I've ever seen this move before. I don't think I've ever even thought about this move before. But it looks interesting. I'm guessing your idea is that you want to go g3, bishop g2, or knight g3, bishop d3, depending on how white develops. And that knight on g3 can be a useful piece to launch an attack on the king's side, because that's where Anna is going to castle.
This is
Yep.
absolutely crazy. I mean, if you go back to that move e5, just one move back, Sahil, I mean, knight b5 has been played something like 13,500 times. Knight b3 has been played a few hundred times. Knight takes knight has been played. Knight f3, knight f5, सब कुछ खेला गया है. According to the database that I have in front of me, knight e2 is already a very fresh move. It is so anti-intuitive. तुम वो नाइट को अपने बिशप के सामने रख रहे हो, क्वीन के सामने रख रहे हो, with the idea, don't move the same piece twice. You're saying, I don't care about that. I'm going to get that knight to g3. This is what in modern chess is called one game preparation. She has prepared this surprise. She's hoping to count a lot on the shock factor of it and says, practically, it's just a playable position. I'm not going to be worse. If you find all the right moves, black will equalize. But will you find the right moves? You've definitely not seen this position before. Anna responds with what is most principled. Knight aata hai bahar, bishop aata hai bahar. And I'm expecting Divya to continue
She's going
development.
for knight g3.
Oh, she hasn't. Is that a pawn on g3? What happens, Haj?
The moves came in again, I think.
No, that is Vaishali's game, I believe.
No, the board in front of us that we've got on the camera, I think somewhere Divya got g3,
flipped,
bishop
I
h3.
think.
Yeah.
They are flipped, I think. They had the boards flipped, maybe. I'm gonna check Vaishali's game now. Yes, Vaishali ka idea tha actually. Okay, the games were flipped. Oh, so we are praising Divya, but the Vaishali ka idea tha. And by the way, she found the only move in this position that was knight to g3, as you mentioned, Saj.
Yeah, correct. And just launching bishop d3, short castle, and king side पे बहुत attack आ सकता है यहाँ पे. And yes, you are right, by the way, about the shock factor. And I think, Tanya, do you think, by the way, we will see a lot of shock factor lines in this event?
I think that's a great question. And I absolutely do think so. Like, let's remember 2024 candidates, right? How many times when Vidit versus Hikaru, all the openings that went down there, not only in those matches, just every single game. I think having these surprise elements, you know who you're going to play against. You know you can prepare from white and black in advance. With everything on stake, very often, the shock factor is the practicality of the choice. Objectively, wo best move na bhi ho. Objectively, wo top 3 moves maybe na ho. But just the fact that it poses questions and, optically अच्छा लग रहा है, but practically itna easy nahi hai. We've seen players go for those lines time and time again. I think Candidates is one tournament that is a surprise galore in the opening.
Yeah, I think agreed. Knight e2 here, and Pragg's board as well. Hikaru playing that d4 variation. So many shock factors back to back. Maybe we should take one quick look at Divya's board to see how she is doing. I think this is from Scotch, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so takes knight f6 and she takes a knight on c6. Usually you go knight c3, which is a more safer variation, but she goes for the main line. I think this is the most ambitious approach. Queen e7 pins the pawn and she goes queen e2. I think this is so far mainstream territory. G3, that feels a bit new to me. How many games do we have on this position? Where did the surprise actually happen?
No,
I think you're right. G3's... Yeah,
I think till now it's all theory. Till queen e2, knight d5, this you'll have like thousands of games. And now c4 would be one of the main moves here. c4, then bishop a6 comes out. I think g3 has been played, but maybe not as often.
Correct. I think you're right. Around 150 games or so. But she plays G6 and now C4. That's another slight. Okay, this is not really a deviation. Black goes Bishop A6. So we're kind of transposing into the main line. अगर आप C4 सीधा खेलते तो भी Bishop A6 ही खेलना था Black को. And now she goes B3, Bishop B7, Bishop B2. Very logical, and black castles, getting the king safe, and she goes bishop to h3. So I believe this is the first moment where Divya does something out of opening preparation. Generally speaking, whenever you play g3, whenever you play b3, the idea is you want to put the bishop on g2 or b2. That's what we call a fianchetto bishop. So putting it on h3 instead is it's a fresh idea. It has definitely been employed in other openings before, but here we are seeing it for the first time.
I want to also just bring everyone's attention to the clock, which we should talk about a little bit, because there are two different time formats for the open section and the women's section. Divya, the speed with which she's played, she has more time than what she started with. In the women, they start with 90 minutes and have a 30-second increment from move 1. And then after move 40, an additional 30 minutes is added to the clock. So Divya's got 1 hour 34 minutes, which means that she's been just blitzing out the moves. I will say one thing, that I think Divya in general, she's so tricky with her opening choices. And, because she's ready to fight it out in confrontational positions, we often see very interesting opening approaches by her.
Yeah, and moving up to the candidates, she played very well at the Pragg challenges, right? So had a couple of victories there, great results. So I think she'll be high on confidence right now. But of course, Bishop h3 ke baad, the bar says black is slightly better after this d6 move. But okay, I'm pretty sure Divya has seen this way much deeper
100%.
than we see it right now. So bada maza aayega. And maybe it's time to have a glance at the Fabi Hikaru game and just get your thoughts. Kya lag raha hai, Tanya, about this game so far? I think we left it at d4, right? This is where we left it. Bishop g2, knight c6, castles, bishop c5, challenging the pawn, knight to e7, knight takes d4, and now b4.
Oof.
Wow.
Oh, can we just do an action replay of that last move?
Wow. Just takes, and now b4.
By ek baar aur, I think it's a bit difficult to grasp this move b4. Like,
Yeah.
how was this prep?
I mean, it feels like completely new territory. Yeah? We don't have any games in this setup. So completely new preparation, I think. Wow.
Okay, also again, just before we deep dive with Sahaj into this, the time control for the open is very interesting, because the players start with 2 hours on the clock for 40 moves, and there is no increment. So they have 0 bonus time with every move they make. They have to complete move 40 in the 2 hours they have, and only from move 41 do they get an additional 30 minutes and a 30-second increment. So I will say one thing, that when it comes to those time scrambles, which means we're going to have plenty of that, plenty of decisiveness when it comes to it, I wonder how much of that edge will go over to Hikaru, a player who is intuitively, instinctively so strong, an absolute beast when it comes to making move on seconds, especially in messy positions. I wonder if that will be an edge that he'll count on.
I think that's a great point. Actually, I didn't think about it like that, but I think for sure, if the situation comes into a time scramble, it could favor Hikaru. But okay, playing online, playing OTB could be slightly different, but still that general feeling, that intuitive feeling, he would still have, that only Hikaru has. So yeah, for Fabi, don't get into time trouble. Any opponent of Hikaru, don't get into time trouble. It's not a good idea.
I think, Saj, it's just that, you imagine a position that is equally messy for both sides, and both players are down to their last 2 minutes and have to make 7 or 8 really complicated moves. And if at that moment you have to pick one to rely on in a equally messy positions for both, I think a lot of fans would pick Hikaru in that scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. And also imagine the preparation he's done for this level of event. Yeah, this is his only remaining, I would say, item on his checklist that he's not kind of ticked off so far. So imagine the level of preparation.
भाई साइप्रस में वो कब से बैठे हैं हिकारू?
हाँ,
कुछ तो 20-25 दिन से.
हाँ, but location leak हो गई थी कब की. And also like imagine, yeah, मतलब he has the most financial resources, the most incentive. Imagine world champion Hikaru streaming, yeah, on a daily basis. So I'm pretty sure this is like a big shot for Hikaru. And he mentioned in FIDE interview कि भाई, up till now, this is like, my side hustle, but if I become world champion, maybe that will change. Like, subtle sa wo mujhe laga, like, this is very important to Hikaru here.
I couldn't agree more with what you just said. I think the fact is, of course, we're all rooting for Pragg, right? There's no question about that. But when we see these two players, inki jo legacy hai chess world mein, there is just one crown which has been missing for both of them. Fabi is one player who's come so close to it. 2018 World Championship match, all 12 draws and went on to lose in the tiebreaks against Magnus. He's been consistently around 2800. He's been over 2800 several times. He's been world number 2 for so incredibly long. He's also fresh off a very hot year, and I think that is the one place where I will give Fabi an edge over Hikaru. Sehaj, is that while Hikaru is an absolute beast, and of course many consider him as a heavyweight in the candidates, I wonder how much that consistency of not playing elite classical chess in 25 will matter here. His last big tournament in elite classical was Norway chess in May 2025. While Fabi has been on a run mode, playing tournaments after tournaments.
Correct. And I think in the previous candidates also, I think specifically Hikaru was playing really quickly. Like वो classical games भी एकदम rapid की तरह खेल रहा था. Like at least he wasn't ever getting in any time issues, and I feel that for Fabi still, because he has the experience, I would agree with you that he does have a slight advantage. But Hikaru is very resourceful. Like agar aapki better aa bhi gayi hai, Hikaru, I think right now is maybe the best defender in the world right now. So even if you get the favorable position, it's still Hikaru in front of you.
But I'll say one thing, and we've spoken so much about this. This is coming from conversations that I've had at tournaments with several chess players, and discussing about Hikaru's biggest strength, which is, of course, what you just mentioned. One of his biggest fortes is that he is probably the best defender on earth right now, right? Okay, Magnus probably, but very close, both of them. I mean, maybe equal. But I wonder, like, the thing is, that means that you have to defend a lot of positions. I don't know how much Hikaru is looking forward to having to defend those positions to start with, right? Is that it's a great skill to have, and it will save you a lot of points. But does that also mean that you're objectively coming into worse positions a lot more than others?
True. I think it's an interesting way to look at it, but I think it's also annoying for the opponent because you have to win the game twice. You have to first get a good position and then you have to face Hikaru. So I think those opponents know that that Hikaru is the best defender in the world right now, and still that pressure kind of takes over. So it could favor Hikaru in that sense as well. So, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Right now, he's not worse. No defense needed.
जो kick नहीं मिलता है ना ऐसी worst game जीत के, it just gives you so much confidence also sometimes. So I think Hikaru kind of relishes it. Yeah, but कि ठीक है भाई, I can win any game. कुछ भी रख दो, I can win. And talking about defending positions, who's defending here? Because F5 on the board already in the Pragg game.
And I know why you're asking that question, because the moment you switch into this game, ऐसे लगता है कि white is just, just raging through the position. But then you also see that the computer evaluation seems to say with our bar that Anish should be doing fine here. So this is, again, I think, Sehaj, to me, just looks like a very practical chance that Pragg is taking, because Anish will have to be very precise. I will say, from a human evaluation, this is starting to look dangerous for black. I don't care what the bar says.
So Tan, hold that thought. And question for chat and question for you guys. If black plays E takes F5 in this position, what is the best move for white? Just take a guess.
Okay, so I have two moves in mind. बोल सकता हूँ क्या? Chat का wait करे.
Yeah, you दोनों बोल सकते हो.
So one is knight G5, one is queen E1.
Oh, we actually will see it. He actually took F5. That move is possible, bhai. That move is possible.
I mean, knight G5, I think knight E5 is the point. You defend F7, you hit the bishop. So, is that the best? Is knight G5 the move here?
No. I think knight E5, you're correct.
I was looking at the move G4, which is actually possible here. Yeah.
Okay, if that happens, everyone in chat gets free diamond membership.
I mean, if FG4, then there is knight G5 apparently. And this is like, you have to play F5 or F6 to even continue the game. Wait, what? There's no way he plays G4. Come on. There is no way.
I mean, let's look at the facts, right? 156 on the clock for Pragg. He just played F5 very quickly.
1000% preparation.
Anish is thinking, it's possible, yeah?
It's possible.
Could, I mean, maybe he knows G4 is not the best, like it's the second best. like अगर आप cloud पे रखते हो, whatever. But okay, Anish, for this match it could work because Anish is thinking already.
What is the best move after e takes f5?
E takes f5. It's Queen e1.
Oh, okay.
But I think
So
I think both are kind of similar.
Okay, also Sahaj, I agree with you, by the way. I think G4 would be insane to see. And if both are equal, then it looks like G4 is a more problematic choice. If both are equally good, as a 0.2, 0.02 ka difference hai dono mein, so I think G4 is where your heart is at. You're like, I'm going to test you here. Sahaj, can you like go a little deeper with that and just explain what's happening here?
So G4, I think, asks a very difficult question. Do you take the pawn on G4? Do you take the pawn on E4? Or you keep the pawn on F5? And to be honest, neither of those options feels safe for my king.
Oh, he's reaching out.
The black
Guys,
king.
queen
Because
ke
you
haath,
cannot...
queen ke paas. Sahaj queen ke paas aa ja raha hai.
Queen e1. Wow.
अरे डायमंड मेंबरशिप मिस हो गया चैट से.
पता है ना साहिल, मैंने बोला था अगर G4 हुआ तो सबको चैट में फ्री डायमंड मेंबरशिप चेस.
अच्छा ये बोला था क्या? ओके भाई बच गए. अब भाई कोई फेंट ना हो जाए यार.
मुझे लगा आपने जानबूझ के ऐसे सुनी को अनसुनी कर दिया.
अच्छा नहीं, मैं अच्छा हुआ मैं सुना नहीं.
By the way, just looking at Pragg's body language, he looks like very relaxed right now to me. And I'm looking at this another very crazy variation. Black's best move here is knight b4. So of course knight b4, if I'm playing this position as black, knight b4 is not the move I'm looking at. I'm looking at how I can defend my king and all of that. But knight b4 ke baad, you can actually allow knight c2. You can play knight g5 here and just sack the pawn on c2.
Knight c2.
Not only the pawn on c2, rook is also hanging, Sahaj. Sab kuch sack. You've already sacked one pawn. You're sacking another pawn. Then you're giving up a rook also. I think this is a bishop f7, queen h4. You will just ekdam proper fire on the board. Yeah, it's actually better for white. Crazy.
Knight
queen
a1?
g3 is the move, and take on d6 at some point. Or what is going on here?
Bishop c4 apparently is
of
the
course.
only
Rook down
move.
हो तो क्या करना चाहिए? बस bishop वापस लाओ, बस simple.
Oh,
That
of
is
course, the
chess.
most obvious move in the position. Just come back with your bishop. Easy clap, guys. Easy clap. कोई भी ढूंढ लेता ये तो.
So
Okay,
I mean,
so-
he looks pretty happy to me right now, Pragg. I feel like
because he's
this
gotten
is what
his
he wanted.
preparation. He's gotten
Yeah.
his preparation in Sahaj. And the thing is, right, there are two kinds of preparation. One is जहाँ पे तुम्हें कुछ positional strategic battle मिल जाती है, and you play a long grind game. And then there's this very dangerous kind, which requires precision. It might not be objectively best, and maybe Anish might even be slightly better if he finds all the accurate moves. But Pragg knows he's playing a human. He's not playing an engine. And the chances of being inaccurate at some moment are super high. And this is that tactical kind of position where things can fall apart very quickly.
Exactly, like that game of Hari from the World Cup, that the one where he played Queen D5 and he sacrificed so many
queen.
pieces there and won the game in such an incredible fashion. I mean, it reminds me of that game to an extent, not because of what's happening, what's about to happen. I feel like Pragg is definitely going to sack a bishop or a knight or a rook. Something is about to be sacrificed in this game.
Okay, so I have a question. यहाँ पे okay, if knight b4 is the best move as you've seen, but you mentioned कि भाई पहले दिमाग वहां नहीं जा रहा है. I want to
नहीं.
safen my king. So
Castle.
black कहता है भाई, I'm seeing an attack. I want to castle as quickly as possible. What do you see as white's plan here?
Something to do with knight g5, queen
what?
h4. It has
The
to be
bar
something to
just
do with queen h4, bishop h6 aa raha hai, knight g5 aa raha hai. This has to be the direction.
Wow, this looks scary. Yeah, the bar just shot up like insane. Wow.
And I don't have the engine on, but I have to say that this is a very human move to play. Like after castle, your eyes are only towards that h7 tender spot.
I literally position देख के मेरा internet ही चला गया. It looks so scary for Anish right now to castle because queen h4 with this bishop h6 knight g5 just looks like this is
It looks like
just GG
checkmate,
already.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see. And the thing is, let's not forget that Anish is one of the best. Okay, he's not going to walk into this. He's not going to make life so easy for Pragg. So Sahil, while I totally agree that castle really felt like the first question that many of us had in our minds, I don't see Anish going for it. He will sense dangers. Players at this level have very high sense of danger. You see that queen coming in. What's the magic number? The magic number for a killer attack is 3. And here you've got the queen, knight, bishop, and the rook, and the other bishop on c4 lined up to rampage the black king.
Your
if you go
instinct
castle.
was correct. Anish actually goes bishop e6, so he's one step closer to sort of simplify the position and neutralize Pragg's attack on the king's side. That bishop was very, very important to put some pressure on the golden pawn on f7. And look at that. He immediately plays,
Oof.
yeah? E takes f5.
Crazy preparation and very, very aggressive approach here. So pawn takes pawn. Can we have? Yeah, we have that on the board.
Right, there
Okay,
are
let's
3
G5.
recaptures possible. What is the
4
Dikha diya,
actually,
but
Sahaj. 4 recaptures possible.
only gf5 is equal. Everything else is very, very bad for Anish.
Wow.
So he has to find and I'll tell you what, GF5 to me is the most unnatural capture in the position.
Like bishop e6 khelne se pehle, if I looked at pawn takes pawn, which is Pragg's move, I would not calculate pawn takes pawn back. Like I would say, okay, something will happen here. But now that I look at it again, like gf5 just feels very, very unnatural. But I think he will play it.
Can we,
Yeah, you give him the
sorry,
po- yeah.
Sahil, but because this is such a critical moment, can we just refute all the others or see why all the others are so bad and understand what's going on?
So first of all, I think bishop f5, maybe it's knight g5. I think again, f7 is pressured. If you castle, then apparently it's your move, Sahaj again. G4. And it's really scary. Okay, it's very hard to see, but okay, f7 is kind of crumbling, yeah?
Yeah, bishop g4, knight f7, and you're forced to kind of give up the exchange. So we know Pragg will at least be comfortably better here. So not bishop f5. Any other moves possible?
Yeah, let's see knight takes pawn.
Yeah, knight takes pawn. I mean, already
Bishop
you can
takes
see
bishop?
e6. Yeah, bishop takes bishop looks very strong. Everything comes with check
Just
now.
take everything. And if queen e7,
then
you
maybe
just simply move the
comes
queen away.
Back. Yeah, I don't know where you put it. Maybe c4.
And rook
then
e1
there
is
are-
coming. And knight
this
d5
is
is
scary.
coming.
Oh wow! You can't even castle anymore. So
You
that's
can't
scary.
castle. Okay.
So knight f5 not possible. Now bishop c4 does look like a decent alternative, but maybe no. Yeah, like after d takes e4, it's better for white still.
So because
I
you
would
can't take knight
discard-
takes pawn.
Sorry, Danya, but I would discard bishop c4 because pawn takes pawn to ab marna hi, matlab, you have to capture it anyways. So because the knight is pinned. So I will ask myself, why not just capture it in the first place? So I'm not so sure if bishop takes bishop is the move. But yeah, gf5.
So process of elimination is how Anish will actually get to pawn takes pawn. With everything that we've just shown, it feels quite forcing the lines.
Absolutely. And if you continue further, marna hi padega, I think. And you get the pawn back, right? So black is voluntarily giving the pawn. He does it. He plays it. Wow.
He finds the best move.
Yeah, so here I think the follow-up is, I think you were talking about takes, which is I think pretty much forced. You have to capture the pawn back and then Anish can offer a trade of queens. I think this is already happening. Wow, Pragg has still not thought, yeah? It's now move 13 and he's still in his prep. This crazy.
But wait a second. After moving the queen back, I'm assuming कि queen trade नहीं कर रहे हम लोग. हम इतने cooperative नहीं हैं. Then black को queen side castle करना है अब. So that definitely should raise the stakes a bit, right?
100%. Also, let's not forget that now material balance hai. So it's not that Pragg is down a pawn and it just feels like opposite side castling. It's going to get exciting. D6 is sort of tender. The bishop can come out to F4 at the right moment, start targeting it. The other rook will come in. I mean, G file is open. That's why Anish will look for a counterplay with his knight coming to G6, knight coming to E5, rook coming to G8. This is going to be a very spicy middle game, I feel. But kudos to Anish to find his way so far in this complex battle. And the clock tells that story, you know, he slowed down, he thought, he eliminated all those dangerous possibilities and played the best move.
You know, Tanya, I think a bit earlier you said that a sign of a successful preparation is when you get that stable, good position or you have a very, very messy position. Now, it was a messy position, but I feel like it's developing into that stable, slight advantage for Pragg because you have that isolated pawn on f5, number one, and then you have that weak square on d5. And it just optically, it feels like white's pieces are better developed. So his king is safe as well. So is it fair to say that Pragg is still slightly better or do you think it's completely equal?
No, I don't think it's completely equal. All the points that you've made, it feels like white is more active. And I think this has been a round one opening success for Praggnanandhaa, for sure. There is no question about that. He has more time on the clock. He gets a playable position. He has a slight edge. He has actual tangible things and weaknesses to fight against in the middle game. Even if the position might be equal, Anish has his own trumps here. Optically, as well as practically, one can see that white is ahead in many of the things. So I think great opening outcome here.
Also
Absolutely.
preparation,
Speaking
right?
of,
Only one move,
sorry.
Sahaj, by Queen D7
Yeah, go
right
ahead.
now. So even Queen D7, Queen C4, Black is literally still playing on only moves. Any minor error and then you could be much, much worse. So I think Pragg definitely on the right end of the stick here, and Anish will lose a lot more time here trying to figure out what is the best way to move forward. So he's still thinking.
And Sahil, no increment. We
Yeah.
said this earlier, and it might look like, "Arey, abhi to opening chal raha hai, abhi to bahut time hai." But actually, this is what happens. You take half an hour in the opening, and the thing is, there's no easy path to trades. By the way, he's made a move. It is Queen D7. Of course, Anish finds the best move, and this one a very human move as well. But I will say, keep one eye on the clock in this one.
For sure, 1.5 hours remaining, but no increment is always something, alarming. But I just want to switch your attention very, very quickly to just one game, just to show you, I think, the perfect example of a perfect opening preparation, if that is opening preparation. I don't think it is, but still, what a game. Check out Zhu Jiner versus Tan Zhongyi, just for a quick second. Look at that final move. And she has just sacrificed an entire knight with f4, with the golden pawn. And
amazing.
she's very close to being winning already. That's crazy.
Wow.
And I mean, as you play through the opening, Zhu Jiner is a hot favorite, I will say, in the women's tournament. She's currently world number 2. She's also had an insane 2025. Let's have that board let's have the screen as well, the players' cameras as well, because I think it's, okay, we will come back to it. But this is the moment, Sahaj, that you were pointing out to. We'll get the cams on in a bit. Knight is attacked. And look at Zhu Jiner. She took her time. This is not opening preparation. This is over the board inspiration. By the way, she's had a fantastic 25. She's gained over more than 50 points. She almost won the World Rapid Championship, I want to say. Or was it the World Blitz? One of them. She had a fantastic run throughout the year. And here she plays an incredible move. A brilliancy. And I think, Sahaj, the idea is clear. Pawn takes knight, pawn takes pawn. The other knight will jump to f6. And your king is in a massive kill zone. You either get checkmated on the h file or the g7 square.
I'm just seeing this knight f6, bishop f6, gf6, and then the queen just runs to h6 as well, and it's just GG. Wow. And of course, Tan Zhongyi is, I mean, she is, at least when it comes to rating, she's a heavy favorite as well. So beating her in the first round as well, getting this position, I think is huge for Zhu Jiner. I think the first game, in my eyes, at least, that has a clear advantage to one side.
And Zhu Jiner is only 23 years old. Tan Zhongyi, meanwhile, has been a women's world champion back in 2017. So, for Zhu Jiner, who's making her debut here, to get this kind of a position out of the opening, f4 is a scary move. My question here is, if Black plays simple, I don't know how do you play simple in this position, but let's make a move like Queen D7. Let's make a move that, might look like, okay, it's really bad.
Kuch sack karna hai, bhai.
F5.
F5, yeah, that's fine. I'm happy with that sack.
Yeah.
F6 incoming, FG6 incoming. That bishop on A2, it's sitting very quietly on the corner of the board, but it's so dangerous because that diagonal, whenever it opens up, there's so many discovered check possible. And yeah,
so
it's
you
just
don't
over.
even care. You literally don't care about that knight on g5. You're like, le lo is knight ko. I don't need it on the board. Either my pawn is coming on f6 or my queen is coming to checkmate you. Zhu Jiner putting big pressure here. Brilliancy on the board.
30-minute think, yeah, we're going to expect from Tan Zhongyi, because this is a pickle to be in round 1. That too, yeah, facing such an attack is just horrific for your chances and your confidence.
And very possible after a 30-minute think, you'll also find not the optimal response. You'll still make a mistake in this kind of a position.
Wow. So insane game. Stakes are high. So of course, people are well prepared. And of course, inspiration strikes at the board sometimes in these crunch moments. And that's a great start to Zhu Jiner's chances, who didn't have a great Pragg challenges where she struggled and finished in last place. But this is a great start here. So which game shall we jump to? By the way, Pragg has played one move. He put the queen back on c4. So still in preparation. That's good news. And दोनों players ऐसे relax होके बैठे हैं कुर्सी में. भाई कोई जल्दी नहीं है चलने में. I think दोनों किसी को भी.
Yeah,
for Pragg, I feel this is just preparation still. He looks so comfortable, so happy with the outcome, because he has that isolated pawn, no visible weaknesses for Pragg. I mean, he can just put pressure for a very, very long time, and he's ahead on the clock as well. So it's a great situation for him right now.
100% agree. I think he knows this whole, and the thing is, right, Pragg already has all the plans and ideas. Even if the preparation move by move ends, he knows the direction because he studied this position. Anish has to not only work out move by move what everything has happened, but what are the correct concepts for black? Where do I want my play? Do I go on the defense on the queen side or launch an attack on the king side or maybe focus the tension on the d4 square? All this needs to be worked in the mind. So even if he solved the problem of the first 10 moves, he hasn't solved the problem of the game, Anish.
Yep. It's gonna be tough.
Long
But
castle.
मजा आने वाला है.
भाई लॉन्ग कासल में तो लग रहा है नाइट G5 आ रहा है एंड देयर इज नाइट F7 एंड नाइट E6 आइडियाज बट आई एम गेसिंग इट्स नॉट द बेस्ट बट जस्ट ऑप्टिकली इट लुक्स डेंजरस बिकॉज a knight can jump there. Can I mean I'm still in the mood to sacrifice but I'm just wondering knight B5 वगैरह कुछ possible है क्या इस position में?
अरे बाप रे, knight B5. It's possible actually. Wow.
Actually not that bad, yeah. It is bad.
King
Takes. I
B8
would think
apparently
that,
is the best.
so what happens if you
takes,
take and just put the knight on B8 and say I'm gonna try to D4, huh? Okay.
Just rook 8 or something. यही चाहिए था rook 8.
And just say that you're going to cramp black's position, but I still don't see how you're. Wow.
This is just like that Zhu Jiner wala position. Just play bishop G5 rook E1. आराम से you just attack. You don't have to rush.
और पता है क्या? The thing is that Pragg knows कि knight b5 चल रहा है नहीं चल रहा. Anish के दिमाग में is knight b5 possible? How careful do I need to be on this? Because Pragg has studied this position. So he already knows the moment on which he has to jump. He doesn't need to spend time on it. So it's this is Sahaj to me a huge start for Pragg if he's able to actually sort of monetize on this moment.
Right. I mean, so far I'm looking at the notation and the most time Pragg has taken is 1 minute and 53 seconds so far in the entire game. Like for one move, yeah? That's insane.
Should we quickly check in with our El Clasico?
Yeah, let's go.
Nice.
And उसमें जो D4 pawn था, I thought कब का मर जाएगा, but it's still there, yeah. It's still there in the center of the board. Queen B3 खेला उन्होंने, attacking the bishop, bishop A5, and now knight to C3. This is the current position, but maybe the journey is about to end, yeah, after knight F5, knight D4 maybe.
So queen takes D4 is not a good move. I mean, it just optically doesn't feel right because you open up the queen to a lot of tempos. Maybe bishop B2, knight B5. Just there's a lot of ideas that I have in this position. Do I have queen A3? Is that taking a piece or no? Or am I just
queen A3, bishop C3 maybe?
DC3 and then queen F6, yeah?
Yeah, queen
queen
S6
D8, yeah,
or
maybe.
queen D8, yeah.
I still like it. I mean, you're looking at a position with a double bishop pair. It's an open game. I mean, there's definite compensation here. So it's not a bad move at all. It's queen A3 is a very sneaky double attack. Very nicely spotted.
I think he might be...
by Sahaj Bhai.
Thank you, bhai.
Oh, has he gone for it? I think he's played it, right?
No.
I think the queen is on B3. I think it's still Hikaru is thinking he hasn't taken on D4. I'm guessing he's considering whether to take it with the queen or whether to play knight F5 straight away. And then capture the pawn with the knight. But the problem is, Tiku bhai, after knight F5, I'm guessing you have D5?
But maybe knight D4 anyways, like still looks a bit uncomfortable, no? Like where do you put the queen now? It's not an easy square.
So I wanted the A3 square first, but then there is knight C2 ideas in the future, which I don't like. Maybe queen F4 or something like that.
Queen F4.
Reserve that square for my bishop, essentially.
Takes, check, maybe take and take this, but...
ये check important है क्या? Bishop C3 के बाद? Bishop B6 वगैरह is worse, I'm guessing, for Hikaru, yeah?
Bishop B6, maybe, yeah, because I think... Oh, Bishop A3 apparently is strong.
Yeah.
But I thought even Bishop B2 looks okay, no? Like it's not a end of the world, I think.
So maybe it's safe to say that Hikaru has to make some precise moves, like this knight. There's knight F5, there's knight D4, and then he has to capture the knight on C3. Some precision is required from Hikaru's side. Yeah, so far.
All right, so still a very interesting but early stages of a middle game that's developing. I think this is also going to be a fight. It's quite amazing to me that round one, maybe the players have come out with some great opening preparation, but I think that's such a great strategy, right? Because it's the round where you're the shakiest. So if you can get in something quick, you actually have a shot at getting an early win. By the way, speaking of shaky stuff, I want to take a look at Divya versus Anna because a lot of pieces have flown off the board, but it still looks quite stressful for black because things are hanging. Let's take it from here, Sahil. Let's take it from here because this is where we left it.
Yeah, I think this is where black missed D6, the chance to kind of create tension. She went for rook E8, and now Divya plays the only move castles. bishop e5, okay, lots of trades on the board. You take on d7. But now black has to find an only move, and that is rook to d8. Sahaj, how likely and how easy is it to find that move?
I mean, it looks logical because I'm developing my rook, attacking your bishop at the same time. That pawn on c6 is falling, but I think that pawn is doubled, and I would try to find some play from the black side, be a bit active. But what's the most stressful thing for me as Anna here is that look at Divya's time. She still has an hour and 35 minutes, basically. She has 5 minutes more than she started off with. And we are like more than an hour into the match.
Yeah, again, I think that is a huge factor, which also goes on to say that Divya is feeling a lot more comfortable. I want to back up one move in this position and just show why that knight on d5 wasn't picked up. Pawn takes knight. The point is that very often in these openings, black takes the rook, gives up the two minor pieces for the rook. And after bishop takes rook, you recapture it either ways. And now just rook takes pawn. So you defend d7, and this black is doing fine. The other rook will come onto the open file. You have a healthy pawn structure. Everything is defended, maybe a5, a4 if you get the opportunity. So this is not where white can push. So Divya correctly did not go for this dynamic of two minor pieces for a rook, but it's in the air, which is why what makes me think you're talking about rook d8. For me, one of the more natural moves would be to move the knight away from there. Because now I'm looking at pawn takes knight as a potential idea. I want to get my knight forward, knight b4. I want to defend that c6 pawn. I'm threatening knight c2, winning an exchange on the spot, and then play rook d8.
But knight b4, Mina, I think I have knight c3, and I just didn't want to give you that square. Like,
So
because
rook
the knight
d8?
looks so happy, and it's also controlling the a2 pawn. So mera rook bhi bahar aa sakta hai, like rook a d1. So I just wanted to wait until you develop your knight and then move my knight to b4.
Clever. Yeah.
But yeah, I think both knight b4 and rook d8 look pretty logical. But rook d8 ke baad, can I play bishop c6, or is knight b4
I
just
think
lost
then
for
knight
Divya?
b4, knight c2
Yeah.
is just an incredible
Yeah.
threat, and you kind of end up losing material now, which is why
भाई
rook
chat
d8 is
में
possible.
chat ने figure out कर लिया था बहुत बहुत पहले. So chat भाई very smart यार, मतलब crazy. And meanwhile, I think both players in Anna in thought right now. Divya not even at the seat, so her preparation is running deep. Yeah, just like Pragg.
Yeah. No, Divya is an incredibly. By the way, what info do we have about teams so far? Is my question. What do we know about the candidates' teams that the players have? Who's on site? Who's working remote? What do we know, and what can we let out?
I mean, बोल नहीं सकते ना.
I mean, okay, what is known we can say. So, for example, I know that Divya has spoken about Chava Balog as Grandmaster Chava Balog as one of her trainers. I think he's worked with her in the past in several tournaments. And I also know that Puranik has worked with her in World Cup, I believe it was, and maybe other events, but I think definitely in World Cup. So for Divya, these are the two names that are public. I have no idea about what her team for the candidates is, if somebody's on site with her or not. No idea.
But Abhi Panyu तो खेला भी था उससे, I believe, in Chennai as well. And yeah, I'm not sure if he's helping here, but he could be, yeah. But yeah. And for Pragg, do we know?
Well, I mean, definitely one thing can be said for Pragg, that Ramesh is, of course, as always, a huge part of the core team there. Then Vaka as well, the Vaka school. And I think for both Ramesh and Vaka, one of the things that we notice about all the students coming from there, it's a school that is so heavily based on, one of the biggest fortes you see across their students is how good they are at calculation. And I have, whatever little time I've had the privilege of spending in Chennai at certain training camps with these players, it is insane how their mind works when it comes to calculation. Even when there's no board in front of them, even when we are playing pickleball, they will be thinking about some position while hitting a ball. They'll be probably talking about that position and calculating 20 moves ahead. Calculation over everything. It's not just James Canty, but it's also the school of chess here.
For Pragg,
This
I think we
reminds
know.
me. Yeah, Tikubai.
No, but we
Go
know a
ahead.
couple of people, right? I think we know Web of Suri, right? I think one name is pretty
Yes.
popular. And I think I'm assuming Swidler is not part of this team because he's commentating. So that's one name, we can strike off the list. So is there anybody else? I don't know, Sahaj, but maybe you know, yeah? You might know a couple of names. You can maybe slip in the first alphabet of the name. I don't know.
By
Believe me, I
mistake, of
can't.
course. We won't tell anyone, Sahaj.
Hindi mein.
अरे internet जा रहा है. What's going on? But नहीं वो वाले नहीं वो वाले तो नहीं possible है. But yeah, I think public ones I think you've already mentioned, but I don't think if there's anybody else. For Vaishali, do we know anyone public? Vaishali, I have no idea genuinely.
I mean, it's again Vaka, Ramesh, and apart from the core team that they've had for years, I don't know. No,
Somebody
no
told us in
idea.
the chat it's I don't know if I should say what somebody said in the chat yesterday, but somebody said it's Pranesh, but I'm not sure. Chat में
That's
किसी ने लिखा है.
interesting.
Earlier I used to doubt what chat says, but with experience I've learned something is कि chat कुछ बोलती है ना, तो it's usually correct. बस मुझे
हाँ वो
पता
कहीं
नहीं
ना
है.
कहीं से
So
ये मैंने सुना है by the way कहीं कहीं और से as well. So
हाँ,
it could be.
interesting. So हिंदी में बोलते हैं भाई कौन है
तभी
हमें
तो
पता है.
तभी तभी तो हिंदी में मैंने message किया. ये सुना है मैंने कहीं से ये वाला. But I can't
That would
verify.
be very interesting. Because Pranesh himself, very like he's a काफी young है. He's a very young player himself. I'm sure that they play. I mean, these guys play so many training games together. I cannot even begin to tell you. Like when they are working together, they're constantly all the kids in Chennai are playing. Whether it's blitz, bullet, classical games, calculating, analyzing. So it'll be interesting when the tournament ends and what is revealed about the teams. I think a lot of that
Yeah.
also depends on how the tournament goes.
Yeah, very important. If you
Absolutely.
win, then you can proudly reveal कि भाई ये मेरी team है. If you
Actually,
come
Sahil,
in,
पता है
हाँ.
नहीं पता है. Then I've noticed that they don't reveal the full team because very often that's also
अच्छा,
the World Championship team. It could be, right?
fair.
Whether it's open or in women. So the names that are revealed are very strategically thought of.
Very interesting.
220.
Interesting. Muy interesante.
By the way, coming to Pragg's game, Pragg is also coming to Pragg's game, as we can see. So Queen C4 के बाद Anish did castle. So after a 13-minute thing, बहुत time सोचा उन्होंने, but उन्होंने best move निकाल दिया. And to your point, Tanya, again, he's finding all the best moves. He's just taking a lot of time. Look at the 30-minute difference on the clock. Imagine if this difference carries over to the final moves of the game. Pragg will have a huge edge. What are your thoughts, Tanya?
My
I
thoughts are
think.
echoing.
Sorry, I.
No.
Tanya.
No, my thoughts would echo your thoughts completely. And I think this is something we touched upon, right? Keep an eye on the clock in this game. It is the thing is at this level, an opening surprise will not get you a full point. It's not like 10 move mein bhai win ho gaya, handshakes, let's move on to round 2. It is these small wins that you'll have, an advantage on the clock, one tiny weakness to play for, a better development, just a game with all the pieces on the board. And at each of these, I think Pragg has managed to get it. So that clock factor, very, very key. I do expect at some point, though, Sahaj, for Pragg also to slow down.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But by that time happens, Anish could potentially be already in serious time trouble. I think in Tata Steel also we saw something similar where because there as well time pressure time increment was not happening until move 40 as well. So in those moments there could be huge blunders, huge mistakes from either side of the situation. But question to you, Tanya, who do you think has an edge in this match provided दोनों का time pressure है? Who do you think has an edge?
So you're saying dono ka time pressure hai, but I mean, obviously that question totally relies on the kind of position that there is, right? If one side has an attack, and even if the other side can defend, usually the attacker has a huge gain because it's harder to defend with little time on the clock. But if it's, let's say, a position which is equally complicated and opportunities for both to go wrong, I would say that maybe Pragg feels more at home in those kind of extra complex little time positions. It's very close and the margin might not be much. But I would be inclined to say that Pragg might be slightly more comfortable playing those positions out with little time. What are your thoughts on this?
I think same, just because of how the game, how the opening, and how the situation unfolded until this point. Because I think Pragg, I mean, look at he's very happy. I think he's looking comfortable. He knows slightly better at time pay advantage, and Anish is completely locked in. Yeah, he knows slightly worse, and one bad move, and then you have to defend, and you might not be able to defend successfully. So just how the situation unfolds. अगर दोनों का time pressure आता है यहाँ पे, I think Pragg has a slight advantage.
Sahil, I
By
have to
the way-
say, the whole game, he's just been sitting in this pose, leaned back, arms crossed, and just reaching out to make the move. And that is the ultimate chill vibe that you can give on the board. At this level, he has at least so far, I haven't seen him head in hands trying to calculate, the look that Anish has. So one can already feel that, at least so far, Anish has felt the pressure.
Yeah, and I think pressure feel ho hi raha hai. Also, I think it seems like 6 is the number of the day somehow. 16 moves हुए हैं. 66% people feel that Pragg is going to win this game, and I think that's based on the moves so far. 2026 साल भी चल रहा है, of course, and 26% off भी है भाई chess का membership पे for the entire
Wow.
division of the candidates.
Well
So chat,
done, well
you
done.
can get the membership right now at 26% off while the candidates is on. And Tanya, chat कुछ
भाई,
हाँ साज भाई हाँ.
Also, Grover, Tikku, or Sachdev, if you remove the H, they also have 6 letters. Crazy, no? आप 6 numbers की बात कर रहे थे.
Chat, honestly, with the hard work that both Sahaj and Sahil have put into this plugin of the 26% off jo chal raha hai, I think isi ke liye you guys need to go and avail it. Just for that.
लोगों ने अभी 66 का 65 कर दिया भाई, just to kind of end this trend right now.
Troll
But by the way,
करने में chat से और कोई बड़ा है नहीं.
हाँ, and chat, thanks for informing us कि भाई Anna Muzychuk has made a slight mistake. And
This
after
is the move
Bishop
that I
D7,
wanted, by the way.
yeah, she did not play Rook D8. She played Knight B4, the second best
No.
move, logical. But
Yeah,
Sahaj,
for
as you
me, this
mentioned,
is
Knight C3
Knight
is possible.
C3. But I will say, I get it, Sahaj, when you explained it and you said the delay. The thing is, once you see that, you understand it. But I will say Knight B4 is the more human move than Rook to D8, because understanding it sitting on the board that I want to wait for that white knight to get out before I move this knight, defend my knight, defend the pawn. It's not as easy as it might look while we're analyzing. This is my take.
Yeah, but I think again, if you look at it from Divya's side, right, you have 134 on the clock. We're 131 now. She's been thinking for 4 minutes for the first time in the entire game, by the way. And you get this position. I mean, literally no. I mean, it's like white is better. Black out double pawn है. एक pawn मर सकता है. Pieces better developed है. Bishop A6 पे एकदम it's just a completely useless piece. I don't think you can ask for a better position as white, like in an event like this.
I fully agree, by the way. I think that is such a great point you make. All the process that you said, what stands out to me is that light squared bishop that black has. That is such a problem piece, such a problem child. You know, you can still make a case here, double pawns jo hai, maybe not the easiest to get to, rook d8 aega, bishop hata lega. It is a long-term weakness, but that bishop on a6, what is the future of it? The only plan I see is c5, bishop b7 to reroute it. But that will leave behind so many squares for the white knight to jump onto. There'll be weaknesses on the board. You have a healthy pawn structure. The rooks are coming on the open line next. Great start for Divya, great start for Pragg out of the opening.
And I think she's still thinking about before she plays knight
chat
c3,
का
but I think it's a very
सवाल है
logical
साज भाई.
move.
एक
Yes,
साज
भाई.
भाई सवाल है. कह रहे हैं पोहा खाओगे क्या? ये कहाँ से आ रहा है साज भाई? Any
But I have
explanation for
no
this?
idea why that. Like, and I had it. I had poha like 2 days ago. So like, where is
Did
this
you
coming
mention
from?
it anywhere? Did you mention it
No,
on
I have
any?
no idea why. No
Poha?
idea. हाँ.
Favorite dish होगी
पोहा
शायद, you know?
मेरी नहीं, मतलब it's
Budapest में? I doubt it.
exactly, yeah. It's difficult, but
Chat,
it's not my
explain
favorite dish,
yourself.
by the way.
I'm very curious about this poha mystery. Okay, by the way, Divya does bring the knight out, a very logical approach in the position, fighting against knight c2, developing the piece as well, expecting Muzychuk now to go rook d8 and hit the bishop.
Yeah. She's not at the sea right now. So, by the way, time difference still, yeah, almost 40 minutes now. So, Divya having some chances. Chat, lag raha hai kuch ban sakta hai is game ke andar. And meanwhile, one look at the Vaishali game. Just a brief introduction. Any updates here that you think that might be noteworthy? Tanya, Sahaj?
Can we just do an action replay on this to understand how we got here?
Yeah, knight g3, d6, knight a4. Both the knights kind of heading off to the corner. Check, c3, bishop a5. And now white prepares. Okay, first place b4, bishop c7. And now they both castle. And now queen d3. Already a move which you don't see typically, yeah?
I think that was maybe the first time that she went away from her theory, because she was thinking for around 22 minutes before she played queen d3. And I can see it's not the best move according to the bar, at least. Instead, bishop e3 was slightly stronger. But I'm not really sure what's the difference. Like, why can't I switch from queen d3 to bishop e3 and just, switch it around for Vaishali?
I
I
mean, I'll be
still
honest,
think
to
she
me,
looks fine.
just yeah, for me, both look fine. I think the fight will be for this d5 square. I think that is going to be a key point in this game. For Bibisara, I think she's going to try to break with d5 when she can. And the moment I say that, I wonder, is it possible to do that immediately? Oh, she is preparing it. She wants to finish her
Yeah.
development before, so she first controls it. Bishop e6 played. Now, I think Sahaj, if White was to continue with a move like Bishop e3, can you rely on d5, knight c5 as White?
That's a
Because
great
अगर
point, yeah.
d5 successfully आ गया, then Black has equalized without any problems.
Basically, that problem is that knight sitting on a4. What d5 पे होता तो white would have been like amazing, maybe even close to being winning, but like strategically speaking. But knight on a4 is a problem. So maybe somehow you can play b5, d5 or something like that instead of going d5 straight away, because that gives, like you said, knight c5 to my opponent. तो b5 पहले, knight को b2 पे I'm guessing, and then d5. And this is equal, yeah? Maybe even
Yeah.
slightly preferred for Bibisara.
General rule of thumb in these Sicilians, as Black, you want to get d5. As White, you want to do everything on the planets to stop d5. That is your one goal. As long as d5 doesn't come, White will always hold an edge. We have a decision by Vaishali. I think she's bought the rook behind the queen. So putting more control on that d5 square for now, at least.
Abhi bhi if you play b5 and d5, so at least that rook is there. But I don't know what's the follow-up. Like if I play b5, knight b2 and just d5.
I kind of have to say, it looks like Bibisara shouldn't be in too much trouble. I say that, and I see d5 is a mistake here.
There's bishop g5, which is the only way to kind of
okay.
create
That's very
some
problems.
problems. And
And
now
pawn
ठीक है
takes
तो एक
pawn?
बार h6
Yeah.
खेल दो. h6 पहले कर दो. b5 नहीं
Yeah.
b5 नहीं ना.
you want
h6
to
से
go
पहले.
directly h6, yeah?
Yeah.
Fair. Now
Basically, you're
bishop
just
e3 will be-
preparing d5.
Yeah,
Doing
now
everything
b5
to
d5.
get that.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, एक बार d5 आ गया तो मतलब बिल्कुल equal, and that pawn on c3 is like a long-term weakness for Vaishali, so she would have to watch out for that. Like one way to look at this is maybe you can play a4 and create another weakness for Bibisara ताकि वो थोड़ा distracted रहे. But if she gets d5 and that b5 pawn is safe, then Vaishali could be in trouble here.
All right, well,
time situation
time
में
situation is quite
पीछे है
level.
वैशाली, yeah?
But I would
But
say
थोड़ा सा-
positions also level. I don't think White or Black. I think Bibisara's happy with the position. Vaishali is fine. This is a very equal level game so far. It's tough to hype up anything in this at this moment. But speaking of Vaishali, I think we have to speak of Pragg, and I think we should go
Yeah.
back to that because that is not as much of a strategic fight. I think just two moves have happened. Sahil, Bishop Bhar Aaya after Queen C4.
Yeah, but two very important moves actually. And rook e8 khela yahan pe, just kind of unpinning that knight. So this knight is now free to move to g6, for example, and it can come to f4, e5, and so on. So where does White put his pieces now? He plays the best rook e1, but traditionally you would feel like, okay, kuch king side pe queen side pe karna chahiye to get to the king, but no, rook e1, rook moves towards the center. So nobody is kind of attacking just yet, yeah? Both players playing in the center, rook e8, rook e1.
I think एक moment पे मेरे को knight d5 चाहिए, like knight d5, queen d5, and then some c3 move just as an add-on, just to guard all the dark squares. b4 का pawn, d4 का square, oh sorry, b4 का square, d4 का square, b2 का pawn. If I can achieve that, then I think Pragg is very, very comfortable. Like he becomes extremely dangerous, I think, in these positions because you can just grind out very, very long game with that slight pressure, and he has more time on the clock as well. So Anish has to be careful.
I mean, it's a great plan, what you say, and I think that plan will be even more powerful in case Anish ever gets tempted to move the knight away, thinking कि भाई जितने trades ला सकता हूँ, let me get my knight to g6. That would actually allow knight d5 in an even more dangerous form with b6 weak. And suddenly, you know, many years ago, Pragg had provoked the move a6, creating these small weaknesses on the queen side, these dark square weaknesses. And this is what I have noticed about elite chess, about top level chess. And it happened right here. Remember, this is preparation. So it is very possible that this was part of the plan. And it usually is that moves later, you see the disadvantages of a pawn move like a6.
Yeah. Correct. Knight d5, knight b6, greatly. I think it's a very, very nice attack for Pragg. But knight g6, I'm not sure if Anish goes for that. What if he goes king b8, for example? Yeah, just, okay, simple move, getting away from the fork. And then I can plan knight g6. What happens then? Like it's tough to create a like a straight plan for Pragg as well, if I'm not having knight d5.
And king b8 feels the most natural, right? Like the first move you think about, just putting the king in the corner, kind of very safe. But apparently there's something wrong with this.
Also, you're moving away from any b6 folks, right, in the future. So king
Yeah.
b8 makes a lot of sense. You know, the one thing that I would love to do is, again, thinking more strategically zoomed out way, and just to give some planning ideas here, is to read out my pieces and shuffle them around in such a way that I can go knight d2, move my queen away, and plant this knight on c4. It's a very thematic ideas when you want to provoke your opponent to make some more pawn moves, some more weaknesses. If I can get that knight to b6, I would be very happy. I don't know how I can make it work, and if now is the time, because queen f4, knight g6 is a problem.
Yes, and that f5 pawn is not hanging, sadly, in this position. If that knight on f3 was not there, then queen f5 would always be a threat in this position. So king b8 looking very, very scary. What
Can
I'm
white
thinking
start with knight d2? Can I start with knight d2, or is the whole plan not?
black ki chalega, king b8
and knight d2.
Yeah, but d4, something on d4 maybe.
But also like
knight g6, yeah.
took
Bhai,
a
knight
dip,
g6 na बहुत annoying चाल है. Let's just do something. Let's just take the knight. Bishop e7. Khatam.
You want to take it now?
Problem solved.
7. Now
ये तो better होनी चाहिए ना white की,
Knight
because you have the
d5.
d5 square.
Knight d5, rook e1, rook e1.
And
Can
also
we
let's
just
point
knight
out, you know, you
e5?
can get more pieces off the board, like rook e8, get the majors off the board, but that is not safe for black because f5, h7 is such a massive weakness, and that gives white something to play for long term. More majors come off, more weak the structure gets for black.
Agreed.
Yeah, true.
And these,
I mean, in this position, I can just take the rook, play c3, king f2, and just focus on that pawn on
Yeah.
f5 forever.
And h7 as well.
Yep. And meanwhile, if we go back to the position, king b8 pe apparently queen f7 is the issue for Anish.
That's the square. That's the square. Very nice.
Yeah.
Because now knight g6 isn't possible because the queen on d7 is undefended. Every move has its own consequences. This is like really amazing. You know, a few days ago there was a class that was happening with Gelfand, and I had the good fortune to attend that class. So I was attending it, and in that he spoke about this. He called it, like, he said that this was actually Gary's concept, Gary Kasparov's concept, which was the concept of, he called it the geometry consequences. That whenever your opponent plays a move, the first thing that you need to look at is what are the consequences of that move? What square has been left behind? What piece has been left undefended? So before thinking about your own moves or your own candidates, instead of that, shift it to think about what has changed in the position. So for example, queen f7 right now will not make that much sense because knight g6 defends everything as long as the queen on d7 is guarded. But the moment you go king b8,
because
queen
of the
f7
king.
becomes.
Yeah. And now this is not possible because this is hanging. Yeah.
It's a great point.
Chess is tough,
actually.
man. Chess is very tough, actually. And imagine being Anish Giri right now with the black pieces, with your head in your hands, wondering, bhai, pehla round hai, haar nahi sakte. Like, it's very tough.
You know, Tanya, I mean, chess is like, on that note of chess is difficult. जब Tanya explain कर रही थी ना ये सब, तो I thought f5 के pawn पे होगा कुछ. Like knight g6 पे, like the f5 pawn is left undefended, but it was the queen on d7. But yeah, it just goes to show it's very, very difficult to understand these complicated,
And I think
concepts in an actual
that's
game.
why Gary termed it as geometry, right? That it's so beautiful and advanced. And yes, chess is difficult, but it's also so stunning, I think.
Yeah, agreed. And while Anish thinks, just one look at that Zhu Jiner game, because black played king to h8. And now, like, knight is just there, sitting there, ready to be captured. And I don't know what white plays here, to be honest. Not an easy position.
But f5 तो नहीं आ रहा because you have queen takes g5. I have a crazy move. What if I go h4? मेरा idea है कि मैं f5. भाई सही, is this working? No, it's not. Okay, it's bad.
Not the best, but
it's strong.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
It's strong.
The idea is
kind
to
of
play
fun.
f5 now, yeah?
Wow. So let's say
I really
a6,
like it.
f5. I take the knight. You take it back first, or do you want to play f6 first?
f6, I'm thinking. G5 is more relaxed though. Like I feel that should also be winning.
Wow.
She makes a move. She has gone knight e3. Oh, attacking the bishop and the pawn. Exactly, capitalizing on that principle that Tanya was just talking about. When you play king h8, you are loosening that pawn on f7, and that is exactly what Zhu Jiner is targeting in the next move.
and a double attack at that as well. By the way, I just had a look, and our chat has some inputs onto who is helping who at the candidates. I don't know, Sahil, if you'd like to take a look at that.
Oh, really?
Oh yes, I
Check
I I,
it.
I saw that, and yeah, some of them are true, by the way.
भाई ये देखो यार
Care,
भाई you have to
care to
leave some
elaborate.
things to the imagination भाई सब कुछ रिवील कर दोगे तो फिर फायदा क्या है
मुझे but look but okay, I can also be lying, yeah.
नहीं नहीं भाई अब तो तुमने रिवील कर दिया सब
Sahil, it's like really part of your duty to not lie. You're a commentator. People trust you.
सहज भाई लगता है खुद हिकारू के सेकंड सबके
Exactly.
सेकंड रिवील कर दिए भाई
Exactly, chat. Trust me.
Um,
Oh,
yeah,
by the way, in
so
Divya's board, slight update. Anna Muzychuk has gone bishop to c8.
Oh, wow.
It
That's a very
looks.
interesting approach.
I mean, it doesn't look like the most pleasant move because you're putting
No.
your bishop back to the original square, but with bishop a6 pay was just completely useless.
I actually love
makes
it,
sense.
Sahaj. I really like it. I mean, this is problem solving Ultra Pro Max, right? We were talking about that bishop being bad. And again, counterintuitive that tumhara rook bahar nahi hai and you retreat with the bishop to the starting position. But I think practically this is a great resource that Anna's found on the board. Bishop takes bishop, rook takes bishop, you're super happy. So I think as white, you can't escape the trade, but you maybe want to trade on your terms. So get one of the rooks on the 7th rank if it was to happen. So rook d1, as you're pointing out, makes a lot of sense.
let's say rook ft1
And
now
bishop
if you
takes
take
bishop, rook
yeah,
takes
rook
bishop, and
d7
at least you're
and
hitting on c7.
still
Rook
unpleasant
c8, I'm
right?
guessing.
Yeah
And do you now just improve the position of your king, or rook d1 maybe first?
but maybe black
This
also
is a
comes in
dream position. I don't agree with the bar here. 0.3. I mean, it looks really, really bad.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, at some point, I don't know when we do it, either we first bring our king to g2, but ideas like f3, knight e4, once that knight starts coming onto f6, g5 kind of squares, you're starting to look at really difficult attacks.
Yeah, also that a3, b4, c5. एक बार वो दिखा सकते हो साहिल भाई? a3, knight a6. Just humor me. b4 and c5, and look at that knight.
Then he
No
wants to go
future,
knight
yeah.
b8. Knight b8, rook d8. No, rook d8, rook
Why?
e8. Can we see that? This is crazy.
Wait, knight b8. I'll play rook d3. Like no, वो knight तो खराब ही है ना वहाँ पे. वहाँ से थोड़ी ना निकल रहा है वो.
true okay although
How
bar
is this
still saying
equal,
it's
bhai?
equal yeah
How is
yeah
this
I
equal?
agree this is insane
so
yeah
ugly. So ugly. Maybe what you're relying on is black. Are you relying on No, you're not even relying on
फिर
a5.
भी
Let
इग्नोर
me
कर
show
दूंगा
you.
ना मैं a5 को.
it is a5 actually wow it is
It is
a5
a5.
apparently
I thought a5, ba5, rook c5, rook d8, rook d8, rook d8, king e7, rook b8, c3 is hanging. That's the whole point.
yeah
Interesting.
And a3, a5 gone.
But bishop c8, practically, I like this. I like this move by Anna. I have to say that it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
okay,
it
coming
But Divya
might
with a
not
huge
be the
opportunity.
most like attractive, but it's like it's necessary. I think this move bishop c8 to be
Yeah.
played.
Also, by the way, the most important question of the candidates, I think we missed it so far. So, is Bluebaum getting a sweep? What do you make of this position with the white pieces?
So, okay,
I
I
mean-
just read and heard about the Bluebaum sweep. Can someone fill me in? What is the story and the meme behind the Bluebaum sweep?
So, essentially, he
Sahil
was
bhai, you
getting,
take this.
I mean, he was in the last category in every tier list. Like, कम से कम 203 tier list हो चुकी है अब तक, and हर जगह पे Bluebaum and Esipenko in the last category. So people are like, okay, he's being underestimated now, but he's gonna strike back with like 14 wins or something like that.
Oh.
Yeah, ये position
could
it's
do
a
it.
two-result game. I think. Is it fair to say that this is a two-result position for Bluebaum? I mean, I don't see White losing this.
Time देखा आपने? Like Bluebaum has
Bhai,
taken about 7 minutes on the clock, but this I have to say for Wei Yi is not new territory. Time management, we saw it at the World Cup as well. I've seen it at Norway chess as well. He's a beast with seconds on the clock, but it is something that can be costly for him. But this is a 1 hour difference. Bluebaum very comfortable, completely agree, 2-result game.
14 by 14 नहीं होगा फिर तान्या. He needs to win this somehow. Chat की demand है. Chat is going crazy. 14 by 14 नहीं चाहिए. So yeah, let's see.
You know,
Meanwhile,
sorry, go on.
no, go on, Tanya, please. Yeah.
No,
Too
I was
interesting
just
to
going to
read.
say that, Bluebaum's whole story is so, for me, like somewhere in my heart, I'm really rooting for him to do well in this candidates. I think some months ago, maybe was it the Grand Swiss or after World Cup? I'm not sure which tournament, but he spoke about the lack of sponsorship and how difficult it is for him to have trainers. He didn't have a coach with him. And he's the only player here who actually set up crowdfunding to have a set of coaches for the candidates and to get somebody on his team. He approached, like he approached, spoke out about it, and then finally his federation came together, some people to help him out, the crowdfunding worked out, and finally it was before Tata Steel, where we were talking about how much he impressed everyone, that he was able to put a team together. And we saw the results of that, right? Just the way he played there. And so I feel like that whole storyline for me is so amazing that I really hope he goes on to do well in this tournament.
Same.
think the
I think I share
uh,
your sentiment. I think on that note, and plus, I mean, when it comes to the actual chess, I mean, it feels like he's like a 2750 plus player each game that he plays. He's never in trouble. He waits for the right moment. He sticks to what he knows, and it just seems to work so well against him. But my sort of thinking is that previously, just if events like Grand Swiss, events like Tata Steel, I think players were necessarily targeting him because he was one of the lower seeds, and well, that's the approach, right? You try to take down the lower seed, depending on the situation. But I feel that's not the case anymore because people know Bluebaum can capitalize on this. I feel like players are not going to necessarily over press against Bluebaum, if that makes sense.
but they might be forced to know to some
Yeah.
extent, like at some point, because there are very few people whom you can easily beat, right? So beating somebody like Fabi, for example, like wo, ek dream rakhna, and then beating somebody like Bluebaum, you obviously go after Bluebaum, and after he loses one game, you sense that weakness, then maybe players go after him. Yeah, isko to harana hi hai. Like that's what happened to Abbasov last time, your first Saj bhai. So what do you think?
He was not my first buy, but
That just sounds really weird.
My second or the
risky है
first भी तो
भाई,
कोई होगा ना.
risky है.
But I will say about Bluebaum one thing that what was I going to say about Bluebaum?
बढ़िया player है वो.
I was no, taking your point forward, Sahil, that is exactly something that Bluebaum can rely on to work on his favor. That everyone comes for him, and that is what will give him those chances, right? And while I agree that at tournaments like these, people have to take extra risks because only the first place matters, nothing else matters. So you see an underdog, you go after him. But maybe Bluebaum's strategy would be around that I play solid, and my chances will come when opponents go all out.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Agreed.
But okay, Wei Yi तो नहीं करेगा ना भाई. तो Wei Yi तो is
Bhai,
he's gonna be
look at
super
this.
solid, I think.
The piece has vanished in the Zhu Jiner game.
अरे
93,
भाई,
H takes G5 and calmly in 0.1 seconds. I'm sure that's like a transmission. 0.1 seconds तो नहीं खेला होगा ऐसे flash की तरह. But F5, wow, an attack building up.
so technically, right now, Zhu Jiner does not even have a pawn for the piece. वो एकदम, it's a free piece, full piece, basically.
But
And
the
she's
bishop
winning,
on
yeah?
g4 is trapped. I'm going to point out after even bishop h5, you have the move g4, which actually kills the bishop. It has no squares, so only temporarily piece down. f5 beautifully
true.
played because I think अगर वो पहले knight takes bishop मारती तो pawn takes pawn के बाद Tan Zhongyi would be laughing. ऐसे कि ये क्या किया तुमने? So I think f5, what is impressive is that this had to be something she foresaw a while ago. The idea that I have f5, I sacrifice temporarily, I will have g4, and I don't really see a way for black to keep that bishop alive.
I think it's going to fall, yeah. Maybe you can go bishop f5 and take a pawn as compensation, but doesn't feel enough, yeah? Bishop f5 सोच रहा था मैं. But gf5, e5, I mean, feels the same. Just
I
ef5
mean,
now.
yeah, e5.
This
And the
looks-
problem is, right, after pawn takes, see, if you take the pawn, knight takes pawn, that knight is beautiful in those positions. However you put it, like in this manner. And your king is very, very weak. On the other hand, if you allow pawn takes pawn, then the king is again in a mating net on the h file. No, f takes g6 at some point. Let's say bishop takes
okay.
pawn. Yeah. If you just wait with this, then after pawn takes pawn, anything comes on h3, it's game over. Once that bishop on a2, look at that piece at the other end of the board. It is a monster of a piece. You might be forced to play d5, but all your pawns are such targets.
Yeah, yeah,
this is
exactly.
horrific.
एक check चाहिए बस h file पे, yeah, that's it.
Bas,
And then it
game
would be
khatam.
over.
Why
Any
Tan Zhongyi
chances
was
that this match is finished in the next hour? It feels
Why
very difficult to save this from Black's perspective.
she was the previous winner, right? That's insane. Like
Yes.
imagine like winning the last one and getting like destroyed in like this right now, at least in the current situation in this game. So nobody is safe at the candidates, very obvious. And it's possible Saj bhai, कि 1 घंटे में खत्म हो जाए हाथ से अभी से.
It looks
What
like it checkmate is very, sorry sir, just checkmate is very
what's the
possible
best
here.
move? I
Yeah,
don't
it's
even
very
know what the
tough.
best move is.
Because white is just
It-
threatening to take knight takes bishop.
So best is just taking this with the pawn.
Takes it.
And now you take on f5 and bishop h5. This is the
G4.
best way. G4, and now apparently only move is e4.
ये मुश्किल है भाई.
This is very tough.
Playing on dark
And if
squares. Once that e5
Yeah.
square.
Yeah, you want bishop e5. So very, very tough to find over the board.
And
and
e4
she's
looks
already-
very scary, na? e4 के बाद d4 if I take Salway?
Yeah, now bishop e5, only move again. You're kind of playing on the
That's-
dark squares somewhat. And very important, gf5, bishop f4 now only move. Oh, this is close to impossible, yeah, to find.
You know, I'll say one thing that dropping your bishop on the h5 square makes a lot of sense from a human perspective because तुम वो h5 block कर रहे हो on a check thing. But these last two moves, e4, bishop e5, bishop f4, not easy at all. I think Tan is in big trouble. And last candidate, she won. She played the World Championship match against Zhu Wenjun, lost to her 6.5, 3.5. But she's also been the world champion. You know, she's an incredible fighter, but this one, I don't see her saving it. Zhu Jiner, she's a beast. She's an absolute beast.
When you showed the move e4, it already looked impossible to me. And when I'm looking at the follow-up after that, bishop e5, bishop f4, I mean, it looks very, very tough. Yeah? And if you don't find this, then you are just lost.
Yeah.
Like it's
And I
objectively
think
lost.
एक प्लेयर के दिमाग में भी यही चल रहा होता है कि आई थिंक आई एम बेसिकली क्लोज टू लॉस्ट हियर लाइक दैट रिसोर्स इज सो हार्ड टू फाइंड एंड टॉकिंग अबाउट बीस्ट तान्या आई थिंक द बीस्ट ऑफ द गेम द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट गेम वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट गेम्स कुड बी कारुआ वर्सेस हिकारू अगेन एंड वहां पे बहुत लंबी डीप थिंग्स में गए हैं हिकारू बिकॉज ही टुक 21 मिनट्स टू फाइंड दिस मूव यू नो वी सॉ इट टिल नाइट f5 राइट बिशप a3 रुक e8 d5 खेला उन्होंने एंड नाउ नाइट टू d4 आफ्टर अ 21 मिनट थिंक क्वीन कम्स टू a4 and now b6 calmly by Hikaru.
Only move, right? Because bishop b6 was c5.
Yeah.
And bishop takes knight is not what you want to give up a double bishop, your knight on d4 destabilized. So had to go b6.
Yeah. So this is the current position. And now, I mean, very hard to know the current evaluation. I mean, both players
This
thinking,
is
but
crazy. I mean, pawn takes pawn is the first question that comes to my mind with the rook on a8 hanging. I think black just wants to take bishop takes pawn and sacrifice that exchange.
oh,
Yeah,
wow.
bishop e6, bishop 8, queen 8, and yeah, that combination looks very dangerous. Yeah, knight queen and the bishop also h3 पे आने वाला है. Looks very, very scary. Knight
This is
e2
classic
could be a
Hikaru
mate
play.
as well. Yeah.
Oh, that is actually quite a pretty mate. Bishop takes knight is a threat amongst everything else, is what you're saying.
Hmm.
Deadly. You would love to put the pawn back, yeah? Keep वापस चल दूँ बस एक कदम, but not going to happen. So, I mean, also, I think there was apparently, again, bishop c3 and this, some knight e2 ideas, but very hard to find these over the board with no bishop on c1. So, फिलहाल के लिए b6 and क्या लग रहा है यहाँ पे रिजल्ट आएगा कि नहीं? Are we going to see a draw so far, instincts wise?
What do you think, Tanya?
I honestly have a feeling that I hate these questions because I always
I know.
set myself up for disaster and failure whenever I answer a prediction question because I always, you know, want a fight, want a decisive result. But okay, this position, the way it is, I'll say we get a decisive round one between these two.
So,
मेरे को भी decisive ही लग रहा है actually.
so फिर
And
प्रैक्टिकली
Sahaj,
में
by the
क्या
way,
लग
is
रहा है?
quite the prophet. He's somebody who predicts and it always comes out right. I don't know, chat, if you know this about Sahaj. He has some crazy superpower. I have been amazed with his predictions. I've known him for I don't know how many years now. And I think, Sahaj, I have to say like 90% of the times you've turned out to be right. And your predictions are usually crazy. Like they're not as normal, safe predictions ever.
अरे but I really hope कि यहाँ पे मेरी prediction सही नहीं होगी but you know but yeah but Still, I'm gonna go with Fabi winning this, I think. And but it's very, very tough to say, okay, Hikaru is gonna lose the first round of candidates itself. I mean, it just doesn't feel real.
I have a hunch though. साज भाई मेरी कुछ फोन पे बात चल रही थी कुछ दिन पहले एंड वो काफी एआई की तारीफ कर रहे थे कि एआई में घुस रहे हैं वो काफी ऐसा मे बी कुछ एआई मॉडल कुछ लगाया होगा साज भाई ने मे बी ही इज gone full AI mode and detailed analysis with recent forms Excel sheet में कहीं ना कहीं track कर रहे हैं data and he's coming up with these predictions. Is that the truth, साज भाई?
He's got the
No.
Chat GPT Ultra Pro version.
सबसे $200 a month वाला plan लिया हुआ है. Maybe that's the strategy, yeah.
Okay, by the way,
No.
moves on the Anish board. Let's take a
By
look
the
at
way,
what happened.
Rook A1 के बाद knight G6 was played. So knight takes that square, threatening that big fork. अब king कहते हैं मैं थोड़ा बगल में चल लेता हूँ, fork रानी नहीं देनी. And now knight F6 खेला उन्होंने. So forking these two pieces. So मिल गया bishop. Do you think that's a good trade for Pragg, Tanya?
I think for sure it should be because अगर आप किसी भी position में आप push करते हो, like whenever you're trying to push for an advantage, it is good when you have an imbalance. So bishop versus knight is a great sort of development for Pragg because in long term the bishop and knight are not equal to each other. So that can only help the side that is pushing in the game. That's why I think he went for knight f6 even though the knight on d5 मतलब ये knight वो bishop से ज़्यादा strong है like if अगर आप individually उनको देखते हो तो but I think he played knight f6 because he purposefully wanted an imbalance on the board because Pragg thinks उसके पास chances हैं and he wants to capitalize on it.
Yeah.
What do you think, Tanya?
No, it's very interesting, this decision. And also, again, the speed with which Pragg has been taking these decisions. By the way, we do have a move after that. If we can bring our live board takes, I think the bishop was attacked and it's Pragg on the think right now. I'm expecting him to simply come back. The question is, which diagonal does he want to keep it on, G5 or C3? As Pragg is thinking about that, I would be very inclined to think, Saj, and I want your view on this as well, that when we prepare these openings, and especially, I mean, for these guys, their preparation at this level, also part of the preparation goes beyond the opening moves. They already have an idea that in such structures, these are the pieces we want on and off the board. I think for Pragg, there is a deep understanding of this sort of a position where he realizes long term with pawns on both flanks, bishops can often be stronger than knights. It is an open position. Black does have problems with the d6, c5 pawns as well, which can come under fire because they're on dark squares. And to me, knight f6 was not the most natural move because, as you pointed out, that knight looks so beautiful on d5. It's like your dream knight. But I think it's a conceptual thing that perhaps Pragg already had in his mind, part of the preparation, maybe not in this position, but that strategically, in these structures, a bishop and knight trade long-term favors white.
So what you're saying is basically Pragg ke paas, like even after the bishop and knight have been traded off, like he still has some clue ke, okay, rook trade karne hai, pe queen trade karne hai. Like, you
Exactly.
know, he knows exactly what the perfect end game is.
What he wants to keep on and off the board.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Also,
and what is that? What do we want to keep on and off the board? Let's say knight f6, bishop takes knight, bishop takes bishop. If you're Pragg right now, and we go rook f8 here as was played, Pragg on the thing, I would be very tempted to put this bishop on c3. I like that square. I'm controlling d4. Maybe I want to go b4 at the right square. It just feels like a nice diagonal. And I think I'm also discouraging knight e5 because after every trade, c5 will be hanging.
Yeah, and also you keep the square on g5 free for the knight. Like when knight g5, knight e6 aa sakta hai, h7 ke pawn pe pressure dal sakta hai, and you know all of that. And it's difficult to make a move from Anish's side. There are no logical moves that make sense. Unless it's just rook takes c1, which I don't think, like I'm not comfortable exchanging the rooks just yet here.
But let's show that. Rook takes rook, rook takes rook, rook e8. And I think to show the problem of pawn weaknesses here. And I think after rook takes rook, queen takes rook, a move like queen d5 could be very... Ooh, queen d5, queen e3 check. Am I walking into something?
Like king f2 खेल लो ना actually, I think.
But there could be some knight e5, knight g4 also. So I'm not sure.
But queen d5, if queen e3, I think it's still fine. Queen d5, queen e3, because I have king f1 and suddenly you've got these two problems with f5 and d6.
Knight f4, थोड़ा डर लग रहा है ताने देख के.
Or maybe queen e2 if you want to be really flashy.
Oh, wow.
Oh ho
That
ho,
would be
Queenie
nice.
too. Beautiful. Damn, that was so quick, yeah. Nice.
But it's not the best because White's king, I think. I don't know. But this endgame, it says, see, White has better position because of Black's pawn structure.
But by the way, to answer your question, this is that position, I'm guessing, where all the major pieces are traded off the board, and bishop knight and knight knight is a almost a winning position for white. We just saw
Yes,
it.
yes.
By the way, चैट का एक मैसेज है कि FIDE चैनल पे एक पोल लगाया था उन्होंने कि हिकारू फैबी में कौन जीतेगा एंड द पोल इज 50-50 50-50 poll hai. So I think the audience is like so unclear on these games. Round 1 से ही इतना drama चालू हो चुका है. And drama से याद आया, of course, Rook H8, as chat pointed out, also not the best move by Anish. So Pragg apparently, objectively has a slight edge, as you mentioned, Tanya. But also, apparently, Goryachkina has a very nice position. एक बहुत बड़ी गलती करी उन्होंने. यहाँ पे Rook F D8 के साथ, which does look very natural, right? But somehow after Queen C2, White is just better, much better.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
guessing
the first thing.
the
Sorry,
same
go on.
situation. Yeah, that pawn on c7 being the isolated pawn. You can take on d4. I'm guessing knight takes d4. That pawn on c7 is the biggest problem, and you're not giving up anything in return. It's kind of like wo Anish and Pragg ki position, but on the other side of the board. Like Anish ke board pe we are seeing it on the right side, and here we are seeing it on the left side. And yeah, this looks good for Goryachkina. Very good chances.
I'm still thinking, yeah, I completely agree. I think it's just you are playing without any weaknesses. You've solved your problem of the D pawn right now. So you're the one who's targeting everything in the position. As you said, the tactics work in White's favor. It's a very healthy advantage for White in this position. Speaking of the poll that Chat was talking about, I mean, we kind of predicted a decisive result in Fabi versus Hikaru, right? In this position. By the way, Fabi on a long think here. I just want to point out a fun line. It's not going to be accurate because I also worked out the refutation of it. But here, you know, we were talking about pawn takes pawn. It could be tempting to go d6. And the idea is that after d6, if you take that pawn, now bishop takes rook and you're super happy, right? This is easy to spot. And also what tempted me to, oh wow, this is also not that good. But I think the problem is, no, the problem is bishop d7 and you win that bishop back in all these lines. So this is why it doesn't work. But the fun line was that if black goes rook b8, then suddenly after pawn takes pawn, like black's queen is super overloaded. It's 1-0 on the spot.
Oh wow, Queen 8, yeah.
Nice. Nice.
बुलेट पे ट्राई कर सकते हैं. I will fall for it for sure.
d6 with the problem is bishop d7 and any position you give up this Catalan bishop of yours, the beautiful bishop on g2 and black has enough compensation.
Yeah, ये तो फरीदाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट चैंपियनशिप की गलती लग रही है rather than candidates, but definitely possible.
Thanks, yeah, Sahil.
They would possible. You never know, yeah. If this was like 10 seconds on the clock, would definitely happen. But meanwhile, दोनों के पास घंटे से ऊपर है, so I don't expect कि गलती होगी. But yeah, Fabi still in a very very long think. So maybe which game shall we jump to? Because I think
Fabi is thinking ना d6 के बाद हिकारू खेलेगा क्या? Because रुक बेट तो नहीं चल रहा है. तो Fabi सोच रहा है अभी क्या करे.
So chat said 50-50. This will 50% Hikaru will win, 50% Fabi will win, or draw नहीं होएगा. So chat thinks that it will be decisive. ऐसा है क्या?
I think 50-50 मतलब draw ही होगा. I think
they're saying कि मतलब 50% Hikaru wins, 50% Fabi wins. I think maybe that's the.
तो किसी ने draw बोला ही नहीं है इस गेम के लिए फिर.
Smart है ना FIDE वाले में, हमने draw डाल दिया फालतू में. हटाओ, draw नहीं चाहिए.
कौन डाल रहा है ये polls?
अभी डालते हैं. हमने by the way डाला था Pragg और Anish का. 69% लोग कह रहे हैं Pragg wins, 10% Anish wins, and 22% draw. So draw is higher. I
mean,
than
obviously that's not a biased poll at all. Obviously. Yeah. Of course. But you know, surprisingly, I will say that this time maybe it's actually not, because the position that we have on the board, we've been discussing about it, right? That Pragg is the one with all the chances there. So I don't think it's just the heart talking.
By the way, F4 was played by Anish in just about 2 minutes. And यहाँ पे अभी भी white के लिए edge दिखा रहा है, but it's like a weird specific move order, and I would love to know your thoughts. The idea is rook takes e8, and now a5. Why is it just not a5? Why is it a5 now? Like, any thoughts on this? Looks very interesting.
I mean, one thing that stands out to me, Sahaj, is that f4, Anish, if it's black to play, he wants to go rook e3. If you're allowed, would be my guess.
Rook e3 instantly.
Yeah, like just plant the rook there and then bring your other rook on e8. And whenever that rook is captured, you take that space with your pawn and you know, just feel very happy about life.
Right, but and if you take rook e8 first and play a5, then okay, after rook e3, what is the point of keeping that rook there? Yeah, you can just
You
play
don't
bishop
care.
d2 or something,
Yeah.
and I think that would be good. So, and let's not forget that pawn on f4 is still a huge weakness, and now it can be targeted by the bishop on c3, bishop d2, knight g5. So Anish would have to be a bit careful. I don't think it's worrying territory just yet. I think Anish can still save this very, very easily. I think he should be able to. But still, Pragg थोड़ा difficult तो करेगा ये. Like I think this match will go long.
But to your point, my question then is, what is the problem between a5, rook e3, and then bishop d2? Isn't it the same thing? Aren't you still provoking black to do something with that rook? Unless there are some crazy sacrifices like
I
knight
think you
e5,
have
rook
takes
h
and knight e5 because then the bishop doesn't look at the e5 square anymore. So if you play
That makes
a5, Salve, maybe you can show this a5 rook e3. अगर आप bishop d2 अब आते हो इस position में, because we were just discussing this earlier, then rook takes rook, then knight e5 है मेरे पास. एंड वो बिशप जो पहले c3 पे था, वो नाइट e5 के स्क्वायर को कंट्रोल करके बैठा हुआ था, वो अब नहीं है. एंड नाउ दैट f pawn can even push further, yeah, to f3, and this would be okay for Anish.
Yeah.
So what are the
Pragg
chances
is-
you after rook takes rook, and then if you go a5? I mean, also, what is a5? Why is a5 so strong or needed at this moment is also another question that comes to mind. And what's the follow-up? Let's say some move is made. Rook.
Rook. Let's
I want to
say
go rook
king 8, I
e2,
don't
but
know.
I'm walking into something like d4 maybe. I don't know.
And I think d4 anyway is the plan apparently.
Yeah.
So king b8 maybe, like, so king is only on b8, my bad. Let's say king a8 khela humne, just putting in the corner. Do we still go b4? I don't know, because now it's
d4 थोड़ा
not
committal लग रहा है, like थोड़ा आराम, मतलब d4 is a plan for the future, ना? Nobody's forcing me to play it.
So what do we do then? It's not clear
Queen
actually.
d5 or something, like simple,
By the way,
slow
Neeru Bhai
improvements.
is telling us that Fabi is nervous after Hikaru's b6.
हाँ, वो बहुत पहले लिखा था मैसेज उन्होंने. That's why he's thinking, right? He's been thinking
अच्छा,
for a
okay.
long time. So yeah, Fabi, of course, he knows what happened last time. भाई Fabi को जो trauma हुआ होगा ना last time, अब तक याद है. We were commentating and he was like +7, +8 against Ian and just lost that edge. So I mean, it must be like, okay, I have to keep it clean and simple this time. No last round, fancy battles, and just win all these games, play very solid and just be myself, essentially.
It's honestly just, I think, yeah, but it's too early right now in the tournament to have thoughts about what happened in the last candidates or
Yeah.
what I need to do. I think, especially when you're playing against Hikaru and given their recent history, I think Fabi just wants to be at the job at hand, which is this first game, not thinking about the marathon that this is. There are so many rounds to be played, 14 rounds ahead. And he's done a good job so far.
Yeah, for sure. And also यार फाबी के लिए वर्ल्ड टाइटल भी एक वो मिसिंग हो गया, like overall it feels like Fabi, he's always so close. Like even against Magnus he was so close, right? हम लोग
Would
game
you
6
say-
it was that end game जहाँ पे we had to find like some 15 engine moves to beat Magnus. He had one chance. People talk about that opening that end game so often, and it's just sad.
I mean, my personal opinion on this, my personal opinion here, and I think there are a lot of talks about this, and I would agree with that, is that I would say that right now, with all the players that exist and everyone on the planet, I think Fabi is the best player to have never been world champion.
Ever, yeah?
In this century, maybe, yeah?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
at
forever.
this moment with everything that we have, not ever. I would say like.
You don't think ever?
I think I now that you mentioned it, I think there are some candidates for that, in different eras. It's also very difficult, Sahaj, to compare eras, I feel, in chess.
Right.
World champions from the past, candidates from the past, people who made it, did not make it.
Maybe
Speak
Korchnoi,
of
yeah.
Victor
Korchnoi is
Korchnoi.
also
Exactly.
Korchnoi is a good candidate for that.
Exactly. And many more like that. But I think when we look at this generation, and there's always this feeling that players like Fabi and Hikaru, who was so incredibly strong, right? Complete geniuses in their own rights. Some way unfortunate to be part of the Magnus era for most of their career. And then for me, I do feel, that he is so far the best player to have never been world champion.
I think I
He
agree.
might be world champion in 6 months. So I mean,
But
it is
also like
possible.
asking you the question whether it's ever like also kind of like confirms that, yeah, confirms the thing. Because
Yeah.
for me, he's like definitely a top two contender uh, for this spot. But yeah, chat puts here Levon. Levon also, yeah, a good contender for this as well. But Levon has been World Cup champion. He has won chess 960 before. So yeah, Fabi का एक भी world title नहीं है, if you think about it,
I'm
in
a
that sense,
huge
which
Levon
is
fan, but I will say that Fabi's consistency, especially over the last 10 to 15 years, has been like really something to watch. How long he was over 2800. Even now, his rating is somewhere around, right? How regularly he plays classical elite chess, how consistently he performs. At the candidates, he's always been in the mix, first, second, somewhere having those podium finishes in most of his tournaments. So it like just yeah, maybe I would like say I get the argument for Lev, and again I'm a huge Lev fan, but I think yeah, Fabi would still in my head be a notch above in terms of not having the world championship title.
So I have a
fully agree.
question. इतने सारे world champions हैं. Do you think a world champion would know the names of all chess openings ever played, like that exist? Any world champion. Do you think, or do you think they'll miss some, like some weird obscure line जिसका नाम नहीं पता होगा उनको?
And who do you think would know the most?
I don't know, because I want to test it. If you guys are up for it, how many openings do you know?
Oh God, I'm not setting myself up for that at all. We can do this practice
you know, I
ahead.
have prepared for literally this exact moment because I have an opening that I remember to myself कि अगर कोई मेरे से पूछेगा ना तो मैं उनसे ये opening वापस पूछूंगा and there is no way they know the name of it.
What is
ठीक
it?
है?
Tell me.
So it's so you know in Italian when you play bishop c4, so fried liver,
हाँ.
but
Yes.
d5 की जगह bishop c5 खेलते हैं, उसका नाम क्या है? Chat आपसे भी सवाल, like when you play
After
fried
knight
liver,
g5. So maybe we
when
can
you
have
play
that position on the board while
Baked
Anish
liver
is
क्या?
Pragg is
I don't
thinking.
know.
जो फ्राइड लिवर होती है ना नाइट
हाँ
g5,
हाँ.
उसमें
हाँ.
d5 के अलावा बिशप c5, एक बार एरो से दिखा दो ना, वहां पे चेंज नहीं होगा.
अच्छा. Knight पे कहते हैं
मतलब
bishop
आपको नाम नहीं दिखेगा.
bishop.
बिशप c5.
हाँ, okay. ये दिखा
और
दीजिए.
चैट को
दिखाने
पता
क्या?
है भाई, चैट
So
को पता है.
fried
अच्छा, अच्छा,
liver
Traxler, okay.
The
Okay.
Traxler counter attack is what it's
yeah,
called.
it was not going to be in my top
Ah.
50 guesses.
I think Levi has a video on this, so chat ने सुना होगा. Levi की video तो
Oh.
कभी नहीं छोड़ेंगे.
Acha, on these names, opening names, yeah?
Yeah, he has a 20-30 minute video on this. I think Traxler
I think that is
specifically.
my tonight. So I do this thing before I sleep. Like I like to watch one chess video, which is not a game analysis. So I think I know which one I'm watching tonight.
Nice. Nice. It's very
Okay, okay.
common. No, bhai. It's not that common, at least at elite level. I think it might be common in bullet blitz, but not at the top level, for sure not.
You know, I'm going to ask you just one question. ठीक है, brief. I'll
Okay.
name 4 openings. आपको बताना है में से कौन सी एक actually opening नहीं है. The odd one out
Okay.
your spot, ठीक है? 4 names.
So you'll name 4, okay, and one of them
हाँ.
is not. Okay,
Not
so
an
it's like
opening.
basically
And-
3 truths and 1 lie.
Yes, ठीक है? And
Okay.
chat, you can play along and don't, Google it. Just try to test yourself. Number 1 is Fry's attack. ठीक है? Number 2 is Truffle Gambit. Number 3 is Pretzel Gambit. And number 4 is Double Duck Formation. साथ
Okay.
में ये सुना था नाम.
देखो टिक्कू को जानता हूँ मैं, तो आई नो ये जो लास्ट वाला बोला वो तो नहीं है.
Even
वो
I
तो
feel
बता.
it's between truffle and fries. One
Yeah,
of
it
them
has
is
to be
not
truffle,
true.
okay, because Tikku will add something like, nice, like,
You
something
think
you
I have a
wouldn't
sweet
expect.
tooth? Sweet tooth, so maybe I'll add Truffle Gambit. Yeah, like that might be
I
fun.
am more. I think I will go with fries, maybe.
I'll say fries as well, actually.
Well,
I'll
you
second
can't copy me, Sahaj. I'm sorry, I took fries. Now you please
ठीक
take
है,
something
गलत
else.
होंगे साथ में होंगे, it's fine.
Chal, theek hai, fine, done.
Final answer, क्या? Lock कर दे क्या?
Oh
हाँ.
God, the way he's saying, I really think Sahaj, to cover more ground, you should pick something else.
Okay, fine. Just to cover more ground, ताकि हम दोनों गलत होंगे तो फिर टिक्कू को ज्यादा अच्छा लगेगा, I guess.
So which one are you
Let's
choosing?
say
Okay.
Truffle.
Truffle, yeah? Pretzel Gambit and Double Duck नहीं है
No.
मतलब. Like,
हाँ. We are picking
उनको वो
fries
है
and...
opening मतलब. वो है opening
हाँ
मतलब, you're saying.
हाँ जी.
हाँ. So, Sahaj, you're correct. Truffle Gambit is not an
man.
opening. But
Nice.
fries भी है, Double Duck भी है, and Pretzel भी है.
Wow.
Very cool.
Wow.
So
So, I
Sahil,
have one of these-
unfortunately, अंदर से तो साहिल बहुत उदास है कि यार.
नहीं. अरे नहीं, I think
साहिल मैं सोच रहा यार शॉर्ट बन सकता था इसका.
कंटेंट मिस हो गया यार.
नहीं, शॉर्ट तो तब भी बनाएंगे और भी है भाई, बताऊंगा बाद में आगे जाके. But yeah, for now I
As
think
chat
coming
is
back
saying,
to
by
chess.
the way, Divya's advantage is increasing. So should we jump back to that?
Oh, let's quickly jump. Checking Divya. Oh, look at this.
What?
Rook f d1 के बाद king f8 makes sense. King f1 and now knight d5.
Okay, so this is must be a critical moment for Divya. There's bishop takes c6, knight takes d5, bishop takes c8 तो नहीं, वो तो गलत लग रहा है. तो bishop takes pawn, knight takes knight या फिर pawn takes knight में से एक चूज करना है, right?
Yes.
So
But only
like
one option.
I would
Yeah.
go for knight takes knight based on instinct because it's okay, it's fine. Bishop takes d7 मेरा आइडिया था कि knight e3 वापस.
That's
And
pretty
okay,
good
I can
actually.
put pressure here.
Check king. Okay, e2, yeah, maybe.
या e2 कुछ चेक वगैरह तो नहीं है ना. Bishop g4 में f3 है मेरे पास. I'm
F3 है.
fine.
Rook e8, rook d3.
And okay, here I think Divya will push. No, here I think Anna will. I mean, Black will suffer for sure.
Yeah. Apparently, लेकिन after this knight d5 and bishop d7, the best option is f4. You first attack the rook, and then you kind of bring the king to f2. सच में आज तो f pawn को मतलब खुलेआम सब ऐसे फेंके जा रहे हैं.
मैं
There's
मतलब
no
f pawn
restraint.
crazy भाई, crazy. And you know the funny thing is you can't play. You actually cannot move the rook anywhere where it's not getting forked. Yeah, apart from f5, वहाँ पे g4 आ रहा है. But if you go to h5, knight f6 is a fork. एक बार वो arrow से दिखा दो ना. Rook h5 गया तो knight f6 is a fork. नहीं arrow से दिखा दो. It's actually very nice.
Nice.
Geometry there.
हाँ.
Rook h5 पे knight f6 है. h5 भाई.
हाँ. Sorry, rook h5 पे knight f6. Yes. हाँ.
Rook e4 पे भी knight f6 है.
हाँ.
And rook e8 पे भी knight f6 है.
But rook f6.
And rook e6 गया तो knight c7 है. It's like कहीं पर भी कहीं भी safe नहीं हो आप.
But why rook f5 and not knight e3?
It's a very good question. Yes. Very, very good question.
Like, what am I missing?
Nothing, I think. It is.
You're
winning,
missing like a stronger commentator right now. Which might be happening soon, chat.
Great segue, Saj. Love it.
True.
I wonder
But
if
yeah.
chat can guess who's joining us, by the way.
I think chat can. Chat के guesses बिल्कुल सही होते हैं सहज भाई के guesses की तरह.
Yeah, chat को तो पता होगा भाई. पहला guess होना चाहिए chat.
So actually, this is a big moment for Divya. And you know, the more I look at this position, we can also say that coming to the conclusion that knight takes knight is strong. How easy is that? For example, if you take bishop takes bishop, you calculate knight takes knight, rook attacked. Rook d8 को king e7 भी है और rook e8 भी है. So you're not exactly going into that position. So rook d3, let's say. Rook takes bishop, rook takes knight. Black has solved all problems. So you decide as Divya that here I've got nothing. So you go back to the starting position. You refute knight takes knight as one of the options. So bishop takes bishop ke baad. You also see that rook takes bishop doesn't get you anywhere. That's not an option. So in fact, she might be tempted to go knight takes knight with this. And pawn takes knight, bishop takes bishop. Sorry, if we just go back, Sahil. No, sorry. Pawn. Yeah, pawn takes knight. Bishop takes bishop, pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn. So short calculations and you see that black is solving problems. I'm actually expecting Divya to find this path forward.
So Dan,
Because it's
if
a
I
very direct line.
understand this analysis correctly, does it mean that Divya should keep minor pieces on the board and remove the major pieces? Because अभी जो पहले आपने वो rook ending जो आपने दिखाया उसमें equal था. So does it mean we need to keep our knight in order to maintain our advantage, or what are your thoughts on that?
I think the ideal case in these positions for Anna would be if she can get a pure rook pawn ending. So yes to that question, right? Because rook pawn endings have the most drawing tendencies in these kind of positions. It's not easy for white to infiltrate, attack the weaknesses. So, but Saj, I think more important here is just to be concrete with the lines. Like these ideas that you were looking at, I think just calculation wise, it works. Knight takes knight, bishop takes bishop, f4, not easy for the rook to find a good square. Exactly. And if this looks quite tricky for Black already, and we can see the bar say that there is still a defense here for Muzychuk, but
Yeah,
when
how are they
she's
not lost?
calculating,
I don't
because
understand
check
how is
now,
this not lost? King
and then
F2?
you move the rook away, because you're not in
फिर
any
भी
fork
कौन तो
now.
मर ही रहा है ना C7 पे at least.
And
Like,
this is the only
और रुक
move, by the
F5 पे
way.
रखना है आपको.
This
You
is the
can't put
only
it on-
move.
Very tough.
Only move. Yeah, yeah. Only move, by the way. And knight C7, and Saj, you're correct. Now rook C8, the only move. This is super tricky.
Knight A6, Knight C5 looks interesting, but that square is guarded by the rook. So, but if I'm playing this as white, I'm thinking I'm borderline winning, basically. I would not assess
Wow.
this as 0.3.
Wow. So that means Divya has good chances, yeah? Do you agree with that?
Yes. And I think even with accurate play, Anna Muzychuk will be in trouble for a long time in this endgame.
Yeah. So chat, it seems like Divya has some good chances, and Pragg, of course, was already better. So looking very, very interesting. It's about to heat up very, very soon. So we'll take a very, very short break. छोटू सा break लेंगे और आएंगे on the other side with some guests who you love to listen to. So we'll be back very, very soon.
Okay, Pragg, here we go with Candidates Trivia. Question number 1. Which player famously beat Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik at the 2013 Candidates Tournament?
This I should know. So Magnus lost to Peter in the last round, but I don't think Peter bet Kramnik. I think it's Ivanchuk.
Ivanchuk, yes, exactly right. Question 2. Which player has played the most Candidates Tournaments since 2013?
Yeah, Fabi.
Right, very good. 5 of them. Question 3. Who has the record for most draws in a Candidates Tournament?
In one single event or?
One single event.
Yeah, that's Harish.
I think everyone's gotten that one right. Question 4. What is the highest score a player has won the Candidates Tournament with since 2013?
I think the best was probably Jan in 20. Wait, let me get the year correct. 2020. I think it's 2021 or 2. He lost to Ding or someone in the last game. He won with round to spare.
Right, 2022.
Yeah, that was 2022, yeah.
Yeah. You know how many points he had?
Plus 5, 9.5.
Yep, plus 5, exactly. Okay. Next question. This one is going to be historical. Bobby Fischer incredibly won 20 games in a row, beginning in the old interzonal and then continuing into candidates matches. Who were his 3 candidates match opponents leading up to his world championship?
Taimanov, Petrosyan, I think Larson.
And Larson, very good. Yep. Number 6. Who finished in second place in the 2018 Candidates Tournament?
2018, yeah. So that's, I think, Karyakin.
It was Mamedyarov.
Karyakin and Mamedyarov they were tied?
They might have tied, but Mamedyarov.
Okay, I think they were tied.
Yeah, but on tie breaks. Number 7. In which city was the 2013 tournament held?
London.
Correct. Number 8. Which player had a wild candidates in Toronto, losing 4 games in a row, but later winning 5 games in a row?
Yeah, my sister and her.
Yes, it was pretty exciting. Okay. Well, the second part was exciting.
Not the first one.
Not the first one. Okay, 2 more. At the 2014 Candidates Tournament, which player finished last despite being one of the ratings favorites going into the tournament?
2014, yeah?
That's correct.
Levon?
Everybody has said Levon. I think he finished last in like Berlin or something, but it was
okay.
Topalov. And the last one, number 10. You have 10 seconds to name as many players as you can from the 2020-2021 Candidates Tournament.
That's specific candidates, no?
That's specific candidates. I'll give you 5 seconds of thinking time. And Begin.
Jan, Anish, Dink, Aleksinko, Vango, Fabi, Hikaru. I don't think Hikaru was playing. Grishuk.
Yes, I think you got all 8.
No, I think I said 7.
Maybe you missed Giri?
I
Or
did say
MVL,
Anish.
MVL.
I missed MVL.
Yeah.
Yes.
But 7 is very good in 10 seconds. Yeah.
I said Hikaru. I realized Hikaru was not playing, but still I said it.
Yes. You're not the only one to say Hikaru, so don't feel bad.
No, I know Hikaru was not playing, but I thought I will just say something.
Yes. Well, you're off the hot seat. You're all done.
Okay.
It only gets easier from here. Now you just have to go play the world's best players.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks,
Yeah,
Pragg.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
The Candidates Tournament has been one of the most important chess events for decades. But why does it even exist? Let's look at the history. Unofficially, the concept goes all the way back to the 19th century. An 1889 tournament in New York was meant to decide a challenger for then world champion Wilhelm Steinitz. It didn't exactly work. The third place finisher, Isidor Günzburg, ended up being Steinitz's challenger. For the next half century, champions handpicked their next opponents. Having money was more important than having a big tournament result. Some awesome players never got a chance. That all changed in 1946, when the sitting world champion Alexander Alekhine died. The International Chess Federation now controlled who would play. In 1950, the first official Candidates Tournament. Winner David Bronstein played the World Championship against Mikhail Botvinnik. Botvinnik had earlier won a 5-player tournament to replace Alekhine as the sitting champion. Every 3 years for the next 40 years, the Candidates Tournament decided the next challenger. It wasn't always clean. In 1962, a cheating scandal erupted. Bobby Fischer claimed collusion. The format was changed, but the candidates survived. Every world champion from the 50s through the 80s, Mikhail Tal, Boris Spassky, Bobby Fischer, and Garry Kasparov won the Candidates Tournament first. Then, in 1993, another major development. The champion and challenger agreed to quit FIDE. Nigel Short had won the Candidates Tournament.
Welcome back, chat. And we have none other than the 5-time world champion Vishy Anand, sir, directly from joining us from Cyprus. Welcome, sir, to the stream.
Thank you very much.
So how's been your experience so far? You know, traveling to Cyprus, being there, seeing the tournament live. How's it been so far?
Okay, so there was some rerouting. I had originally planned to go via Doha. I think the same for Vaishali and Pragg, because then it's very convenient. It's basically 8 or 9 hour journey, all the legs included. But that became unpredictable because you never knew which was the schedule where the flight would actually take off and land. So all of us rerouted via Europe, which made it about 7-8 hours longer, but essentially no issues. Very, very smooth the whole journey. And yeah, got here on the 27th. Pragg and Vaishali arrived a day before that. Their mom is here as well. And Divya, I think, came in even a bit before that to acclimatize a little bit. So basically that.
And while this is day 1, game 1, Anand, we know you've been quite busy. Tell us what the day has been like for you there at the venue.
Okay, so I spent an hour and a bit at the fan zone. And basically did a skim through the flyby of the games and answered a few questions, then did a couple of big autograph session, and then came straight here.
Are there a lot of live audience there? A lot of fans at the venue
Surprisingly,
today?
I mean, it's been raining. I mean, this view is deceptive because 10 minutes ago it was raining, pouring. And it's been like this for a couple of hours now, but huge crowd. And we are, by the way, in a amazing area, amazing resort. But it is some distance from the main population centers. So the fact that the crowd came over, it's like Mahabalipuram, you know, the fact that everyone comes over from the city kind of is impressive. And in that sense, the crowd was much bigger than I was expecting. But I think they didn't want to miss the first day.
Yeah. It's usually the very exciting one with some upsets. And, I want to tell chat Sahil about what just happened, about how beautiful the place is. That when Anand joined us,
Yeah.
we asked him how it is. And he actually got up and took a photo and he sent it to us. I don't know if we can have that on the screen because it's clear how stunning the venue is for the players.
Are we
And so
going
it's
to have
very,
the thing up? Okay, someone is
not
going to
yet,
put
I
it
think.
up.
Can we have it,
Okay.
Sonoy,
Not
please?
yet.
Would love
We're
to.
going to
Or I
try
can
to
do
have
it
the
later.
photo.
But anyway, it's
Yeah.
it's an amazing seaside
Yeah.
resort. Huge complex, totally self-contained, and on top of that, nearby there's lots and lots of villas where people have seaside homes and so on. So exactly as you imagine it, I think. So,
Oh, there
There
it
it
is. That's the
is.
there
photo
you
that
go.
Anand just sent us from the venue. It
That's the
looks,
view from my room, by the way. That's the view from my
oh,
room. From the venue is in the third floor level. I'm in the fifth floor.
so
And
cool.
in inverse to many hotels, the reception is in the highest floor. So, and then
Oh, wow.
everybody stays below. Uh,
So is that your balcony then?
yes, that is my balcony.
Oh, very nice. And we made sure, chat, that there were no seconds to be spotted in that photo before putting it up.
There you go.
And so we saw some clips of you talking to the players yesterday. So anything they shared? Yeah, how did you sense any nerves among the players? Like, how was the atmosphere?
No, it's just Anish being Anish. Everybody just kind of uh, enjoying the jokes and thing. You know how it is, right? I mean, everyone is kind of tense, but at the same time, they don't want to be too tense. You want to relax a little bit, but it feels like a split frame. Part of their head is thinking, what am I going to do tomorrow? And part of the thing is pretending that everything is cool and just chit-chatting. And I think that's the state they were all in. And I didn't interact with the players too much, kind of a hi bye, and then that was it. So if you're looking for tremendous insights, it's not from yesterday, but
But I'm sure we're going to get tremendous insights onto the game. And maybe we start with the one that's in front of us. Vishy, firstly, how much have you been following? Because you've been busy with the fans and the autograph sessions. Have you been able to follow the opening and up to the point that we're in? Keep a close
oh
eye on.
yeah, I mean, I saw a Grand Prix and I thought, wow, okay, that's great. And I was very excited, though, of course, Anish is going to simplify it down because he prepared it long back. And that's what he did. I mean, I'm sort of surprised that GTX F5 didn't happen. I'm sure there's, back in the day, that's what I thought I would do in this kind of position without A6 and A4 included. In this kind of position, I thought I would play GTX F5. It's possible that computers nowadays are more skeptical about that. So instead, Anish took with the E pawn and I responded to Queen E1 with just Bishop E6. So there were some details. I haven't had time to get into it, but that stood out for me. And then I thought, oh, of course, Queen E6, Queen D7 is a very modern kind of thing where any opening, you play a few moves that look computerish, and at the end, it's some kind of balanced position. And that's kind of how we ended up. But I think when Pragg played Queen C4 and all fairly quickly, I thought, well, this is the kind of main line, and these guys have actually taken it some distance. And I don't know, probably now it is what Leko would say is plus equalito. So it's kind of skimming that. That's the answer, but I've not even checked it with an engine. I just looked at it, and Caruana Nakamura was very interesting. I mean, very dense. There was this 94, e takes d5, all this tension in the center. I didn't have time to sit and process that. So I'm looking forward to, well, maybe just doing it on the stream. And I thought Zhu Jiner was having a very interesting position as well. At the fan zone, I said that's right now the most likely to be a decisive result. Okay, anyway, let's go through the games.
Yeah. So by the way, in the Zhu Jiner game, I think there was some mistake made, I think, and now it seems like it's kind of stabilized a bit. And I think this was the moment where H3 was maybe a bit slow, and this is the current position now. We've had a few exchanges, and this is the position.
Ah, I see. No, H3 is. I mean, I would have taken on a H5 because the whole point is you don't want that bishop going back to G6 and then offering itself, and F5 square is gone. And then I think maybe black is better now because I'm sitting on the F4 square and that could be nice. Probably not. But maybe I should make that the big view for me. 1 second.
I think you can just pin it on the call then you can see it.
Yeah, I pinned that right. Okay, yes. Now I have that game in front.
Yes.
This looks a bit weak. Still, maybe white's happy because I can put something on d5, rook a d1, something. But oof, I mean, if you could play gh5. But I missed a few moves in between because at the stage when I saw it, I thought, wow, g4. Just allow black to play on g5 and play g4 and all that stuff. But then she found the z4 and something like that. So, bit of action. I wonder if queen g2 here, maybe some queen h3. I don't know.
Very interesting, actually. It seems to be very ed3 maybe.
That bad. Okay.
But very interesting, actually. You want to get to the h file, and again, this bishop is so strong. Yeah, it's always going to.
Yes, I want to play queen h3, queen h5, and then do something.
Yeah.
Oh, it likes it so much, and after it just wants to take on h5, and that's very strong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
So
is
very
interesting still, I think, but it felt like maybe some small missed opportunity by Jinnah, but she's still putting the pressure. I want to move to Divya's game because that was also a very interesting opening by her. She was playing really fast. She was putting pressure on the clock. And yeah, let's take it from the top and get your thoughts on the Scotch.
Yeah, so they did the usual thing, the Scotchy thing, and then suddenly bishop h3 happened.
What is the
I mean, they used
Scotchy
to go,
thing?
well, they used to go bishop g2, rook e8, castle, bishop e5, take everything, then get the two pieces against the rook. And
yes.
sometimes black would blunder late, and sometimes black wouldn't. And sometimes white would play f4, and sometimes black would win. And but the evaluation is that it isn't much. But this is a new twist because you're basically saying I'm going to recapture the d7 pawn.
And that's what she did.
And then I haven't been watching for a while. So castles, so she took everything. Take everything. Bishop d7. Did she play rook d8?
She played knight b4.
No, she defended the pawn and the knight.
Okay. I was thinking rook d8 maybe it was possible.
It was the best move in the position.
Okay, yeah. Because if bishop c6, then I can go knight b4.
Yeah.
And that's not good. So.
Yeah. But she played knight b4, and now knight got the c3 square. And suddenly
yes, but now the thing is I can defend the bishop on c8, d7 with my rook, and that's kind of. Then white's got this beautiful pawn structure, and for black it's pretty ugly. But okay, bishop c8, what happened?
Yeah, bishop c8, rook d1 happened.
King
and
f8,
then king f8,
king f1, and now knight d5 is the last move.
It was quite a stunning move.
This is nice because what she's the reason she's doing it now is that if I go knight takes d5, c takes d5, bishop c6, then you get to toss in bishop h3 check, and hope that the king on g1 gives you a lot of compensation, I guess. But go back, the computer was leaping with joy at this point. After cd5, maybe it just thinks the rook ending is winning.
So you just take the bishop and take the pawn on d5?
Yes. And rook takes.
Yeah.
Oh, even the pawn takes. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, both look winning. Yeah.
And then you'll put the other rook on c1 and put pressure, get that rook to c6, not allow king d6, and just keep.
Yes, well, with the double rooks, then there's no question of king d6 happening.
Yes.
Because king d6, I'll give rook c6 check, and then I'll go rook a6, I'll go rook f6, and it's just all over the place. Big chance for Divya.
But she's been sitting on this decision for quite a while. She hasn't yet captured on d5. I think it's been about almost a 20-minute or at least a 15-minute thing, I want to say, Sahil.
Yeah, a very long thing. And also she's still ahead on the clock. So that's the good news. that she gathered up so much time advantage earlier. She can spend that time. But now after knight e5, I mean,
She
bishop
wants to go
d7.
bishop
very-
d7 probably, I guess.
Yeah. And very interesting structure. As you mentioned, sir, like the structure is damaged. So Divya still for the edge.
Yeah, but ideally then I would complete my plan with some knight e3 and then king e1, d2, c3 and just get ready for the endgame. When the rooks go off, suddenly my king is a monster. It'll go to the queen side, attack the a-pawn, whatever. Oh, this is a pretty big edge. And I think this is the new game with the biggest edge. I thought Jina was the biggest edge, but now this one seems to be.
So really nice start here, Sahil, for Divya in this one. And I think from pretty much the opening, she's been playing fast, putting the pressure. Let's check in with Vaishali's game as well.
Absolutely. And I think this one was also very interesting, a bunch of very novel moves. In fact, this move knight to e2, sir, was kind of shocked us to the core, kind of blocking the bishop.
Yes,
very
but after knight f6, knight c3, it's actually been played a few times. Topalov famously started to use it. And this is, it's very far from a main line, but it's kind of there out there. So essentially, Vaishali seems to have prepared it even earlier. So if you want to impress someone with Russian names, this is the Kalashnikov rather than the Sveshnikov. And this is knight e2 against both of them. The Kalashnikov often becomes the Sveshnikov after the remaining knights come out. And Vaishali is basically saying, I can do this as well.
Speaking of opening names, Sahil put us on a spot earlier. Sahil, would you like to ask Vishy sir the same question about certain opening names?
I asked
Anand, are you ready for this?
I'm dreading what's coming, but anyway, let's see.
I asked Sahaj and Tanya to spot the odd one out among these 4 opening names and if they can find out which is actually not an opening. And the names were Fry's Attack, Truffle Gambit, Pretzel Gambit, and Double Duck Formation. I had to go to the depths of the internet to find these. Like Reddit posts.
For me, none of them sound like any openings.
Actually. They're barely lines. Like there's some obscure variation in some random opening, like which nobody plays now.
So we were quite in the blind.
Okay, let's
random guess.
I'm going to say there is no such thing as a double duck formation. The truffle at least sounds like a person with good taste who named it. And I'm not talking chess taste, but food taste. I have no idea what is the double duck, but all the names sound ridiculous.
So sir, I read about the double duck formation on a chess.com article itself.
Oh my God, it's actually an opening. Okay.
It's like a structure in the opening. Yeah.
Only one of them is not an opening. That's
So
already I guessed wrong with 3. So anyway, tell me.
So it is the truffle one.
The truffle
one
was
with the good taste in food.
The good taste. Well, it's a good taste in food, exactly. So. Or maybe by the end of this tournament, this name will be taken as well. So
yeah,
possible.
You heard it here first.
Insane.
So the current position, if we can just go to the final position, let's have a look.
Oh, knight g4 was played. She takes rook d2, and this is the current position.
Yeah, in some sense. But I'm going to say that I'm going to call this for that black is doing fine here. I don't know that black's better, but I think black's doing fine. Because there's no piece that can remotely, there's no knight which can remotely, even, at least in the Sveshnikov, at least one of the knights is pretending to go to d5. Here, neither one's going to go there.
Are you ever going to try to get a c4 or an a4 in if you're white here?
Okay, so let me go bishop e6. Of course, you could play some knight f5 type move, but let's say you go c4. I know what I'll do. Instead of bishop e6, let me try knight e7.
So, okay, I'm trying to understand why knight e7. So what's the problem if I go c4?
I was hoping that some f5 would be relevant, but probably I would need the bishop behind, not in front. So I will play bishop e6 here anyway.
Yeah, I don't know what I've achieved with c4 because it looks like now if you take on b5, then also d5 is coming, f5 is coming next.
Yeah, or instead of bishop e6, I could think of queen
Actually,
d7 or queen c8, queen d7.
I'm wondering if I can go a4. Maybe,
Do you
yeah.
mean after bishop e6?
After bishop e6 or queen d7, either one of these moves.
A4, if I take with the, if I play if I play bc4, you get to take on c4.
And maybe knight e. With queen, I'll have to take, yeah.
But then I go rook f d8 because of rook b4, knight takes e5.
Yes.
But I go rook f d8, and then am I threatening d5? Probably yes.
Yeah, I'd have to, yeah.
And b4 is attacked.
So black is doing fine here. It looks like Bibisara has enough counter chances if white tries to break with c4.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, can white manage equality here? If I go bishop e6 here, I think you're going to grab a chance to play knight f5.
Maybe the Indian loves queen f6 here.
Yeah.
Bring the queen out.
Because I can use the pin and I'm threatening d5 myself. So that's why knight f5 doesn't work. If I go c4, okay, it's a bit of a stretch, but at least knight e2, c3 is only 2 moves. But black be able to play b takes c4, knight takes c4, a5, and just kill the position. That's also possible.
Maybe white is happy with this, like a simplification.
I tend to agree. I think Vaishali should be happy to bail out and make sure that she's not getting slowly outplayed. So kind of important if you can simplify, then to take it and be done with it.
For me, Vaishali's story is so interesting from the candidates because we look at what happened in Toronto, which was the most epic comeback. At least I can remember in recent times having lost 4 games in a row and then winning 5 back-to-back in the second half and finishing, I think, joint second in 24, which as a result zoomed out looks really good. But Anand, I was wondering, what do you think are sort of the takeaways from that kind of a performance that she would want to change or switch up? Do you think to have more rational, sort of more cautious approach? Because every game there, I remember, involved early sacrifices.
Yes, I mean, quite some time has passed, and in other tournaments there have been different kind of stylistic disputes in her games as well. But probably just that chaos suits her, and if she can manage that she's not the one who should be running away from chaos. I mean, many of the games she won, she was in trouble as well, but somehow she's able to get out of anything. And maybe that's useful feedback from that tournament.
And so I think jumping back to the Pragg game for a second, I think we have a few moves here. I think rook e1 was played by Pragg, and Anish just refuses the rook trade, plays rook to f8. And now Pragg offers the queen trade, queen e6, and queens are off the board, and king c7.
How are you defending this 8-7 pawn?
How are you attacking it?
Just jump with the knight g5?
But then I go king d7.
Okay, I come back. Are you going to go rook? Oh, you'll go 8. Okay, rook e1.
Rook e1 maybe.
8-6.
Knight h7 and knight f6 check maybe is strong. Yeah.
Wow.
But what do you get? What do we get after that? Let's say rook f7. Can we complete the idea? What's going on?
Yeah, knight f6 check.
King.
Well, you want to go to c7, right?
Yes.
And now rook e6 could be a move.
Now you're going knight e8 and g6 is lose, 8-6 is lose, knight d5 is coming.
Yes, and rook takes h6 and so on.
Wow.
Okay, this
is scary.
But if not 8-6, then again the problem remains because rook h8, I don't even think we want to look at, right? Like after king d7, rook e1, if you have to go rook h8.
No, there's
Oh,
a
rook
bishop,
h8, bishop is
yeah,
on c3. That's not even possible.
So-
Yes, sorry.
But after knight g5, can I go knight d4? Here, knight d4. So no, I'm sorry, excuse me. King
Awesome.
d7, rook back, and I go knight
Yeah.
d4.
Is it a pawn? Can I take and take? Bishop d4 and then take on
Yeah.
h7?
And
Maybe.
then I thought rook f5, and your knight's not very
Yeah, I
happy.
don't even have h4. So.
But it's true that I can't black's pieces are also tied down, tying down my knight.
Yeah.
See what I mean? You can't get. I mean, rook e4 might be strong, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no good way to attack that knight.
Yeah. Ah, okay. So yeah, maybe knight g5 is the move.
And it also has a threat of rook takes knight. So that's
so
the other. That's the other trap being set up.
So practically, do you think like this is going to be difficult for Anish to defend? Like, because time-wise also 20 minutes behind, not a big
at a
deal.
practical level, it's very hard to work through a lot of this stuff. So I think knight g5 is nice, but it could easily be a move that spoils the advantage, and Pragg is going to want to make it carefully because you could do something quieter as well, I imagine. I don't know but it's true. h4 is not easy to get because king d7 is such a strong move that I kind of don't have the luxury of.
So if not knight g5 in this sort of an endgame where you do have the feel that you should be pushing here, you feel you're more active, how can white look at creating chances? What would be the candidates running in his head right now?
I mean, I would think about h4, but I think the problem with king d7 is coming to just a move too fast. I thought I was d4 as well instead of h4, but somehow I'm not very thrilled. But the computer is not unhappy. No, he's dropping. Okay, king d7 and probably black is okay.
Yeah.
No, I think knight g5 is right. You have to. But I mean, it's not that self-evident, at least not to me. It looks too obvious to be the correct move, but that's maybe the wrong way of looking at it. Sometimes you
I
just
was
do.
very tempted with just setting up rook takes knight.
Yeah, but no, I mean, the h7 is the prize in this position, so you want to do that.
And so as Pragg thinks, I think we have some simplifications in Divya game. Just a brief look there. Because
she went for the other one. Okay.
Yeah, she took on c6 and
no, this should be a draw because your king is going to have so much trouble getting out.
Yeah.
So
in fact, unless you go rook a1, you have to you lose one of the pawns right away, and so this is going to be a draw.
Yeah.
Let's show that. So if white pushes the a pawn, you simply go rook b2, and there's no good way to defend.
You
for
can't
example,
play rook
a4.
d3 because of rook b1. Yeah. So rook a1, and then I can go rook b2, and actually your rook is stuck there trying to defend both the pawns. So.
And it's not so easy. You've got to go bishop g2 at some point, but how are you getting out of this mess?
Well, I don't think you are. In fact, this could even end up being worse for white if I take on g2 and not really, but a5 and c5, and then you can't even move. So
yeah, it's starting to look like black has more than enough for a pawn here.
For black, is the rook endgame the best option, or can she also keep the bishops?
She can also keep the bishop. No, how in bishop f5 or something.
Yeah.
Anand, I want to ask you, with your immense experience at World Championship matches, but also at candidates and having won it as well, what do you think are the most important qualities? Because this is such a unique tournament in so many ways. What, according to you, is, with little margins in terms of strengths, more or less, of so many of the players, what is the decisive key factors when it comes to winning it?
Most candidates events are decided in 1 or 2 days. Even the tournaments that I did very well in. So we can compare Mexico, though it was a world championship, similar format, similar thing, and Hunty. These are the 2 candidates events where I played in a tournament.
Yes.
and a double round robin. And both of them, surprisingly, despite my huge lead and everything, came down to the penultimate game, the 13th round, because I had to defend that game in both tournaments, and the draw meant I clinched it, I think. But that's not, those are the luxurious candidates events. Many of the candidates events actually go down to the wire and stuff like that. Nepo had a very smooth, twice. He actually had a very smooth event. If anything, Madrid was even smoother than the previous event. So that was legendary.
He won it 1 round to spare, no? In Madrid.
Yes. And
with some crazy +5
in the
score.
previous one as well.
Yes.
The COVID one, if you like. And
the one that had 2 parts.
2 parts, right. Gukesh didn't coast in the same way, but he took the lead. He grabbed the lead in the 12th round, and then he just had to be sensible for 2 rounds in a row. Was it the 12th when he beat Firuzha? But anyway,
so he lost on the 7th. He lost on the 7th.
Yeah.
So I don't think he played him
And
again
Divya
on
has
the
even
12th.
returned the pawn right away. So
yeah. She wants to keep her pieces active.
In fact, yeah, if bishop e6 or something, black is threatening rook a2. And white may have to sort of slightly embarrassingly keep offering the bishop, so bishop e6, bishop d5, and so on. So
yeah, this
and bishop e6, you still can't go a4, rook d3 because there'll be a check in the end. So a4, rook b2.
So you can show that a4, rook b2, rook d3, rook b1, bishop f1, and then bishop h3. And this is one of those legendary positions where sometimes white will have an extra rook on a8 and it's still hopeless, and so on.
That's a good point.
Sometimes,
I'm just
it'll be
thinking.
at the end of a combination, you'll have this move, and then, oh my God, you can't do it, and so you work back.
Yeah.
So this is a common problem when the bishop is fianchettoed.
Yeah.
And so maybe one look at the Pragg game again, because he did play knight g5, and Anish has just played king to d7 after just a minute's thought. So he was prepared for this. And now we're going to see what Pragg's idea is.
Actually, Anish is already acting out his, I'm going to look confident, even especially when I know my position's crap. And this is what he's doing, is getting up and making an obvious move immediately and getting up. But you see, it's important. I mean, you've got to act as if everything's under control, because I think he's probably sensing that it's maybe not in control. Or maybe he doesn't, just like me, maybe he doesn't believe that it can really be. Because at first sight, you think, white's pieces look slightly uncoordinated for this to work. And then 1 second later realized, oh my God, it's actually quite strong. So,
So you're saying that Anish is not actually very comfortable with his position right now, even though he's acting like everything's good?
The thought crossed my mind that he's doing that. He's pulling a number on everyone. But we'll see. But maybe not. Maybe because also it's not some move like h5, rook e1, h5.
Yeah.
Knight h7, rook f5. But even if I go rook f7, knight f6 check, and I take that h5 pawn, you just think, what's that knight doing out there?
It's kind of stuck, but it's hard to get to as well. So it's like
but the thing is, black's pieces look more coordinated than they are. So your eyes can deceive you in this case. So it's also possible Anish is genuinely confident, and he's doing the practical thing. He said, there's no better move than king d7, so let me make it instantly walk and wait for Pragg next move. So.
And the clocks are also somewhat leveling it out, although Pragg still has a little bit of an advantage. But I was just still thinking about what you were mentioning earlier, Vishy, that so much randomness happens sometimes at the end of the tournament, sometimes, with the, it's hard to predict anything. So just coming back to that point, then, and I think I'll ask it again, that what do you think are the defining traits then, or what the most important qualities to go all the way in this marathon of a tournament? Is it endurance then? Is it nerves? What is it?
Nerves are a big part. I mean, if you look at Carlsen and Kramnik in 2013 in the candidates, they both were +5 before the last round, right? And then that's a very special race, but two people are having a super tournament like that.
Yeah.
If you Before that, it was matches, knockout in the previous cycle, and so it kind of bumps back and forth. It's a bit of nerves. It's a bit of good preparation. Not in I know this line inside out. It's more like I have ideas everywhere. That's what's essential now. At some moment, I think Gukesh is a good example. He had a lot of little ideas, and in this tournament in Toronto, he was able to drop one here and drop one there, and if somebody surprised him, he was able to counter surprise them back. These little things kind of added up, I think, towards the end. So nowadays, that's the most important ingredient. And it's nerves and tensions, because you will make some strange decisions as the tension climbs. I mean, can you believe what Caruana and Nepo did in the last game?
Yes,
I
24.
I mean,
Oh my goodness.
we were guaranteed a tiebreak till it disappeared.
Yes.
It literally slipped out of their hands. So that's anything. That's what it does to you. So yeah, but I can't boil it down any more than that.
In your experience, Anand, is there like one such decision that now in retrospect stands out to you, which was sort of came from the unique atmosphere of the tournament, what all it brings to you? So is there like one incident or one decision that you took which you can remember from your...
I qualified mostly through matches. It was only Hunty that changed that. So in previous cycles, I was doing matches or these knockouts, which are kind of matches as well.
Yes.
One decision that stood out for me was my game against Andreykin, where in a much better position, I took a draw. Because, I had been sitting on a huge lead for two or three rounds already. And then you kind of so confident in your tournament situation. And suddenly it hit me that I was unable to win pretty winning position. I was unable to land a blow. So then I thought this is actually getting tricky, where I know I'm better. I knew the evaluation, but I had the feeling that there were lines they were calculating where actually things go wrong. And I thought, I don't quite trust myself. I'm going to take the draw. It's still a huge lead, and all I have to do is to draw against Karyakin, and I'm home. And even if I lose to Karyakin, at that point, it didn't look likely that he was going to think. Something like that was a very great situation to be in. But I took a draw, and if I put in the effort and beaten Andreykin, I think I locked tournament victory there itself.
Yes.
But my choice was, do I trust myself to do that? And sorry, actually, they're ringing the room. Give me 1 second. I'll tell them to come back.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't
I think there were
realize
some
that
great
Rishi-
insights there, Tanya. And we also have one result actually already. The
Ooh.
first result of the Candidates 2026 is a draw.
By
between
repetition.
Matthias-
Look
Yeah.
at that.
And this was the position where Black just played Queen D7, sacked the rook
Lelo,
temporarily,
my rook.
giving Levy the thumbnail, and now check, and there it is. And Bluebaum takes the draw. Who do you think is more happy with this result, Tanya?
I would say both players to start with, but I think Vishy is the right person to ask this question. Anand, we just got our first result in of the candidates, a draw by repetition, Bluebaum versus Wei Yi. Maybe the last few moves, Sahil, you can show. And we were just wondering who is happier of the two with the outcome of this one.
Sack the rook. Yeah.
It's a close race, I think. No, but I think he may have simply given up in a sense, because Queen D7 clinches it a little bit, because Black's threatening a draw in many ways. And what is White's plan? Maybe Rook F D1. Yeah, and then if Rook
E6 maybe?
H4. E6.
Oh, H4. Rook H4 is also nice.
Yeah, but the thing about Rook H4 is I have Queen E5 G3, and it might solve everything.
Yeah.
I was thinking Rook E6, Rook G6 could be a
Yes,
plan.
maybe. Rook E6, and then, well, I take on D5, and I go King F1.
Oh, wow. Which he
I
literally
think,
doesn't care.
Yeah, but this, because you'll take on Queen H3, King E2,
Looks a
take
bit
on
scary.
D5. rook takes d5, and then if you go rook f6, I think I have to play e4 because f4 queen g4 check and all will start. And yeah, I can take on h2 and I'm fine.
Yeah.
Can't be worse here. So maybe they just evaluated the position as equal, and I think Bluebaum is happy to get off the. Oh, Wei Yi is also his first candidates, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So maybe they're both happy to settle into the tournament.
Yeah, one through Grand Swiss got into the candidates, and one through
I
the
don't
World
think
Cup.
they're going. I don't think they're going to throw a party tonight, but I think
Not
they're
yet.
happy with it. They can be sort of content with this result and go with it.
The place just look like a place, where you throw a party. The beautiful views, though, maybe at the end, which is like they could be a grand one by one of the players. And one of the players who's favorite to potentially win is Fabi. So your thoughts on this game? I think this is where we left it last. I think the knight coming to d4, b6, rook a e1, bishop d7, and queen comes back to d1 now. c5 cementing the knight, bishop b2, rook b8 getting out of any tactics, and now pawn to a4.
Wow. I think Hikaru is more or less completely safe, I think. But maybe he faces a decision what exactly to do. Is it to take on d5 or to go e5? Or I briefly considered taking on c3. Because if dc3, I go knight f5, and you have the dreaded Nimzo c4 pawn. So you don't want to take with the pawn. But you can take with the bishop, and then I can play e5 or something, and it looks. But maybe that's slightly better for white. So
also the clocks, I think Hikaru being way ahead right now, and with only 17 moves done, that might play a factor as well.
Yes, it could also be that Hikaru's trying to be practical. Is saying, why sit and spend 20 minutes on looking for some deep move? I'll just make sensible moves. Like I think he didn't even bother calculating the exchange side. He just thought that is good. It's going to work out. So I'll just play bishop d7 and b6 and c5 and go ahead, take the exchange, and I'll figure it out. Things like that. I think he's just being practical about it, and I'd feel fine with black here.
So Hikaru up on the clock. He's kind of navigated through all these opening questions that Fabi had. I have one question for you about these two players, Vishy, because you have this incredible mix of the candidates. There are players who are very young, some making their debut, and of course, then you've got Fabi and Hikaru, world number 2, world number 3. Huge favorites in many of the tier lists that are there. Do you think it is a factor that plays on players' minds right now, sitting at the candidates, that for many of the others, they have so many ahead of them, but we don't know how many more candidates. For example, Hikaru has actively spoken about retiring a couple of times. Fabi hasn't said anything like that, but potentially this is one of the last few candidates, at least for them, maybe potentially. Is that something that is on their mind, this thing that this is the golden chance, the golden opportunity, and does that add pressure? How do you view that?
A lot of these statements, look, they're both in different stages of their career as well. I mean, this is, they understand they're it could be one of the last ones, but who knows? You do want to go on for a while longer. And while they are, I think the main thing that's changed for them is why they play chess. But other than that, the practical strength remains very, very high. I think most people expect Fabi to be the one to qualify and play. But for Hikaru as well, it's within reach. And by the way, didn't he promise to play his last classical game 2 years ago?
A few times, actually.
Suddenly he's playing a whole open in Louisiana and whatever. So that's what I mean. I mean, these kinds of, I don't know when I'll see you guys again, things, they get, it's not serious. I mean, it may be, think, maybe they'll play one more. I don't think, And as for the candidates, it's not getting easier for them, but they continue to be very strong players. In the end, the fact that younger and younger people are coming on the other side are, well, that there's an inevitability about it, but I don't think.
And Vijay,
Also,
what is your
Hikaru needs to have his recap, so he's got to play.
very important. I think the world wants to see that happen. And what, in your opinion, is the chances of an all-Indian World Championship match?
I mean, I can play safe and say 12.5%, but I could of
You're very
course
good at
say that I
dodging
have
these.
no idea. A6 is a nice move. He's basically trying to get a b5 break in. That could presage a kind of liquidation. So
Also, sir, we will know who Gukesh's challenger is within about 2 weeks. Like, what was your experience? Like, were you following the candidates tournament very, very closely when you were expecting a challenger? Like, how is Gukesh kind of watching this event right now? Is he following all the players? Is he just going to focus on the winner? Like, what is going on in his mind right now?
I think it's too much to focus on everyone right now, but he'll be watching, making notes. Oh, this person tried this, or this one tried that. Because after all, this is what we're seeing here is the product of some fairly decent work and training camps and whatever. So he'll be making mental notes, but from here to November or December is too long to make huge decisions. But anyway, there's always a learning experience. There'll be things to learn here, and he'll be doing it.
Yeah. And by the way,
for all I know, he's in the pool right now, but he might be.
Is it a pool in Cyprus? That much we can confirm or deny, probably not.
No, I don't. Unless he's managed to find some very super secret thing, it's not in Cyprus.
Okay.
But he'll follow, but also I think he's taking a break now.
Yes.
But he's getting active a bit into next month.
Yeah.
I think he'll play at the end of next month or something. So yeah.
Yeah. So by the way, in the Pragg game, he didn't choose rook e1. I think he just put the rook on e4, keeping the f4 pawn under, cat lock and key. And still, I think better for Pragg, I think. But yeah, Anish is thinking.
Yeah, I don't know. Rook. I didn't consider rook e4 because I thought d5 is just a problem. Like, what would you play for d5? It's true that after rook e1, now you're threatening knight e6. Which means I'm forced to play d4 as well, so that knight e6 is not threatening anything. But what did black really accomplish with this? Sorry, white. If I can play, I can even do some knight c5, some fancy footwork like that. Or maybe h5 and rook f5. And is white really better? I don't know. I'm curious why he wanted to go e4 and not to e1.
He's provoking these pawn moves, and for some reason he thinks it benefits white to get those in.
Yeah.
Because you have to be looking at d5 if you put your rook on e4.
Sure. I mean, I think Pragg is basically inviting d5, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Because
d4 as well.
otherwise you'd go to e2 or e1. So this looks like hit me.
Bishop d2 and knight e5 if you continue just taking.
Yeah, but then
I'll just
knight
get-
f7,
we'll
what
just get
exactly
it.
is my great combination?
I also don't like this f3 idea somewhere. So rook f5.
Rook f5, and yeah, there's a stranded brother over there on f7. But maybe now I go back to e4 and I'm threatening h4.
Oh wow, that's very detailed. So you created an
And
e4
as we
outpost.
discussed earlier, it looks like the knight is trapped, but I'm playing extra dimensions and saying it's your rook trapped.
Yeah.
Your rook is trapping my knight, and I'm outthinking you on that one. So
It's trapping inception going on.
It's almost impossible to get to it, by the way. Almost impossible.
Yeah. On a very, very, very good day, you'll have time for king e7, f7, g8. But it's not
I don't
happening.
think, yeah, that day is not today for sure.
It's
But
not today.
rook e4, h4, and Pragg is fair to say Pragg will be pushing this endgame, Rishi?
Okay, Anish is waving a rook somewhere in the air. Let's see what
He
happens.
is.
Ah, he's saying, why don't I start with rook f5 and then play d5, d4? Then I make you decide about your knight. Let's see.
Great
Wait,
call, it's
rook
happening.
f5.
He
Rook
does it.
f5.
So you have to take the pawn on h7.
Yeah.
I mean, have to, as in you've said knight g5, you say knight h7, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so d5 now. And yeah, rook e1,
Yeah.
d4. Yeah, it is a transposition if I want.
Yeah, nothing changes. Yes. Now knight e5. That's what you're looking at.
And if
So
Pragg
if you-
doesn't take, it looks kind of silly, right?
True, true. If you come back, I
Yes.
think then of course, like all of this was a nothing, and then black is fine.
I think he takes, he's just going to make sure that knight is the one trapping the trapping rook. And then once he's done with that, then he goes knight takes h7.
I'm glad Tanya is
I'm on it. I'm
taking the lingo. Now you've
doing
decided
my
that
best.
it's the rook that's trapped.
Yeah, but it's really cool, no? The whole domination geometry here that you feel your knight's not coming back, but nothing's getting to it. So knight takes pawn, if not d5. For Anish, I don't think there's. I mean, knight e5, is that something that he could be thinking about without committing d5?
Yes, that is
Does
a
that-
decent option, right? Knight c5, but now the d6 pawn protects the knight. So the rook is not doing double duty.
Yeah, you don't have h4 still.
And I can play king e7 and I'm threatening rook h5 already.
Hanji, yes.
Because, that is a good point. I find it hard to believe that Pragg will take on h7 now.
Really? Oh my
Oh wow,
goodness.
really?
I mean, knight c5 actually looks strong, and my reasoning would be something like, if this works, it's probably not going to be really something significant. I mean, works meaning if my knight gets out, what am I doing?
Also, as you mentioned, Sir Anish has his confident look, so he's not going to make it easy.
The man. No, but maybe he's genuinely confident. Rook e4 is mysterious, but I'm curious why the computer, maybe after rook e1 also rook f5 was decent. Pragg has taken it.
Yeah, he's taken it. He's taken it. So we'll know what Anish's
Yeah,
plan
so
is
now knight ce5 is the move,
then.
and then
d5 he goes. Wow.
Okay, I'm going, guys. I'm staying here. You take it from here. I'm looking well ridiculous, so we'll.
No, but you pointed out the d5, d4 far before knight e5. That was the first stream of thought here.
Yeah, but
So he's
exactly
gone.
when I'm excited about knight ce5, he just plays d5 instantly. Did he actually
It'll
play?
be
Yes, he played
interesting.
d5.
Yeah, he did. And now he goes head in hands. I wonder if this is the moment he's like, wait, I had another option of knight e5. Or do you just go
No,
like,
head in
okay.
hand simply means deep search.
Okay.
Doesn't mean anything else.
You know, that's something that we use a lot as commentators, and you've just burst that bubble forever now.
Which one?
The head in hands.
No, I'm saying it's not necessarily an evaluation. It's simply I'm going to think. So
d5, I think he does follow it up with d4. And
is rook e2 an option? Like, is it changing the position in any way?
it might walk into f3, but otherwise it's probably. But it feels loose. I don't know somehow. I have no particular objection to it, but it feels loose.
Can we get a quick check on the Fabi Hikaru position? Just as this one, it's taking its time.
I think a4, a6, and he just took on e6 also very quickly now. So Fabi is playing faster.
Okay, if bishop takes e6, what's going on?
Can we just put the
Yeah, but the problem with knight d5 is b5, right? No, the rook is, I can just take twice because bishop takes d5, I have rook e8 and that works, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Fabi is doing it as well, Tanya.
He's trapping.
It's a bit lower down. It's sort of glasses in hands, but it's the same action.
The head in hand, okay. You know what, Vishi, I just want to ask you that we're on move 20 in this game, and with the time control that's there, 25 minutes for Fabi, is that something that'll play a role in this game, the clock situation, no increment?
If
Or is it
something
simplified?
dramatic happens, but he has to spend 10-15 minutes, maybe, but otherwise, this is beautiful. I mean, this is a whole rapid game left for just 20 moves, so it's.
Okay. So nothing
I
of
think
high
he
concern.
can comfortably make it. I mean, if you make the obvious move, if there are obvious moves and you get to make 3 or 4, that already drops it. So
This is
So
also, I
not
think,
expecting any dramatic head and hands in this one.
an update in the Vaishali game. You mentioned that F5 move that has happened. So she actually played 97. And after C4, bishop E6, rook C1, F5 on the board, takes, and this is the live position.
yeah, but instead of rook C1, could have gone knight F5, yeah.
Do you take everything, then take on C4? Is that what is that? What does all those mass exchanges lead to? Take knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, bishop takes pawn, just
Well, I just have I have this d5 square and some
F6
advantage, I
is
would
in the
say.
air. Yeah, this looks like
Yeah,
good
this looks very
advantage for
nice, yeah.
white.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
And Bibisara looks quite confident, at least in her body language, right now after F5.
yeah, rook C1 F5 does seem like a bit of a blow. Because how are you going to, if knight takes F5, it's still a lousy knight at the end. If I play bishop F5, you can go queen D5 check and C5. But I can play rook takes F5 maybe. And then I take on B5. And I go rook D2 to C2. But you go rook F7, yeah.
2 pawns in the center could be dangerous at some point, maybe.
D5 is actually coming. They're quite fluid, and bishop F5 is a threat.
Vaishali has 9 minutes, by the way.
Okay, here the clock definitely matters.
This is
What move? Yeah, this is
22.
Wow, 22.
That's
How
18
come they
moves
have
to go.
how come they have so much less than, I mean, Hikaru and Fabi seem to have more time left overall than
No, but
these
this
two.
is 90 minutes. So this is 90 minutes.
Sorry,
game,
the time controls are
30
different.
seconds.
Excuse me. Yeah,
Yes.
sorry. Yeah.
So at least they
least
have
increment.
increment in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's 9. No, I completely forgot.
But even Vishy with increment, 9 minutes with a 30-second increment, it is still some decisions ahead. No, it's not going to be an easy.
Yes, she's taken on F5. Let's see if rook F5 happens.
Yeah, and Bibisara does this thing.
Yeah, rook F5.
She's quick. She will try to maximize herself on the clock. In these kind of situations, as white, you're kind of looking for ways to bail out. Is there a direction like that which leads to a simplified position here for white? C5 an option? C5, D5, yeah?
Yeah, that. Maybe I could play rook D2 to C2 here. But the problem is still rook F7. Yeah.
There's this move that the computer, loves is a hard statement here, but kind of likes as a second best preference is knight D1, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's actually just a trade because I first thought it's an exchange sack, but it's actually I'm taking the rook on F5.
Yeah. Rook C4, bishop C4, F5. Maybe this is the plan. At least you're hoping to get to these squares someday.
But if I play D5 here, then you go queen E6 check. Sure.
But after knight D1, you're not threatening knight C3 yet. You're threatening pawn takes pawn and knight C3. That's probably the idea. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Actually, that's a nice idea, but it's not an easy move to find knight D1.
In 8 minutes. Tough.
But if anyone can do it.
Yeah.
If anyone can
Which
do
is
it, he's sitting here with us.
would love to quickly get your thoughts on all the Indian games and just kind of predict, I don't not predict the results, but just kind of tell the tide where it's turning. First of all, Divya versus Anna here. Any final thoughts? I think this feels like it might be heading towards a draw.
Not so sure. I mean, yes, it should be a draw, but if what's my move now? Am I playing b5? b5 seems to be the logical choice. But I have the option to play rook b1 after b5. Sorry. Rook takes b1, bishop takes b1. And then you will have to play c5 at some point because the king, is coming to c5. So you can play c5. And you might have to play f4 and then your thing. Why is the computer so overjoyed? Hang on.
It feels like there should be something. So c5, bishop d3, bishop c6 you have.
And then maybe it wants to go bishop c2, a4, and then play b6.
With bishop c2, you move away the bishop, no?
Then I go to a4.
Then bishop e2.
No. Let's see. King E. Oh, wait a second. King e7.
Say F4 maybe?
F4.
Maybe now king e6.
5d7. King e6, king f2.
Bishop c2.
King e3.
Bishop a4.
King d4.
And king c4. I'm not in time.
Maybe there's only one move here, which is bishop c4, which is other.
It's going to d5. That's the beautiful square. I tried d7 and a4, but d5 is a nice place to exchange it.
And bishop e8,
then
king
the pawn
e7.
ending is lost.
Wow.
Okay. So then Divya is getting into trouble.
And I have to say that this is kind of easy to fall into, no? There's kind of an endgame where...
So let's go back to the beginning. And let's try to see if we can kill this one. Maybe I go rook a1. No, rook a1, rook b4, and I'm still threatening rook b1 check.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't play bishop d5 here because rook b1 check.
Yeah.
So if I go rook d8 and rook a8, again, I have to be a pawn down, essentially. Rook takes b4.
Yeah.
It is worse.
It's at least a pawn.
This is trouble because the king is also very far advanced. Okay, let's go back. Let's try to find a resource here.
Rook d8, rook b8 is not great, I guess. Because a5?
It might be good, but...
a5 looks dangerous. I'll have to go b5 and I don't love
and
that.
Then what is it, a4 or what? Or rook b4 and a4?
a4 looks scary.
A4.
Because again, the black king is beautiful. It's ready to come to c5.
But suddenly this has turned dangerous for Divya.
Yeah, let's go back. So b5, rook b1, bishop b1. Maybe the way is to do bishop f1 and then c5. But then you will play...
King e7, king e6.
King e6 or something.
And just the fact that almost every move we've played, the computer seems to say it's not accurate, means how difficult this endgame is, no? For white, even though optically it looks
practically,
like
you have to make... Apparently, it requires accuracy already. And it looks like it doesn't. And that's the danger.
So
and you can see on the clock as well, right? The clock is equalized now. So Divya kind of senses the danger here a bit.
I mean, how did she do this to her position? Wait, rook a2,
b4, b4 she played here, and now rook b2.
Rook b2, no, this is dangerous.
So practically, what do you think? Like, how hard is it going to be?
This is a very unpleasant moment. I mean, maybe she finds the...
Wow.
Yeah, this is an excellent try because rook b4, you have rook c5. Is that enough to hold? Wow, okay. That was close.
Very nice. Yeah, but very nicely spotted by Divya, this resource. So,
and now,
bishop d3, just rook takes pawn.
Yeah.
Or bishop e6, rook takes pawn, yeah.
And bishop d5 and draw.
Yeah.
Okay, so she saved
Yeah.
this one.
Yeah. So Divya looks safe. And so in the Vaishali game, by the way, we do have c takes b5 and a takes b5.
So does your idea work anyway now? Okay, but now knight d1, you go d5. So you probably don't, you're not in time.
Yeah.
Vaishali down to 5 minutes.
The clock makes it really difficult, I think. If this was like 15 minutes, maybe higher chances.
Okay, try rook bc2. Rook f7.
Rook f7.
I guess. And then just play rook c6.
I think she's done something like that. She's gone rook c. We do
But
have
it's
a
still clearly better for black. I'm not sure why. But she's gone rook c6. Yeah, so. And this is much worse than the other idea. Oh, I wonder why.
Maybe because rook f7, there's like bishop f5 if you double up in some cases.
Yeah, but why is, I mean, the evaluation now is quite stark.
Yeah.
In the other line, it was a bit higher.
So maybe so it's like difficult to defend, like some chances to hold. That's the
Okay, let's
conclusion.
try queen d7, and if rook dc2, I can go rook b7 or something. But also black's thing looks uncomfortable.
Apparently, there's like a crazy pawn sack with e4 here as the best try for black.
Oh, queen takes pawn, bishop d5. Oh, no, bishop d5, rook c7. Oh, bishop takes queen, bishop c2, right?
Yeah.
But e4 is.
Feels very unnatural because you keep
Yeah,
thinking
very.
d5, d4, and this one does not look very natural.
So she's gone for rook b7, has she? No, she's still thinking. So this is what we have with 5 minutes for Vaishali. So if we just do a roundup of it, Vaishali needs to be careful in this position in this game.
Very careful, yeah.
Divya, great bailout by her, by the way, finding this
Excellent
rook
rook
d5,
d5,
rook c5. Yeah, because even though b5 showed there's a way to hold, but Vishy, I think it gets very tricky. So sort of just finishing it off there and then very important.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, let's go to Pragg.
Yeah. Oh.
This is a masterpiece. The reason his rook went to every square but e1 is because he wanted the bishop to have that square.
Ah, and h4.
What a genius.
That
What
is
a genius.
so subtle.
So he's going to play h4, knight g5.
Wow.
What a genius. Love it.
I don't know if it's correct, but it's a great thought. No, I mean, he's saying that I need that square for the bishop, so I'm going.
And it explains
I mean,
everything.
if there was another light square between e6 and e2, he would have gone there as well. But he's kept this one, bishop e1 available.
It really explains a lot because also Vishy, now d4 is there. Black can't go knight d4 anymore. So he's provoked that pawn all the way to take that spot as well.
Yeah, but nonetheless, if I play knight c5, you play h4 and I play f3, did you achieve something?
h4, f3, let's see.
Maybe rook e4 works.
Takes.
No, this is already dead equal. I think there was something better. Hang on. Go back to e2. Yeah. Knight c5.
So I think I just had to look at the engine and you kind of said it previously. If there were more light squares to cover, I would cover it anyways.
So it's going back to e4, yeah?
Yes.
That is very relaxed. Very relaxed.
Wow. Okay, but you have to break this down. What is going on here?
Also, just try f3 instead of knight c5.
Yeah.
And then if I go rook e4, you can take on g2.
Oh my God. Sir. Tanya, the move here is... Oh, wow.
g4.
Yeah.
What?
Oh.
Oh my goodness. But what is this move? So rook f4?
Rook e4, I guess.
Then rook e4.
Wow. And the knight escapes, yeah? I mean, if rook f7, then the knight has the square now.
Yes.
So we'll escape at some point. Wow.
So rook f7, not at some point. You immediately have to go knight g5.
Yeah.
And you're saying you don't
Yeah,
care
yeah,
about pawn takes rook, that pawn on the second rank, because it's going to not survive too long.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, that is beautiful. So knight
No, but
e5.
it took us so long to understand that Pragg, I mean, it's fantastic, no? That he spotted
It
bishop
is.
e1.
I mean, it
Though
took
it
us
still
so
doesn't
long
answer
to
my question where instead of d5, if knight c e5 had happened, what? But that's a thought
Fair
for another
point.
moment. This is a masterpiece, I have to admit.
Yeah,
Bishop
this
e1
whole
and suddenly
beautiful.
beautiful
By Pragg.
stuff.
And the thing is, when he plays it on the board, Vishy, you immediately understood the whole sort of painting that started a few moves back, which was
Yeah.
very difficult at first.
Yes. Oh, this is lovely. It's really lovely. Well done, Pragg. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
just
amazing,
finding
actually.
that provoking d5, d4, and you need your rook on a square where the bishop can come back to assist h4, and finally your knight gets out.
What she said.
Beautiful stuff. I see the beauty in it.
Yeah.
So if you had to
So
make a
what is
prediction
happening now? Knight
Yeah.
c5? Is it h4?
Rook e4,
Oh, no,
I
it's
thought
rook
was the
e4.
accurate
It's
E4,
rook
move.
e4.
Yeah.
It's rook e4.
Rook
That's
E4.
what we saw. He has done it.
Oh yeah, knight c5 on the board.
Knight e5 and bishop is on e1, so he's gone. So now the
Rook
question
e4.
will...
We saw this
Yeah.
already.
But my point is, after rook e4, so f3 now runs into g4.
Okay,
Right?
I've had a lot of fun, but I have to go, guys.
Okay.
I have to go to the next one, but
You
I think
will be.
this is great. This is a very
Yes.
nice thing indeed.
So
You
thanks a
will
lot
be
for
very
joining.
much missed. Vishy, please come back and join us whenever you have
Yeah,
free time in
whenever you're
Cyprus.
free,
You're
sir.
there for many, many
Sure.
days. Are you there
Thank you,
for the
sir.
whole thing you said?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So we'll see you soon again, Vishy.
Yes. Yeah. See you guys.
Thank you. Bye.
See you, sir. Chat, that was Vishy, sir. And we're going to take a very, very short break and be back on the other side.
Chess.com is here with Grandmaster Matthias Bluebaum. Of course, it's your first candidates game. What were your feelings sitting down at the board for those first moves?
No, of course, you're kind of nervous going into the first game. You just never know how it's going to start. He chose an extremely solid line, which I thought is possible, but of course I didn't know that he's going to choose that. I think opening went quite well, but yeah, maybe I missed some chance to press at some point.
Were any of your decisions based on the fact that it was round one and you just wanted to get through it?
Not too much, to be honest. Queen e5 just felt natural to me, but yeah, maybe in hindsight it would have been better to play queen e2 or queen e3 and after bishop g4, queen e2. Maybe in hindsight it would have been better, but yeah, I chose something concrete and I think he played well. And okay, maybe in the final, instead of taking on e4, I have some chance, but I also don't really believe there's much going on.
Even you're the lowest rated player. You have quite this fan following that's predicting big things from you. Have you been tracking all of the internet chatter? And if so, how does it make you feel?
I mean, I'm not tracking everything, but yeah, it seems like I already ruined the great Bluebaum sweep. So now the only sweep I can do is 14 draws instead of 14 wins. But yeah, let's see. But yeah, 14 wins is already over.
That's the Anish Giri sweep. He's already done that.
Yeah.
Now you're part of the German Renaissance of chess. Did Vincent Keimer say anything to you in advance of you coming here?
Nothing special. I mean, he wished me good luck, but that's it.
Okay, but he's not helping you in any way.
I mean, I won't comment.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck with your 13-round sweep rest of the way.
Thank you.
The Candidates Tournament has been one of the most important chess events for decades. But why does it even exist? Let's look at the history. Unofficially, the concept goes all the way back to the 19th century. An 1889 tournament in New York was meant to decide a challenger for then world champion Willem Steinitz. It didn't exactly work. The third place finisher, Isidor Gunsberg, ended up being Steinitz's challenger. For the next half century, champions handpicked their next opponents. Having money was more important than having a big tournament result. Some awesome players never got a chance. That all changed in 1946, when the sitting world champion Alexander Alekhine died. The International Chess Federation now controlled who would play. In 1950, the first official Candidates Tournament. Winner David Bronstein played the World Championship against Mikhail Botvinnik. Botvinnik had earlier won a 5-player tournament to replace Alekhine as the sitting champion. Every 3 years for the next 40 years, the Candidates Tournament decided the next challenger. It wasn't always clean. In 1962, a cheating scandal erupted. Bobby Fischer claimed collusion. The format was changed, but the candidates survived. Every world champion from the 50s through the 80s, Mikhail Tal, Boris Spassky, Bobby Fischer, and Garry Kasparov won the Candidates Tournament first. Then, in 1993, another major development. The champion and challenger agreed to quit FIDE. Nigel Short had won the Candidates Tournament, but his match with Kasparov would happen independent from the International Chess Federation. There would be no consensus about the real world champion until 2006, and it wouldn't be until 2009 before the next Candidates Tournament. Since then, the tournament has run about every 2 years. Some of the game's greatest players have won a Candidates without necessarily winning a world championship. Bronstein, Viktor Korchnoi, Fabiano Caruana, who's here trying to win another. The women's championship cycle has also included a Candidates Tournament, but even less consistently throughout history. Since 2019, the women's system has mirrored the classical open system. 2026 is the latest in a long line of Candidates Tournaments. The stakes are high. Whoever wins will write their name in history.
Chess.com is here with Grandmaster Matthias Bluebaum. Of course, it's your first Candidates game. What were your feelings sitting down at the board for those first moves?
No, of course, you're kind of nervous going into the first game. You just never know how it's going to start. He chose an extremely solid line, which I thought is possible, but of course I didn't know that he's going to choose that. I think opening went quite well, but yeah, maybe I missed some chance to press at some point.
Were any of your decisions based on the fact that it was round one and you just wanted to get through it?
Not too much, to be honest. Queen e5 just felt natural to me, but yeah, maybe in hindsight it would have been better to play Queen e2 or Queen e3 and after Bishop g4, Queen e2. Maybe in hindsight it would have been better, but yeah, I chose something concrete and I think he played well. And okay, maybe in the final, instead of taking on e4, I have some chance, but I also don't really believe there's much going on.
Even you're the lowest rated player. You have quite this fan following that's predicting big things from you. Have you been tracking all of the internet chatter? And if so, how does it make you feel?
I mean, I'm not tracking everything, but yeah, it seems like I already ruined the great Bluebaum sweep. So now the only sweep I can do is 14 draws instead of 14 wins. But yeah, let's see. But yeah, 14 wins is already over.
That's the Anish Giri sweep. He's already done that.
Yeah.
Now you're part of the German Renaissance of chess. Did Vincent Keimer say anything to you in advance of you coming here?
Nothing special. I mean, he wished me good luck, but that's it.
Okay, but he's not helping you in any way.
I mean, I won't comment.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck with your 13-round sweep rest of the way.
Thank you.
And welcome back, chat. That was a short break, and that was Vishy Anand sir joining us for his invaluable insights. Kya hi crazy analysis thi, and the shock we had on our face as we saw that G4 move, Tanya, was crazy. And Pragg is even now better. He does find that E4 move. Welcome back, Saj bhai. Kya hal chal?
Arey, badhiya. I think good progress on Pragg's board from where I left off last. I mean, clear pawn up, but okay, that knight on h7 is a bit uncomfortable. Because I like that idea of bishop e1, and of course I was watching when Vishy sir was mentioning this bishop e1 defending the h4 square. It's such a nice method to save the knight on h7. But at the same time, Pragg's position is getting better and better, but Vaishali is looking scary. I feel like she is means worse. I feel like it's worse than worse. I wouldn't say it's lost, but
भाई लोग,
worse is just not enough.
we have the second result. दूसरा result candidates का women's section का पहला result दिव्या का हो चुका है draw. Before we jump to the Vaishali game, I think this is where we left it, right? Tanya, rook d5, rook
Yes.
c5 खेला उन्होंने, exchange कर लिए सब pieces, and of course a bunch of checks, and ये हो चुकी है game खत्म. So क्या लग रहा है? Who's happier with this? I think both players probably okay, yeah, to get off the score on the scoreboard after, let's
You know,
say,
I think
round
at the
one.
start, Divya was putting the pressure in the openings, but right at the final moments, it started to get काफी tricky for her. And I have to say, incredible find. You know, this is what happens ki you start making moves and the margin to draw becomes less and less, like b5, what you were seeing. But she paused, she knew when to pull the brakes, found the exact continuation that immediately stops the game with rook d5. So fantastic alertness here when she knew the advantage has slipped and just drawing the game on the spot.
Yeah, I think completely agreed. Rook d5 and b5, c5, those moves look logical, but then you would have to defend for much longer. So this way you just kill the game and okay, she tried something new, but her opponent responded well, and okay, you move on to the next day. And I think good result for Divya.
Yeah.
Overall.
Yeah, saving a lot of energy. Practical chess matters. And also, Saj bhai, now to the game you mentioned, Vaishali, jahan pe, as we saw, she was struggling a bit with rook c6. Rook f7 khel diya unke opponent ne. Queen c3, getting out of any attacks, potentially putting pressure here. But ab aata hai rook to c8 and a4 by Vaishali. Okay, what do you make of this move?
So of course, I'm thinking about the move d5, but then the bishop on e6 is hanging. So I'm thinking about some way to defend that bishop so I can push d5, or I can play just b takes a4 and figure out this problem later on. So ba4, let's try that. If you go knight takes a4, there is kuch hai, bishop
I think
d7 hai na?
a4 is a really nice move because you're just creating a b passer. Yeah, knight takes pawn. I think bishop d7 is a bit tricky.
Yes.
But let's say you jump up with the knight to c4. I'm attacking d6. And more than that, I want to go b5, b6 next.
It's just sacrificing a pawn for some compensation. And yeah, it at least changes the nature of the game, which could help Vaishali
It's her clock
bounce
ahead.
back.
Look at that. She's got 38 seconds on the clock, guys. And that
Oh,
for
wow.
me is very
Wow.
concerning.
Wow.
There is increment. There is a 30-second increment in the women's section, but still 13 moves to be made. And the thing is, even if you reach 40 moves because you have the increment, in what condition will you reach the 40 moves? You can't be completely lost at that point. It doesn't make a difference then.
I mean, how is Vaishali so calm? I mean, I was looking at her body language. I mean, if I have 38 seconds, I would be like moving so fast, trying to analyze everything. But she seems so calm. And I think that's a great sign.
And you know what's 38 minus 12?
Tanya, that's 26. Did I hear the number 6 again?
Crazy. Crazy things. It is
Tanya?
26. Good on the math. I wonder what that number is good for right now, Sahil.
So let me think. 26, the year maybe, the candidates, yeah?
2026.
And maybe also like the number of moves they've played before a4.
Just
26.
one move less. Yes, 27
Yeah.
minus 1 would be 26.
And if there was like an offer, like a discount, like 26 would be a nice
फिर
number.
क्या
No?
ही
Like
बात
to-
हो जाती ना क्या ही बात हो जाती.
And by the way, Tanya, you're going to be giving out signed chessboards to one winner every single day. So,
I'm literally just finding out about this.
so which square are you going to sign on the board? Agar square choose karna hota aapko, where will you sign?
So I
Tan just
usually
look
like-
at the 26th square, no? You should, from A1, you should look at the 26th square.
So 8, 16,
B4.
20.
Bye. If that is true, that is insane.
How
Crazy.
is it B4, bhai?
8
B4.
into 3? 8 into 3 plus 2, no?
20. Achha, you're going A4, B4.
Haan,
on the
so you're going
fourth
up.
rank.
Okay. Haan, that would be
So
D2
it
then, I
depends which way you're going.
think. True.
So yeah, so I think I would sign on the 26th square. I'll decide which way I go, laterally, horizontally. But usually I would pick like E4 or D4. Those are my default squares. The two openings I like to play the most.
True. So chat, do get a diamond membership ताकि you could enter an opportunity to get a signed board by Tanya. And by the way, Tanya, you signed मुझे याद है बहुत साल पहले Red Bull वाला. I still have that at home. जहाँ पे वो award दिया था ना. So do get it signed and keep it as a memento. Meanwhile,
I don't believe it. Show it.
वो मेरे पेरेंट्स के घर पे यार. मैं शिफ्ट हो गया ना.
Oh, very convenient.
नहीं मैं शिफ्ट हो गया ना यार.
convenient.
See. The thing is, it was this big. So वहां से फ्लाइट में अगर मैं लेके आता ना उसको, तो एक्स्ट्रा चार्ज ले लेते.
टिकू भाई अब इससे बच नहीं सकते अब, ठीक है? अब the more you talk about it, the more
I promise.
doubtful we will
एक
be.
दिन घर जब when I go home, I'll send Tanya a picture of that still at home there somewhere.
Yeah,
but
and
Google में
photo
सर्च
didn't
करेंगे how
happen.
do I make a replica of this?
AI image. Add.
But jokes aside, I think it's honestly a great time to go premium. You get this discount of 26% off. You get all the benefits of Chess.com, whether it's game analysis, doing unlimited puzzles in a day, all the cool, courses that are there available when you go premium. What better time than the candidates to follow the candidates and up your own game with a 26% off?
Bilkul, Tusha, absolutely well said. And meanwhile, one question I have about this game is something, I would know the answer to if I had solved my puzzle rush daily. कि Bishop D7 क्यों नहीं खेल सकते? Like, are we planning to sack the exchange here or?
I think AB5, Bishop C6, BC6. That looks amazing actually.
It really does. B5 aa raha hai, Knight C4 aa raha hai. D5, then you just push. Oh, B5, D4. Okay, so can we go Queen C4?
Bishop C5 looks logical, but I'm guessing you have D4 anyways,
Queen
or
C4?
E4. D4 Queen C4 तो good na?
Looks good.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's losing still. It's not very clear though.
Okay, let's go back.
Hmm.
There's something stronger. But again, I will say that when you're looking at this position with human eyes, you don't want to play this position with black. You don't want white's pawn on C5, C6 as a connected passer.
Yeah, if it goes
But
wrong,
I mean,
it goes horribly wrong. Yeah.
if we
You could lose this.
consider Vaishali's time, then 38 seconds you would want to change the nature of the game, no? It just creates the possibility of her making blunders more often
What I
because
mean
there's a
is,
chance we didn't look at it.
I don't think Bibisara will go Bishop D7 here. She hasn't already. Has she already played it?
No, not yet.
No, not
Because
yet.
what I'm trying to say is that Bishop D7, you see pawn takes pawn, you see pawn takes bishop. How happy are you as black to get that position? I would not be very convinced with black here.
Yeah. And D5 is the only move. So you have to be very precise. So maybe it's something you have to be absolutely sure about. And she also only has 9 minutes, right? She doesn't have like an hour on the clock. So she also has to calculate all these subtleties. And Vaishali is using her time right now to figure out the position.
Yeah. Yeah, she has to use her time. I mean, she's barely got any of her own time left. A4, I think, is a really good choice by Vaishali. Do you want to, while Bibisara's thinking, should we move on to another game?
Yeah, maybe Pragg, because Anish ने कुछ तो खेला है. After rook e4, उन्होंने खेला knight to g4.
This is what I was thinking about. Why didn't he do this before the rook was on e4? So when the rook was on e2, because then it made more sense to place the knight on e3 as the rook would be restricted. But okay, even now it makes sense. But that rook on e4 just looks annoying, yeah? Like some c3.
Like मौका ही नहीं
अभी
था,
d4 से पहले कर दिया ना मैंने.
अच्छा, you mean
d4
पहले. Okay. Here you mean, right?
Yeah.
This is what Vicky sir was saying. This is what he wanted him to play. And even he was like, knight e5 is looking so good. But Anish immediately played d5 actually in that moment.
Right. So it was a bit committal and it just gave that rook the central square where it's just super active. And now even if you put the knight on e3, it doesn't restrict my rook anymore. And I think Pragg has good chances now, yeah? In 13 minutes only for Anish.
And no increment, by the way.
What do you think? Do you think Pragg will be able to get the dub in this one?
I mean, we want him to, right? I mean,
it will be a crazy start if he wins in game 1. We were talking about the stats that how every player who's gone on to win the candidates has had a win in round 1 or round 2.
But Tanya also and Saj bhai also, like I feel like we all cheering for Pragg, right? ये तो पता ही है. Like मतलब किसी पूछे कि Pragg तो cheer कर ही रहे. I feel like we should also choose one commentator, one player each as somebody whom we are cheering for, like across the event. Like we can bet our horses ki this is the guy who's potentially gonna win. How do you think of that idea?
Okay, let's do it. So you mean like apart from Pragg?
Yeah, of course.
And in
Pragg
the
तो है ही,
women, then
मतलब
apart from Vaishali and Divya.
Yes.
Fair. Okay, cool.
So अगर open section में देखें पहले, which player are you gonna choose? Saj bhai?
I'm gonna go against like everyone's like expectations, and I'm just
So
gonna say
Esipenko.
like I no, Fabi, like Fabi, I think
Wow,
has.
no.
Wow.
What?
I
Pragg?
think
Oh my.
I know, right?
Oh,
It's crazy.
Unbelievable.
Saj भाई मतलब मार्केट रिस्क लेके एफडी में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं भाई, मतलब
मतलब
क्रेजी आदमी है मतलब.
मैंने ना वो एआई से पूछा भी था कि भाई तू आर यू श्योर लाइक you're rooting for it. He's like no I'm sure. I know it's a risk but लेकिन
Guts,
करना
bhai.
पड़ता है.
Guts.
I know,
Said
bhai.
guts, man. Respect for that. Yeah.
And
अगर Fabi हार
just so
गया
we
ना
are on
तो
that,
क्लिप होगा फिर.
just so like we're speaking about this in the women's section is Zhu Jiner. So like it's like the same ideas there, but and you
Unbelievable.
cannot choose my player. So go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, such a bold pick, right? You
Yeah.
pick the person who's the top seed in the women. Who would have ever thought of that? And then in the open, you pick the guy who's on the top of every tier list. I mean, guts, dude. I can't
I
believe
know.
Sahaj just did
I
that.
know. It's almost like the guy's world number 2.
Yeah. Actually he's
Yeah, or
not.
has
but
played
yeah.
a world championship match or something.
Oh yes.
खतरों के
So
खिलाड़ी
what
में
do
I
you
think
think?
पहला अक्षय कुमार के खतरों के खिलाड़ी का पहला कंटेस्टेंट सहज ग्रोवर ही होगा जब भी नेक्स्ट सीजन आएगा. But
Kyle, first you go.
हाँ, so I'll go with Anish maybe. I think if
Maybe
not
क्या
Pragg,
होता है?
no, but I'll go with Anish because if not Pragg, I would love to see like Anish there at the top fighting it out for the world championship. So I'll kind of support Anish there. Zara draw nahi karna bhai, please. Thank you. Fingers crossed.
Great. So one has taken. And what about in the women? Who are you picking?
Women is interesting. Zhu Jiner तो ले लिया.
Dan ना
Saj bhai ने
पूरा
his-
पूरा मतलब स्कैन कर रही है सबके thoughts and then she
I
will
have
like,
decided. You know
say
what I've
something.
decided? No.
Yes.
I know this time I'm going to save myself and I'm going to be the voice of chat. I'm going to take chat's prediction on this and make it mine. So chat you can't write Fabi because somebody's already taken him. Who and Anish, now that Sahil's taken Anish, I will see the name that's mentioned most and that will be my prediction apart from Pragg. So that
She's
is
so
the
clever,
name
no,
that
from Tanya.
That's my name.
मतलब एक ही सेंटेंस में बोल दिया ये इसका पिक फाबी है, इसका पिक अनीश है, तो वो मत बोलना. बट जो आप कहोगे वो मेरा पिक है. तो दैट
वो
वे
मेरा pick
योर
है. I
पिक
am
इज
the
नॉट
voice
रिवील्ड.
of chat. I am the voice of the people.
Wow. ये डायलॉग भी मैंने बहुत बार सुना है.
किससे?
हर पॉलिटिशियन इन द वर्ल्ड, हर किसी से भाई. तान्या करियर चेंज.
Wait, I will follow it
By the way,
through.
I've
So
chosen Bibisara among the women players. So chat, you know, अर्जुन कपूर क्यों लिख रहा है कोई?
Okay, so I see two names that are being mentioned a lot right now. Okay,
Yeah,
if I
yeah,
see
yeah.
two names, so there are two names in the open which are being mentioned, and I'll pick one of them. So
choose Sindarov,
Hikaru
I
and
think.
Sindarov are the two
Sindarov is a
people
good
that are
choice, I
being
think,
mentioned.
Tanya. Sindarov is a good
Okay,
choice,
so
I think.
you know what? I will, against all odds, pick Hikaru.
Wow,
Wow.
crazy भाई.
Wow.
मतलब after Fabi, who thought? Like insane,
Listen,
भाई.
I am just a vessel for the people right now. This is not
Wow,
my
wow, wow.
thought process.
Wow.
Whatever the
So
people give me is what I will say. So you see the chat. Everyone said Hikaru.
so आपको so for you Hikaru is people's champion basically.
Yeah, I mean, and I get it. He's a streamer. People love him. So I am, like I said, I'm the vessel. I don't have a voice of my own.
So women section में कौन है फिर?
तो
वहां तो वैसल चाहिए.
आपने बिबिसारा को ले लिया है और आपने Zhu Jiner को ले लिया है.
हाँ.
So we are left with Tan. We are left with I'm blanking out. Vaishali and Divya we can't pick.
We've already picked like every.
Goryachkina is there. We are
Yeah.
left with Goryachkina, Lagno, and one more player we're left with.
Muzychuk.
Muzychuk, Anna. Yes. So no, we
the way-
can't pick up the Indians. So let's see what the chat says on this one. Chat, remember, I shall only speak your words. You know what? आता है ना शुरू में before a show disclaimer that the thoughts and the opinions on this are not the commentator's own.
Oh,
They
अच्छा,
belong to the chat and the chat solely.
अच्छा. I just remembered Three Idiots. बोल वो रहे हैं but शब्द हमारे हैं.
आजकल मूवी से पहले भी आता है बट मूवी ज्यादा रियल होती है, so I'm not sure.
True भाई. True.
So I'm getting a lot of Anna actually. Anna has a lot of fans in chat, I see.
I don't see
Chat
Anna.
is-
I see some other name actually.
I don't see Anna
see
either.
Anna.
I'm
I
not
don't
even
see Anna
seeing.
at all actually.
मैं scroll भी कर रहा हूँ, मुझे कोई और ही दिख रहा है भाई.
Chat,
मुझे
you're
एक ही
really
नाम दिख
not
रहा है.
helping. You're not helping right now. I need some help here. And if you don't, okay, I'm giving you 5 seconds, chat. If I, क्या चल रहा है chat?
Vessel भाई, Vessel. Please.
ताजा
Vessel करो.
चूज कर ही दो अब. It doesn't matter भाई. At least अच्छे दिन बोल दो भाई, कोई बात नहीं.
Okay, fine.
Chat की unity देखो भाई, एक बंदे
Chat
ने वो
is
नाम के
chat,
अलावा
chat
कोई
की
और नहीं
best
लिखा.
friend है. I've understood that. Chat loves chat भाई. Chat को एक दूसरे से कोई separate नहीं कर सकता. I will make a pick because clearly chat is on another level right now.
I think वो
So,
नौदिर बेग बोलना चाहते हैं, I think.
okay, I'll go with Goryachkina.
Goryachkina.
Just
go
for
with
evidence,
Goryachkina.
chat में 2000 मैसेज में 2 लोगों ने गोरचकिना लिखा था. Just
Oh,
for
really?
just
See?
for the
Vessel
vessel thing कि
भाई,
भाई मैं chat
vessel.
का vessel उन 2 लोगों के लिए.
Chat, I got you. So yeah, so we're picking. I'm picking Goryachkina again. Chat's voice, and we're
Yeah.
picking Hikaru. And again, this is not me.
This is
It's
fair.
it's the Vessel, yeah, for sure.
And
No,
by the way,
understood.
Knight का वैसे E3 पे आ चुका है and only move खेली Pragg ने यहाँ पे, that is pawn to C3. Of course, you want to save the pawn, so still better, but pawns भी exchange हो रहे हैं थोड़े बहुत.
Pawn takes C3 के बाद I think I'm capturing back with the bishop, right? Even though it isolates my pawn, but मेरा bishop activate हो रहा है, knight f6 check आ रही है. Should be good, or is that not the
Yeah,
best move?
that looks very good to me at least. I don't know what the engine says, but bishop takes pawn looks like the human response, and knight, rook, and bishop combining against the black king.
My bishop c3 is actually worse. bc3
Yeah,
is
this
much better.
this-
Why?
But
This
that's
move, knight
okay. I mean,
d5.
I feel that sometimes we rely too much on, sure, objectively, maybe b takes c3 is slightly better. But I think, again, from a human perspective, bishop takes pawn asks some really big questions in the position and comes with direct threats as well.
True.
I
No,
see
I was
knight
thinking
d5,
that.
yeah.
So generally, I was thinking in the sense that bishop c3, I agree with you, looks more natural, but it is still interesting that it's not the best move in the position. Like,
Yeah.
so that increases the chance that Pragg could actually play it. Like bishop c3, I think is the first instinct for most chess players here, no? But knight d5, dekhte, I think, okay, that knight on h7 is
Can you
suffering and
slow
you don't have
down?
h4 anymore.
Also, exactly. And then somewhere you're allowing knight h4, hitting on g2. So maybe pawn takes pawn. But firstly, how easy is this position for Anish? I think is the bigger question. You know, Pragg ka decision, bishop takes pawn takes pawn. I think you can calculate and come to a point. But I just think it's actually very difficult for Anish to play this right now. d4 is hanging. You're down a pawn. You know, there are thoughts in your head that, like, I could be losing my first game at the candidates.
Oh,
And of
that's
course,
true, actually. Yeah.
It's very hard to come back, as we discussed earlier. Anish, of course, has that solid style, right? For somebody like Anish, it might be even tougher. He might have to play, anti his natural style to come back. So he doesn't want to start off with a loss at all. And yeah, I mean, at 8 minutes doesn't help. Still 8 moves to go. It's very
By the
difficult. No
way,
increment.
sorry, I really think we should switch to Vaishali because I believe that game is about to finish.
Let's go.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
My
I hope
opposite
about
paired
Wait, what?
bishops.
Oh, great.
I don't know what's happening.
Great
This is
save by
amazing.
Vaishali.
Wow.
Yeah, it was
This
much
worked.
needed.
Knight c4,
Yeah, let's see how she
bishop
got it, but let's go quickly because I think last few moves are being played.
96. Wow. I think
Oh,
black missed a couple
nicely
Okay.
moves.
done. Nicely
Wow.
done.
Commendable,
Yeah,
yeah?
this is simple. Yeah,
This is a
So
very
nice
big
save.
save. Yeah, because it looked like she was in trouble and she did it with 38 seconds on the clock. With 26 plus 12 is what she did it with. Amazing.
Yep, and by the way, when we started the stream, you asked me what would be the score, and I said 2 out of 3. So we are on track for that if
I
Vaishali
said
draws,
1.5.
because Pragg is slightly better, and if he converts that, it would be 2 out of 3. Why?
If he draws, then it'll be 1.5. So I
Yes.
want Sahaj to win this competition, I'll be honest.
Hmm.
But Sahil, I
Oh,
don't think
that's
you're
it.
winning it. And we have a
मेरा तो गया
result.
भाई.
Vaishali
Yeah.
saves a very difficult position. I wonder where Bibisara went wrong, because it looked like she had at least a commanding position to start pushing.
I think this was the moment. यहाँ पे knight d6 के बाद she had to take the rook essentially. Not an easy move, right? Allowing
Yeah,
this
rook on
discover
f7
attack.
is hanging.
Yeah, knight f7 and queen f6. I mean, this is so hard to spot, to be honest. with queen
The
f6
knight is
knight.
trapped. The knight is
And you
trapped.
defend your bishop.
But very tough
Oh,
actually.
and look
And
at them. They're analyzing.
yeah, they're laughing.
Vaishali saying, I'm not sure what was going on there.
भाई 30 सेकंड तक क्या सोचूंगी मैं दिमाग में यही चल रहा है. But yeah, so that's a very good result for, I think, Vaishali. So both the Indian women's section starting off with the draw, and now
Yes.
it's Pragg fighting it out.
Yep, and is that a blue arrow I see
what?
with h4? What just
What just
happened?
happened?
Wait,
That's a
what?
mistake. That's a mistake by Anish. And now h4 is the only move for a
Wait.
clear edge.
Okay, let's just get this clear that black is
Ah.
threatening rook h5 and trapping that knight. That is the threat.
Yes.
Because that knight on d5 takes away the f6 square. So that's Anish's idea with the retreat. So pawn takes pawn, rook h5. That's the problem, right?
Maybe I will have c4 like just to
Yeah,
at
that's
least
the
get some
problem.
material back.
No,
You're
if
right, you're
pawn
right.
takes pawn.
If c takes
Yeah,
d4, she means then there is rook h5 and the knight is gone.
Done. Yeah.
So my next question is, अभी h4 दिख रहा है मुझे arrows में, but why can't I play rook h5 anyways and just take the pawn on h4? Isn't that just a free pawn, or am I missing something?
h4, rook h5, knight g5,
Knight g5.
knight takes pawn.
Knight
Knight
takes
But then I just
f4.
take the knight and then I take the d4 pawn and at least say that I'm up a pawn.
Oh, bishop h4, knight f3, you mean, yeah?
Bishop h4, rook h4. I thought we start pawn takes pawn.
Oh, because after knight f3, there's d takes c3. Can we show that? Just one step back. Knight
Oh,
f3,
wow.
d3 is working.
Wow.
Oh, stunning. Knight takes rook e1.
Knight c3.
Knight
yeah?
c3.
Bhai, he could miss this, yeah?
No. In that position, you come to that position, you just take the pawn on d4 without going into fancy stuff then. Like you just make the practical choice, no? Bishop takes knight, rook takes bishop, capture on d4.
Yeah, there's also another move that's knight e6 here, which is even stronger apparently, with knight c5, knight f4, knight d4, lots of ideas.
Yeah, I think it looks pretty promising, but has he considered knight d5 and does... I mean, the time looks very good. Anish only having 7 minutes to play 7 moves.
So is
But some of
h4
Pragg
the
doesn't
only
look...
move? Is h4 the only move to keep an advantage here?
Only move, yeah.
Yes.
There's
What is the
a5
second
as
best
well.
move? Okay.
a5 doesn't make sense though, a5 much. Because I think the idea is, I think Tanya, you mentioned this, rook h5 पे आपके पास c4 है. So rook h7, cd5, and okay, maybe that d5 pawn will fall at some point, but ठीक है, थोड़ा advantage. Push कर सकते हैं.
This is a big moment actually. If Pragg pushes h4, he'll be pushing for the win. He can actually play for the win in this game one. Anything else and it steers closer to the draw territory. Can we zoom in on the players and just get a good read on what's happening there?
I mean, Anish has to be tense, yeah? 7 minutes on the clock, no increment, 7 moves to go. Minute to move is never easy.
I'm just trying to observe, Pragg, if he's looking at the h4 square or not, because that's where you begin.
You know what my bigger concern is, that Pragg has gone h3 just before he went c3, like a move ago. How easy is it psychologically to go like, I played h3 and now I play h4?
I mean, I guess when you see knight d5, you see the threat of rook h5, कि ठीक है, knight attacked it, then okay, h4 makes a lot of sense. But I'm also gonna think कि ठीक है, मेरे पास rook h5 के बाद c4 तो हमेशा है ना. Like rook h5 is not a real threat. Like my knight is not actually hanging. I can always play c4. So let me just improve my position. I don't know, king f2 or something. That also feels logical.
But I do think that h4 is something that Pragg has been setting up to get his knight out from h7 for a while. That's why the beautiful bishop on e1. So I think he finds it, guys. I think he finds h4 and he pushes.
Chat, what do you think? H4 or no H4? Yes or no? Come on, spam kar do yaar. Do you think Pragg finds about to play a move?
Oh, he's about to play.
Come on,
Will he be
H-pawn,
the vessel
Pragg,
of
come
the
on.
chat? And he does it.
Let's
He did
go.
Let's
it.
go!
He did it.
And he gave Anish a little stare at the end, yeah? Like he understood that he's better. H4 on the board.
Amazing. And this is what we were talking about when we were talking about like the strengths of the players, just the calculation that these players have is at another level. You sit down, he's seen this line h4, the rook will slide over. What happens when the knight comes back? You lose the h pawn, you win the d4 pawn. It's a straight, clear line, and Pragg has worked it through. He's worked it through, he has the confidence on his calculation, and he played h4. They don't rely on the vagueness of just keeping the position as is.
Wow.
And
Incredible.
he has to calculate all of this with just 6.5 minutes, and he has 7 moves to play. So there's not enough time to digest all of this. Yeah, you have to make moves fast. Anish could just be losing, with just one small error.
Big moment.
पीक डिटेलिंग बाय देता था भाई pawn to h4 बिल्कुल सही टाइम पे खेल दिया है बिल्कुल ऐसे क्रिस्प मोमेंट पे आ गया ना only move pawn to h4 and now I feel like Anish with 6 minutes by the way to 7 move चलनी है भाई लोग 7 move और अब टाइम गिरता जा रहा है खत्म होता जा रहा है I think this is the moment when you make a mistake.
He's reaching for the c3 pawn. I think he's about to go pawn takes pawn here. And what about that? Pawn takes pawn, and then rook h5?
Knight g5?
Well, at least d4 isn't hanging anymore. So
Knight e6 to abhi bhi hai na?
Correct. So knight e6 is what you're relying on.
Yeah.
I think you'll be an extra pawn up. I'm not sure if it's still a winning advantage. I don't think it is. And also, agar sare minor pieces, so knights or bishop agar trade ho gaye, then Anish should be able to hold a draw in the rook endgame.
How are you winning the pawn after knight takes pawn? Are you going immediately knight e6 or bishop takes knight?
Knight e6.
Because bishop takes knight, I want to just point out that if you go bishop takes knight, rook takes bishop, knight e6, now I can just defend my c5 pawn with like b6.
Yeah, because c3 is hanging, yeah? Also.
Yeah, c3 is hanging as
well.
well.
Knight c3 also very strong actually.
But b6 is very good though. I was thinking in my head knight f4 mar raha hai, but it's not hanging. But yeah, knight c3 is also hanging.
Pawn takes pawn on the board, guys. Pawn takes pawn. I think we'll be seeing this line being played out. He immediately captures with the pawn because he needs to keep h4 defended and connected to the bishop.
Right, so bc3 only move. Let's play it.
Okay.
Rook h.
I just noticed both my favorites were playing each other in both the sections. So maybe I don't know. Not ideal choices, yeah. Okay, वहाँ draw हो गया. यहाँ पे लेकिन एक सफा करेगा.
Do we have the other angle of players where you have the board and both players facing each other? Voila. Like in one. Yeah, this one. I have to say, this is my favorite scene as a commentator, by the way. Completely random information, but I love this.
No, I agree. दोनों players साथ में देखते हैं. Popcorn भी खा सकते हो पीछे पीछे. पता नहीं लगता किसी को. It's at least for me, that's one of the reasons.
On that note, taking a big sip. Okay, so pawn takes pawn, and I have to say, I mean, Pragg has been in this leaned back, chilled posture from the start of this game. Getting that Grand Prix attack in, going for that f4 line, putting the pressure from the start, getting this playable middle game where you're playing against Anish's pawn weaknesses, and he continues to be the only one putting and incrementally increasing that pressure from the opening.
And now it's so difficult to make moves for Anish. I mean, okay, rook h5 definitely is the direction I want to go in, but I'm also thinking about moves like b5, b4, and try to create a passer on the queen side. And I think I'm getting a bit confused. Yeah. Oh, by the way, 3.5 minutes to play 5 moves for Anish. Wow. No increment.
And I don't think in the history of candidates it has happened that a player, if he's lost in round 1, he's gone on to win the candidates. Oh, wait. Did that happen to Jan?
No, he didn't lose, no? I don't think so. He lost in the first round.
Chat, can
Chat will tell us, I think. Chat ko pata
I think no, I'm talking about the 2021. But I could be wrong.
In the split one, yeah?
In the one that split, I have a feeling that he did lose game 1, went on to win it. But I could be wrong. Chat, can you, or I can Google this, but...
But itna hai ki halfway they've always been in the lead or half a point
Yes.
behind. So
Yes.
I think start important bahut zaruri hai. And the point is once you lose, to come back is very difficult because your confidence is
tough.
low. You're kind of desperate because you need that win. So Anish ideally does not want to lose this.
Right. No, you're right. Yan won the game, game one against Ding. In that
Yes,
one.
I remember now. Yeah.
That I
That's
remember,
got
yes.
this.
He lost it
Yes.
wide. I think.
Yes.
Nico was
And
back.
he didn't, and in fact, in the 22 Madrid candidate, he had, by the way, the golden spot for candidates to win is 9 out of 14. That is when you can pretty much be sure if you can score 9 out of 14, you play the World Championship match.
Wow.
Yan, I think, is one of the only 2 players or something who's had, or maybe the only one, or maybe one of 2. He went on a +5 that year where he won 1 round to spare with 9.5 out of 14. 1 round to spare, he won the candidates.
That's crazy.
I think इस field में probably the one who can do that is Fabi, yeah? अगर 9.5 करने हो या round to spare जीतना हो, I'm not sure if anybody else you would pitch winning a round prior. नहीं ना?
Chat तो बोल रहे थे ना, Bluebaum.
I mean,
The Bluebaum sweep. Well, now it can only be 13.5 and 14. He drew his
sad.
first game. Okay, so wait, we have some moves, guys. So Rook H5 happened. Knight comes back to G5, and
By the way,
Pragg is
2
so
minutes to
precise
go.
right
Let's stay full screen if possible because 2 ही
Let's
minute
do
है
it.
अनीश के पास 5
Let's
move
do it.
खेलने के लिए. That's intense time pressure.
Absolutely. And of course, knight h4, which looks the most logical, is not the best, but उसके अलावा उसको b5 खेलना, I'm guessing, Sahil bhai?
That's the best move, Saj. On point.
he's going for the
B5,
knight?
Creating counterplay. Oh no, he's about to
He's
make a
going for the
mistake. There
knight
is no
f6?
good move with knight f6. There is no good move with that knight actually, and that's a big blunder.
Oh!
Look, e6.
Oh
It's
my
just
God, and
winning on the spot. That's a
Wow.
blunder.
because
Yo,
the 2
Pragg is-
knights undefended. You're gonna lose big material after Rook E6. You can't defend the knight on F6. You move it. G6 is hanging.
Wait,
What
एक बार
has-
दिखाओ ना, rook e6.
Huh?
You
something
have to
has
play rook
happened.
g5. Because if you move the knight, then the other knight hangs. If you play
Rook
rook g5,
takes
then
fine.
rook takes
If I
f6.
move, then this falls, and now rook g5.
No,
rook f6.
No,
rook
rook
f6.
takes knight.
Huh.
Rook g4,
Rook
and वो
g4.
रुक गया ना? Like
just go
king h2, king
h5.
h3 or h5, h6.
Just
Wait,
queen
h5
the
is the
pawn.
move. h5 is the only move actually.
But it's the easiest move to find.
It's also
H5,
a very easy
H6
move,
is-
though.
It's just a very human move. It's not
Now
some.
h6.
Okay,
Wow.
yeah. Okay, Pragg has to find rook e6, guys. He cannot miss rook e6. And I don't know, do you think Anish missed rook e6 or has he missed that h pawn in the end?
You know,
What do you think happened
Tanya,
here?
the similar thing happened in Tata Steel as well in round 1 to Anish. Sahil bhai, I think you'll remember this.
Sindarov, round
When
2, I
again,
think. Round 2 Sindarov, right?
Round 2, in that king pawn ending, wherever it was.
He's
where
going to do it,
Anish-
guys. Guys, look at this.
So Anish has been a bit inconsistent towards the end, yeah? Especially in Tata Steel, I saw. So maybe it could be that. And now rook
Come on,
e6.
Pragg.
And I
Chat,
think
do you-
Anish has spotted it. By the way, Anish, right now with the head in hands, as we were discussing with Vishy, this is one where you don't want to give your expressions away. You're hiding your face, but there's also despair.
Fabi
You're
is also winning. So
Oh
sorry,
my God.
Tanya, but Fabi is complete. Can we have Fabi, Hikaru, and Pragg Anish on both the games if possible? Because it's getting intense. Look at Fabi's position. The bar is like shot up.
Okay, but wow. Okay, opposite color bishop. What is happening here? Why is this winning? I don't understand this. Do you understand this? Why is this so winning, Sahaj?
Maybe the
Because
bishop
that
on-
black bishop on
Yeah.
c5 is blocked, and it's like white is playing with an extra piece. Bishop on d5,
Okay.
queen on g4,
And
like
then
a
rook
long
h4,
term.
rook f4, and you put pressure on f7. But this is a long grind.
I don't know if it's winning though. I feel like
Yeah.
Hikaru will find something to defend this.
But I think Fabi is feeling very happy about his position. There's no doubt about it. Can we go full screen on Pragg finding rook e6?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
that will be game over. That will be game over if Pragg can be accurate here. Huge
Wow, so-
moment, guys. Huge moment here.
By the way, Pragg has an accuracy of 98.7 compared to 94.9 for Anish. So he's been the better player today. And I think uski seconds ki team बहुत खुश होगी. Amazing preparation and amazing find of that
है
bishop
कौन
e1 maneuver.
seconds की टीम? आपको कुछ information आई है क्या
ये
recent?
साज भाई ने बोला ना, अभी सब सीक्रेट रिवील कर दिया ना प्रग के, तो उसमें से ही
No, it wasn't me, bhai. But by the way, he's going for it. He's going for the rook.
Do you think he was reaching? Yeah, it felt like the hand movement was reaching for the center of the board. And
Let's
here
go!
comes in Pragg on fire. Bhai,
Let's
rook
go.
d6. Immediately, rook takes knight, and Pragg has calculated all the way through. He has seen that h pawn moving forward for Anish. Only move keeping the rook connected to the knight, or h pawn बढ़ता जाएगा अब.
And h5 is the only move. h5, h6, h7, just pawn promotion. There is nothing that can come close to that square on h8. Let's push h5.
I really want to say that for me, h5 is the most natural move in the position. The only thing is h5, king e7. Is that something that you're looking at and slightly worried about?
h5, then
Not
rook
worried.
takes,
Rook takes
no?
knight. Yeah, I'm sorry. Just been a long day, guys. Been a long day.
Also, the bishop
But-
on e1, controlling h4, peak telling again by Tadar, yeah? मतलब completely not allowing rook h4. So,
अरे भाई चैट पूरा वो स्पॉइल कर देगी तान्या के लिए अब मत
क्या?
करो
क्या?
इससे कैसे समझ में आएगा? That's not a spoilers आज भाई.
आ जाएगा भाई आ जाएगा मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको आ जाएगा भाई
Chat, अगर कोई मूवी स्पॉयलर्स है तो मत दो बिकॉज मैंने देखी नहीं है मूवी और मुझे देखनी है. आई नो दैट दैट्स द कन्वर्सेशन यू गाइस आर हैविंग राइट नाउ because we were talking about it before at the start.
Yeah.
But I am expecting Pragg to go h5. It is the most human move in the position. Push that pawn. Push, and queen it.
And if you go knight e5 then just h6 as well, yeah?
I
Knight
don't think you
f3
care
check.
about knight f3. Do you care about knight f3?
Not really,
Knight
no.
takes bishop.
King
King f2,
कहाँ
knight
पे?
takes bishop.
Just king takes forced है क्या? h7 तो नहीं कर सकता मैं, I think.
Wait,
कुछ है
rook
आपके
takes
पास?
pawn?
Rook takes pawn.
Pawn.
Why is this? Rook f4, yeah? Just rook f4, rook f6
Rook
maybe.
takes pawn, rook h2,
Rook f6 now.
rook f6, and now you'll go king f1, king g1, and slide up the board with your king.
हाँ a5 भी खेल दो ताकि वो दोनों pawns एकदम lock हो जाए वहाँ पे.
Yeah, and you'll put your rook
Hmm.
on b6, and the king will move up. Come on,
Wow.
Pragg has played this game so beautifully. I have to say that one has to give it to him. You know, all of us, of course, fans of Anish, and for many reasons. But I really think that Pragg deserves to convert this one. He never let slip the pressure.
Yeah,
Agreed.
he was always ahead from the opening phase itself. And by the way, look at this. Fabi also taking out world number 3
Wow.
Hikaru in the
मैं पता
first
है-
round itself.
मैं भूल ही गया बोर्ड चेंजर के भी गेम चेंज हो जाएगी यहाँ पे. The bar was
Tan-
so far ahead. I had to switch for a second, but he's also close to winning, yeah?
So guys,
still
question. So does this mean like the
Are
current favorites are Fabi and Pragg?
1000% early leaders.
Let's go.
And we've been saying it, that traditionally you win in the first 2 rounds of candidates. Those are the guys who've gone on to win the whole tournament. I love that we have this 2-board view. I think the plan has to be rook lift, line up the rook on the F line, put pressure on F7. You're also looking at infiltration with queen G6 at some point. Rook E4, rook F4, Hikaru setting up a defense with rook D7.
Yeah, but that the biggest problem for Hikaru is that bishop on c5 and that pawn on d4. I mean, if you could tell Hikaru, okay, you can magically remove that pawn from d4, that central pawn, I think he would do it in a heartbeat because it activates his bishop. Of course, he would still have to defend, but it would be a much easier position to defend than this one. Because यहाँ पर आप एक piece down खेल रहे हो basically.
Are you looking at Hikaru's reactions? He literally lifted up his hands up in the air at one point. He was like, "Kya chal raha hai, bhai?" Like, it was crazy. So Hikaru Nakamura not happy with this position at all.
He can't be happy. Like you said, that bishop is a big pawn. It's like playing down a piece right now. But the thing is, he set up this idea of rook d7, rook e7. So I'm just wondering, where is the breakthrough coming from? What is the winning plan? Because the bar is saying that white is crushing it here.
Queen e4, queen h7 is what I'm thinking. Okay, मेरे को कुछ I mean जल्दी नहीं करना चाहिए, I guess. Like rook e4 is also working, but
Oh, I
just
love
trying to
queen
find
e4.
a concrete, yeah, queen e4 or queen f5 doesn't matter, but yeah, queen h7 and something on the back rank maybe.
So queen e4, maybe queen f5 is accurate because king h7, bishop e4, and that's why king g8, bishop e4.
Yeah.
And if
This
you
is
go
just
queen e4,
gone.
yeah, because if you go queen e4, at least there could be a defensive resource. But queen f5, queen h7 is beautiful geometry here.
Oh,
He goes queen
Oh,
e4
yeah.
though. He plays your move, Sahaj, but now Hikaru, can he sidestep with the king, control the 8-7 square?
He has to go king g8. I think he plays it.
He's at least reaching out for the king. He does it.
Okay, now, oh wait, now queen f5. Very interesting, no? Like he...
Very interesting. Oh, you know what he's done? What has he done? Queen d7?
I think
And
Fabi
now
messed
queen.
up a bit. ऐसा लग रहा है.
नहीं ये तो मतलब I don't think this is mess up. I think he's just messing around with the position, yeah, because you can repeat. You basically have a free hand here as Fabi, and Hikaru just has to defend.
No, but Sahaj, had he gone queen f5 pehle, king h8, king g8 ko bishop e4 just looked over. Your queen is coming in. Oh, and Hikaru there with a head shake. Oh, so what's the path here? How is he winning this?
By the way, question for chat. Chat, so in this position, if I play queen f3, yeah, queen f4 खेलते हैं, queen f4 खेलते हैं actually, and black goes rook e8. White to play, chat.
Meanwhile, guys, Pragg has gone h5. h5 khela gaya hai, and black's knight has gone to e5. So while chat is...
Okay, queen f3 played though.
So why not rook e8 here? कोई bishop c6 मत बोलना, please.
I think he played very
that's not the fun solution, let's say.
Beautiful question.
What's the solution, Sahaj bhai?
It is sacrifice your queen. Queen takes f7.
My
GG.
queen.
Oh,
Queen takes pawn, queen takes queen. You win the rook, you win the queen. You win the game.
Wow.
But
so that is winning, and 40th move, by the way, I think in this game. But we can switch, yeah, maybe to Pragg
yeah,
now.
let's go back to Pragg, because again, move 39, 1 minute for Anish right now. He's still got a move to make. 8-6 is the best move in the position, but Pragg is calculating knight f3 check. Is he winning that rook pawn endgame? Is in his mind.
Yeah, crucial decision. Luckily, he has.
Also, what about knight takes pawn? What about knight takes pawn? Because 8-6 bishop can be taken, right? 8-7 you have rook h4. What?
You can't take no, because h7 rook. There's no rook h4.
No, knight takes bishop. Oh, sorry, I messed up the moves. Yeah, 8-6. I thought 8-6, 8-7. Yeah.
Wow.
So h6 is the key move, and h6, h7 is just happening by force. And that bishop on e1 is, again, even though that pawn is not on h4, that bishop is still defending that h4 square. Yeah. So if that bishop was anywhere else.
Even, Rakesh bhai, sorry, Sahaj bhai, even the bishop.
Even the bishop.
Even the bishop.
This
I
is
have a question for chat.
Peak detailing.
Peak detailing, bhai.
Sahil's peak moment that commentary just happened with. Even the bishop. Okay, 8-6 chat. Black goes rook g6. White to play is my question.
Black goes rook g6.
Yes, because rook takes rook, knight takes rook. My knight is defending the pawn from queening. You take rook takes pawn, rook takes pawn. I'm happy as black.
Come on, chat. What do you think is the answer?
Yeah, firstly, after rook takes pawn, Tanya, you're not happy as black.
I'm not unhappy. Life could be a lot worse.
if you saw the position before, yes, then you're happy. But okay, like overall, you're still sad, no? Here.
No, I would be happy. If you go rook takes pawn, I would be happy. I still live for a while. But I think chat will get this. Yeah, of course, chat knows you ignore.
Correct. At 7, give up the rook and make a new queen.
Okay, now compared to this, tell me, rook takes pawn, you'd be happy, no, Sahaj?
Debatable.
Debatable.
Okay, but let's...
I choose not to debate on this.
Still thinking. I see
Come on,
h6.
Pragg, push that pawn.
By the way, one more move remaining, yeah, for Anish.
Tough moment, yeah. I mean, I don't know what's going on in his mind right now, but thoda bahut to ye creep in ho raha hoga. Arey yaar, you know, like candidates first round. How am I spoiling this opportunity? Where did I go wrong?
Where did it all go wrong? That is exactly Sahil. Like for Anish, he's like, I survived the opening onslaught. You know, whatever was coming at me, I found this queen d7. What did I mess up? What was my mistake that I'm suddenly staring at a first round defeat? And let's remind everyone, like Vishy's reaction to Pragg finding this bishop e1 maneuver, which has made all of this possible. It just shows the accuracy with which Pragg has played the different phases of the game.
He literally said it was genius, yeah? I mean, imagine a 5-time world champion saying it was just genius. I mean, that's a huge compliment on Pragg's shoulders.
Wow. Guys, we have, I think now I'm looking at the bar and it looks like in Esipenko versus Sindarov, there has been a shift. Like
Wow.
Esipenko was a bit better earlier, but apparently he made 3 mistakes in a row and now he's on the
Okay, but
cusp of a resignation.
either we have
Oh,
two
it's
boards. Let's
over.
not go away from Prague's board.
Acha, haan, theek hai, let's stick to Pragg. I think we'll come back to this. But yeah, I think Sindarov was struggling, yeah, in that game against Esipenko at some point.
Can we not have a two-board view? Because Sindarov's position also looks very interesting at the moment. And the shift that you said. Yeah, there we have it. Actually, chat, when I was being the vessel for chat was torn between Hikaru and Sindarov.
No, that's not where chat was torn. Chat was saying something else, Tanya.
No, that was later. In the open, they were torn between Sindarov and Hikaru's edge.
Wait, is Sindarov completely winning now?
I actually think he might be because you're
It's +5.
You're up in exchange. You're about to win that bishop, I think. Where are you going with your queen? Queen
C7, I guess. So he just collapsed, yeah? Maybe he's not used to the
C7, I
time
just
control?
take d. No, I can't take d5. Why is this winning?
Queen G6, I'm guessing, yeah, maybe. But still, do you think, Danya, that this could be because he's not used to not having those extra 30 seconds, Esipenko? Because generally he's, I mean, if you see the first 26 moves, he was kind of outplaying Sindarov.
By the way, Pragg played 8-6, guys. Pragg has gone 8-6. He's going for the dub here.
One more move.
I think, Saj, you're totally right for Esip. But, I mean, it could be a challenge for either of these two players. No, I don't know how used to they are playing without 30 seconds. I just think Sindarov is a beast, man. I just think he plays 25, the way he played from start to end, how many rating points he's picked up, how impressive he's been in different formats of the game through 25, the World Cup victory, just all of it. He's not a guy you can sleep on in this tournament.
Also, Vishy sir put him in the winners category in his tier list, like along with Fabi. Like he was like Sindarov is so good. So I think kahin na kahin pe his form in the last year has been amazing. And
but I mean,
he's kind of
winning World Cup and candidates like in the same cycle, yeah, that's huge.
Statement.
Like that's a big statement, I think. Don't think if it has happened.
Queen C5. Yeah, I was trying to think as well.
On the 40th
कोई जीता है क्या World Cup और candidates साथ में? I don't think so, yeah.
I mean, Magnus could have done it, but he didn't.
No, Magnus 23 में जीता था World Cup.
He didn't play. Like what he was trying to say was 24 में he could have.
Yeah,
if he would have played
yes.
the candidates.
But that would, yeah, if he played the candidates, yes, not the.
Okay, but he's gone Queen C5. It's too soon, guys. Firstly, we are in game 1. I think it's a far way off to think about that Sindarov might win. He might. But Queen C5 eyes that F2 pawn. So how are you handling this? Are you going Queen G6?
I think Queen G6. It sets up some kind of a meeting attack on the king because I'm controlling all the escape squares and then I can target your back rank somehow. So Queen G6, Rook E8 seems like...
He's gone for it, Saj. He's going for idea.
Wow. So if you have a look at the game so far, by the way, Zhu Jiner and Tan Zhongyi also ends in a draw. It feels like Caruana has good chances to win. Pragg has good chances to win. Sindarov has good chances to win. So 3 potential results in the open section in round 1. भाई पिछली बार तो सारे ड्रॉ हुए थे इस बार तो मतलब खून खराबा पहले राउंड से हो रहा है.
Correct, but not in the women's section, because 3 draws already done. But look at that 4th one. It's I mean it's also it's just 4 draws back to back, yeah, basically.
Yeah.
It's 3 versus 2 endgame, but I'm guessing she's gonna play Goryachkina and Lagno. Oh, knight f3 check played, by the way, by Anish.
Yeah, he's going for this ending because you don't have an option. Otherwise, just 8-7 is coming. He had to go for this, but that rook pawn ending is totally lost, right? King f2, you give up the bishop, and you simply dominate black's position.
By the way, chat pointing out कि Karyakin है जो World Cup और candidates दोनों जीते थे. Did he win in the same year though? I don't think so. Oh, maybe yes, yeah, because isn't that how he
I think you're right.
qualified?
Chat is right. 2016. is when he won. So meanwhile, Sindarov has gone for this idea, and I think he's very potentially about to get checkmated, is what it feels like. The king comes to h7.
Oh, we have the stats, yeah. Rakesh Bhai in the chat has told us Goryachkina actually won the World Cup and candidates in 2015. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Wow.
Well done, chat, on that start as well. As Rakesh confirms it, bishop comes to d7. So Sindarov eyeing the f5 pawn. Meanwhile, why is Pragg thinking? It has to be between king f2 and king f1. It just feels like king f2 has to be the natural move. By the way, Sindarov with 6 seconds on the clock makes a move.
Why they're playing so quickly?
Oh, he's just repeating moves, yeah.
He's just getting to move 40. And he gets those extra 30 minutes.
And now just the rook needs an entry point somewhere.
He's noting down the moves now because increment nahi hai. He could have paused writing the moves. And his hands are shaking. Look at his hands. The pen in his hand is shaking right now. He's nervous. Yeah, round 1 of the candidates. Understandable.
Yeah,
By the way, isn't rook e6 just GG? It's sacrificing a rook, but that's just mate, no?
Oh, that is beautiful. And could you do rook c6 with the same idea?
Just to be more fancy, yeah. I get you. I think I'd choose rook c6 as well.
Wow.
And now just bishop g8, bishop f7. Can you show that mate line?
Yeah.
And king h7, queen g8. Nice. Yeah, and you look at Esipenko, he knows it. He was hoping for some time scramble blunders by Sindarov. Sindarov now calms himself down as well. He'll take a sip of water. And he'll just sit back and think. He's got that extra minutes. He knows there are tactics on the board, but not rushing with it. There's no need anymore.
Tanya, if you could switch your choice, your second preference, would you do it right now? Like from Hikaru to Sindarov?
Yes.
I
would do it.
Party badal diya.
No. I think like initially, like when we Tikobai, when you and I discussed like previously, like I had Fabi, Pragg and Sindarov in the same thing. And actually 3 wins if you think about it.
I would do it before you even finish your sentence if I could switch from Hikaru to Sindarov. And he's looking for his pen. He's like, pen kahan gaya bhai? Acha, fir mil gaya, usko side mein tha. So what do you think? He goes rook c6 or rook e6? I think rook e6 is just nice.
Yeah, but rook c6 is fancier. Now that I see it.
But is rook c6 working as well? I think it is, right? So you're going rook c8 idea. Knight takes rook, bishop e6, same line.
Same line. Yeah? And if you go some...
Mate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jade, then check again. So yeah.
Yeah, and Esipenko knows it.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy.
He might just resign, yeah?
He looks resigned, but I think he'll wait for the next move and then he might do it.
Yeah. Wow. Day 1 of the candidates. The open section feels like a bloodbath. 3 results. And of course, the people who lost, the pressure is going to get even more intense. And rook e6 played on the board. Wow.
What a move. What a find by Sindarov. And I think this might be the moment Esipenko puts his hand forward, or he lets Sindarov checkmate him. But I think he resigns.
Yeah, has to be. Yeah, this is the perfect finish. And by the way, Pragg has also played king f1 on the right side. Should be resigns, Tanya?
Was there a difference between putting the king on f2 or f1?
I think just making sure knight takes bishop ke bas knight takes pawn check nahi hai. I'm guessing.
But knight takes bishop, you don't want to go h7 because of rook h4, right?
Yeah, but just in case, yeah.
Just in case.
Just in case.
Wow, so Sindarov might be the first one to get the win here.
Yep. And he's going to be leading the candidates after round 1, confirmed. अब देखते हैं कि Fabi और Pragg join कर पाते हैं कि नहीं is the question.
And that's it. There it is. Wow. Javokhir Sindarov, World Cup winner 2025, starts his candidates campaign being a debutant with a first round win.
And what a beautiful finish, yeah, Rookie 6. And comeback tha pura. Like at one point he was struggling. And he just came back and a bunch of mistakes by Esipenko. I don't know, Sajbhai, what happens to Esipenko's confidence now? Because he made a lot of mistakes, like minor errors, but they kind of accumulated to give Sindarov a clear edge at the end.
I think for me this was just time, because I think Esipenko played the I think the first 25 moves really well, but then maybe he's not used to the fact that he doesn't have that extra half a minute increment. And I saw his time was around 10 minutes or so. And then when you see 25 moves, you say, okay, 15 moves I need to make in, such a short amount of time. And then you start to panic. And then you just see the eval just went from 0.5 to Esipenko's favor to like +4 for Sindarov, which is a huge leap. So I think going to the next rounds, Esipenko would have to keep a closer look on the clock. That's, I think, the main reason he lost.
But a fantastic start for Javokhir, and getting it done, winning it with Rookie 6. It's a huge confidence boost as well to win your game 1 like this as the arbiter steps in. Other matches are on. Pragg still fighting, by the way. Knight takes bishop has happened. And I think we stick to this one. Maybe we can get a double board view with Hikaru and Fabi as well, because Hikaru was in big trouble.
Yep. And 3 games remain, yeah? Only 3 now. So one of them is, of course, going to be a draw between Goryachkina and Lagno. It's going to be a long one. But 2 games in the open section, Pragg versus Anish and Caruana versus Hikaru. So both of them very, very interesting.
Bhai, first day ka finale lag raha hai bhai. Yeah, so it's I think it couldn't have ended in a better way.
Yeah, it's not a script you could have written for round 1 of the candidates. By the way, Hikaru's managed to read out his bishop from c5 to a good defensive square. I feel like that is some small progress for black. And if Fabi can find a way to make the most of the light squares, imagine setting up a battery with bishop e4, queen f5. If you can achieve that, sure, we're talking about finishing the game off. But right now, it feels like Hikaru's holding things off.
So Tanya, do you want to switch back to Hikaru then?
I mean, the thing is, we cannot be sure with Hikaru, because yes, it is winning, but Hikaru is extremely resourceful, especially in these positions. Yeah, he will find something. But then again, Fabi also, and also Fabi, he many times he has a winning position, but you remember the last candidates where he was completely winning as well against Nepo, the very famous game. It looks kind of similar to that. So if Fabi wins this match against Hikaru, it would be a huge boost, and I think he becomes a heavy favorite to win the candidates for me.
Yeah, especially because he breaks the Hikaru curse at the most important stage, right? Fabi has had horrible results against Hikaru in the recent past in so many tournaments. So getting that first round win will be massive for him in this tournament. I think he's definitely one of the opponents that Fabi wanted to be very careful against. So the resource that Hikaru was relying on was queen to e5 if white set up the battery. And I'm just wondering now he wants to offer the trade via c8 if bishop e4. Because bishop e4, if you don't go queen c8, queen f5, and I'm very happy.
So queen c8 is the plan. Just wait and see what Fabi, or how will Fabi improve his position. So that's the question. Yeah, bishop e4, queen f5 maybe is the plan, but bishop e4 mein aap queen c8 khel rahe ho.
Hanji.
Right? So rook f5, queen f3, something like this. I'm guessing you just have to shuffle your pieces around. I would put my rook from f4 to b5, like f5, b5. Put the bishop on e4 and put the queen on f3, and I think that should be winning. Like, very hard to hold.
Just play bishop e7, bishop c5 and lock the rook somehow. Like, if the mate doesn't
वो time मिलेगा नहीं ना भाई आपको लेकिन उसका. जैसे आप bishop e7 जाओगे तो like f7 becomes weak, d4 becomes weak, and
yeah, for example, like bishop e7, queen g6, queen e8, rook g4, game over. So it's just it's very, very difficult to change, shuffle up the bishop. And Hikaru's just done that, right? From c5, he's got the bishop to f6.
Also, what is Pragg doing? He's been thinking on that move for the past 5 minutes. I'm thinking, yeah, let's just grab the knight, no? Like, there are no alternatives, I think.
I'm telling you, he's thinking, he's considering h7 here. Like, that rook endgame, remember?
h7, rook h4.
I know, but king e1 and rook f4. I said, okay, like that.
Oh, you're just switching up the move order.
Yeah. But okay, I wouldn't take on f4. I'll play a5 first, ताकि वो pawns queen side पे मतलब block रहे, and then I'll take on f4 in the next move. And I think he's just evaluating कौन सी endgame में उसके पास ज़्यादा chance है.
What is the engine saying? What is the best move here for white? Can I ask you to look?
The only move is king e1.
What do you mean only move? What about h7? We thought that's also good.
h7, rook h4.
Yes.
King
Takes.
e1.
Yes.
Rook h7, rook f4 is actually a draw.
What?
Yeah. So you have to take the knight. If he plays h7, that's already a draw. Objectively, practically he might win. That's another story. So he has to find. That's why I was worried. Ki, bhai, wo maar kyun nahi raha knight?
Okay, so you are saying he has to keep the h pawn alive for winning chances. So instead, go king takes knight, give up the g pawn instead of the h pawn. So king takes knight, rook takes pawn, rook takes pawn, rook h2, and bring the rook back to f6 and keep that h6 pawn alive. That is the way to win, and the only way apparently.
Exactly.
क्योंकि for rook f6 पे अगर हम रखते हैं ना, then it also blocks the king from accessing anywhere. Maybe we should show that for the chat as well. Yeah, exactly. So now that entire rank is kind of blocked and the king cannot be active anymore. And you're just stuck, yeah? White will just keep making improvements and black just has to shuffle the rook up, back and forth until it is time to resign.
It's going to be heartbreaking if after playing such a beautiful, flawless game, at this moment, if Pragg was to slip up with rushing with that h pawn, he has to understand that this pawn has to stay alive.
Yeah. But okay, he has the time, and this is the crucial moment. He must sense it though. As long as he senses this, I think he will figure it out. And of course, h pawn hamare paas main asset hai, no, like Tanya, that's the main asset we have. We don't want to give it unless it's forced.
Sahil, can you show the other line so we can compare that in this position, there are only two things that he's considering. And in the other one, you push the h pawn first.
Rook h4 now, stopping the queen. Now I take, let's say, the knight. You take on h7, I take on f4. And somehow this pawn versus this pawn, like this pawn is far away. And the king, as Sahaj mentioned, is not cut off anymore. So black can play b5, create more, I think, chances, for example. And rook f6 now, maybe rook g7 or something. I don't know what's the best move, but at some point, this might be not as strong.
So even though you're up a pawn, it's not going to be enough and black will hold because very few pawns remain.
Yeah.
He has to find this. He has to. I feel like after such a beautifully played game, this is pretty, it feels like the last hurdle, right? Because if you get that position with the pawn on h6, rook cutting the king off, it's a matter of almost elementary technique at this level, I want to say, Sahaj.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you see this rook f6 as your final move, and then you can sort of understand b5 is not working for black. Okay, I'm guessing you have a5 there, and wo a6 ka pawn abhi bhi mar raha hai. If you can see all of this, then you know it's winning. The last hurdle, I would say, for Pragg until it's over.
What do you think, Chad? Does he find it? Does Pragg spot this difference of giving up the h versus the g pawn?
Nikalega,
Tough, yeah.
100% nikalega. Nikalega, yaar. I mean, he can't miss this. There is no way.
मुझे भी
There
लग
is
रहा है।
no way he misses. मतलब जितना वो सोच रहा है, उतना मुझे हल्का सा डर creep in हो रहा है. Like earlier I was like, okay, 100%. Now I'm like, okay, this is getting a bit serious.
It's going to be a full heartbreak if he goes 8-7 here. Because this is really the kind of point that you need to grasp at the candidates. You know, these half points with a winning, this is the one tournament where you have to make the most of these half point chances.
Yeah.
Tough moment. I mean, देखने के बाद कितना easy लग रहा है ना king takes e1, but I'm just trying to look at this position like from a fresh perspective, and I think I would seriously consider something like h7 here. Very, very tough.
You have to just sit and calculate and then evaluate at the end of it, compare the two lines. And I do feel that Pragg is the kind of player who does that beautifully. Like he will see the linear two variations, you know, it's a forcing sequence of moves. He will evaluate the last position in both of them. And I think he will know that the one I have to go for is this with the h pawn alive.
And kitna subtle difference hai na when you put them together. This is one, and this is the other. Like, the difference is very subtle. It's just the placement of the pawn and the rook, but evaluation is completely different. So, golden
यहाँ पे
opportunity
A5,
here.
it's also very hard to believe कि ये position के बाद भी A5 is okay for black. Very hard to believe this.
Yeah, this is this position, right? Here A5.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can get tempted thinking my rook is coming on f6. I'll win the a6 pawn and push here. But I feel that Pragg finds this. You know, this tournament is so much about the form that you come in. Okay, he's about to make his decision. I think he's going for the knight. He does it.
Let's go!
Let's
King
go!
takes
Come
knight
on!
the board.
Amazing.
Arey. This is GG, na? Now it's over. I think there's no hurdle for Pragg to sort of solve anymore in this position.
As
I think
Rishi
Anish
said,
also knows it. Anish
genius.
knows it. Wow. Okay, I mean, this would be amazing for Pragg's chances, yeah? A win in the first game, pehli hi game mein, confidence booster.
And it's not just the win. It's not just getting that 1 point in. It's just the way he did it. The convincingness of this whole game from start to finish. It feels like Pragg has come into this tournament in shape, in very good shape.
Chat, stream like करो भाई. Let's get to as many likes as possible because अगर Pragg जीत जाते हैं तो उस टाइम पे जितने लोग होंगे उतना मजा आएगा. And अभी सिर्फ day 1 है भाई. 14 दिन का कैंडिडेट्स है. Last time it was a freaking journey. साज भाई याद है क्या रात को जागते थे भाई? Insane journey. And we could have the same this time as well. And we all set for it after the first round win. Hopefully.
Correct, bhai. And by the way, king takes. I mean, okay, he's still thinking. I thought he played rook takes g2, but
Not
let's
yet.
go, bhai.
And I think last candidates was the first time that I commentated with you guys as well. So such great memories of just staying awake the whole night. Toronto mein hota tha, so the timing was such that we would be up till 6 in the morning having such a great party with chat. That was amazing. That was fantastic. भाई चेस का रात को लेट नाइट देखने का मजा ही कुछ और है.
Correct, bhai.
True.
Correct.
You know,
By the way, question. What do you call playing Sicilian in the candidates?
Playing the Sicilian in the candidates.
Sandy dates? I don't know.
A niche opening.
Wow, but it's not niche, bhai.
In the candidates, it is.
Not
Of course,
really,
it is.
Funny, bhai.
Wow,
niche
thanks,
opening.
Anya.
Lols. Was it the only Sicilian that we had today?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's a niche, no, in candidates.
Very interesting. It was actually the only Sicilian. But in the women, not so sure.
By the firearm कह रहा है कि worst joke Sahaj Grover.
अरे थैंक्स भाई. फायरआर्म तो इसी के लिए आते हैं भाई. पहला ही मैसेज होगा उनका 100%.
पहला ही है.
I know, I just know. यही लिखने के लिए आते हैं, अब वो चले जाएंगे.
You know, apparently in chat somebody mentioned that Magnus put up a photo. I don't know if this is true or not, saying candid dates. And he was, I think the photo was probably with him and Ella on a date. I haven't seen it, so I can't confirm it, but I saw someone mention it. Candid dates.
This joke is going down in history. Thank you so much, chat.
Which Avad is confirming that yes, he did in fact. Okay, by the way, guys, position on the board. The one that we're talking about, the one that we were hoping Pragg would reach with the rook landing on the 6th rank next. The problem is that black can't go king to e7 because then the rook gets behind the pawn and will really make the black rook extremely passive. So I think rook h2 will have to be played. So,
Saj bhai, I have a question. Do you think I would win this game as white? Because Tanya, we have the Tikku test. So basically, we test if a position is winning,
it's
completely
TT,
winning, if I can win
test.
it.
There's title Tuesday for TT and then there's the Tikku test. TT.
Exactly. So do you think I would win this year? Let's say if I was sitting
against who?
After rook f6.
Yeah, that's
against
a big
who?
question.
I don't know, against Anish maybe?
Anish?
No.
I thought अगर आप at least हम दोनों का किसी का
तो
नाम ले
हाँ तो
लेते.
let's say you were sitting with the
अनिश
black
को तो
pieces.
आप यहीं पे आप ड्रॉ पूछोगे ना उससे रुक F6 खेलते ही ड्रॉ पूछोगे आप
पर वो लेगा नहीं ना भाई, तो I will not ask him.
Anish refuse कर देगा.
By the way, Lucas is played. So क्या लगता है भाई, कितने chances है मेरे? Let's say I'm playing you or even Rakesh bhai for example.
No,
Somebody who's slightly stronger.
me you will beat, I think. Me you will beat here.
You think so?
But
क्या?
Anish, like the thing is, that Anish जैसे plays कर, I think before you reach the winning stage, you start. I mean, not you. I mean, players in general start to panic, and then you just want to get out of it.
And what does black do? Like, what is black's resource here? Like, I'm not even sure because
You want
King
to get
C7
B5 before A5. I
हाँ,
think
so B5
can you
right?
go B5 immediately here
But
is the question.
A5 is what we saw, no? I think.
Yeah, just A5 and A6 is undefendable here. So
Maybe
actually you can't
this-
fight against it.
This is the best you have.
A6 takes rook A6, and then I have 2 pawns, which is more than enough to win rook B6 and now King D1. Yeah, simple.
Important though, King D1, but yeah.
Not important. Can I go A6 and can I be fancy?
B1 है ना मेरे पास.
Rook B1?
Oh,
Then
look at this.
rook
Rook
H1.
H6.
Oh, because the other
Oh.
one I don't think works. I don't think B1 works. Rook takes pawn
This
is
is
the only
how-
way to draw.
This is how I would
Okay.
lose, by the way, against
Okay,
Anish.
we know Tiku test now.
It's not completely simple, yeah. Rook F6, by the way, current position.
But very interesting. Another point is that A5 RI. So what happens after King E7 here?
Maybe Rook here.
Yeah, Rook B6, and I have to go King F8. I want to free up my king as my rook as quickly as possible.
So can we already start moving the king, or is it like because now the king is here, so Rook E attack kar
So
sakta hai
King
maybe.
F1, King G8. Let's make some
I
moves.
just want to go A5, Rook B7, Rook B6. I think that's just winning. So if I just play A5 here,
Let's say King G8
takes
Ah,
the
you wanna
pawn,
take.
takes and
Rook B6
yeah.
back,
Rook H3, and you just
and
play King D2.
King D2. Yeah, simple.
Pragg is getting this. He's getting this done. I don't even see a way where black can keep the fight going. He's controlling the queen side. He's got this monster H pawn on the other flank.
Yeah. It seems
What's
like
the
Pragg.
update on the Fabi Hikaru game?
Fabi's game, by the way, we saw Queen D8, but then they've been thinking for a while. Bishop E4 खेला उन्होंने यहाँ पे. Again, idea Queen यहाँ पे. So Rook E8 was played. And what's the plan after Queen F5?
Just King F8 का भी ना, मतलब check. Yeah, just King F8, I guess.
Wow. भाई हिम्मत है यार allow करना, but okay, it doesn't seem to be the best
Okay,
idea.
what do you do? I mean, you're technically playing one piece less.
He's gone Rook F5 instead. And I have
Yeah,
one
this is
question
the
for
plan I
chat.
was talking about, right?
Wait,
Rook
I have
B5.
Yeah, this is the plan you were talking about. I think he's going for it, Saj. But I have one question for chat. To stop your plan, at first I wanted to go Rook E5. Can I go Rook E5 here, chat? I mean, Rook takes Rook. I'm happy. Chat white to play. I hope it
It's
works.
only one move, by the way. Only one move.
But I don't know because suddenly I spotted one more resource for black after that move, and I don't know. No, it's fine. Okay, white to play, chat. White to play.
Okay, I see what you mean.
It took you a while, so it's a good
उधर भी
question.
pawn
That's
तो
not
है
easy.
ना, pawn तो मिलेगा ना उधर भी, दूसरे वाले resource में, I think.
Chat carry a free bishop. So Rook takes F6 is chat's
Yes.
idea. If you take with the queen, तो कुछ drama हो सकता है.
So Rook
And what-
G5 was the other resource. Queen takes Rook, Queen C8 is just checkmate.
Rook G5 तो Rook D6 ना?
Exactly. So it took me a while to figure this out.
Wow.
Oh, I thought you meant Rook E4. Like Rook
Oh,
E4.
okay. Rook E4 is also this I didn't even see. And takes?
Queen's pawn से really?
Pawn se marna is the only move, by the way.
Queen
For
And
takes
a
Queen
Rook.
square
C8, Queen F5 check, yeah, and
Oh,
that
and
King
you say
pawn.
you're winning the king pawn endgame.
Check.
That is very hard to see, bhai. But okay, if anyone if anyone can find this, it's Fabi, yeah. Anyone in the world.
No, if anyone can fight, I think it's also Hikaru, by the way.
True. But Fabi is like in this format, he's in this thing, he's a beast, yeah.
You know, I can guarantee you if Hikaru was playing white, Saj would be like, if anyone can find it, fine. If anyone.
Fabi is just too good, you know.
Chat is really believing in Hikaru's defensive prowess,
Hikaru
though.
will defend this, yeah? अभी भी उम्मीद है.
I mean,
By the
he's
way,
given us
तो
enough
या
reasons.
एक सेकंड, हम रिवर्स टिकू टेस्ट कर सकते हैं क्या? Can
Reverse?
Tiku save this position against someone? Let's
Bhai, I am already
say.
who am I supposed to save this against as black? किसके against भाई? मतलब अवध के आपको बचा नहीं पाऊंगा मुझे लग रहा है. किसके against बचानी है game?
Against Awadh.
Maybe Awadh I'll save, but
Of course you will, bhai.
बाकियों का
Yeah,
मुश्किल है.
Anish still hasn't made a move, by the way. He's still thinking. He's obviously going to continue fighting this, right? It's not like he knows this is dead lost, but he plays on, no? You have to play this on.
Yeah. Opposite color bishops में उम्मीद है कि कभी ना कभी कोई queen trade हो जाएगा somehow, you know, something Fabi misses.
Bishop मैं दूसरी गेम की बात कर रही हूँ.
अच्छा, oh sorry, मुझे लगा Fabi की बात कर रहे हो, my bad.
No, this one, of course, Hikaru will fight it out and he might even defend it. But this one, Anish is frozen. He hasn't played a move.
Yeah, you can see, yeah. मतलब he's like, okay, this is gone. This is gone. Tough. Candidates is tough, man, because 2 साल से आप basically तैयारी कर रहे हो इसकी, right? You are kind of playing some, you know, World Cup or you are playing some other Grand Swiss, या फिर आप पूरा वो FIDE के circuit के through 2 साल या 1 साल खेल के आप qualify करते हो. It's like the Olympics, yeah? मतलब इतने साल तैयारी किया, आए खेलने के लिए, and एक ही game में, like मतलब basically 4-5 hours में that dream ends, or becomes very, very unlikely. So it's very harsh on the psyche of a chess player, and to come back from here will take something incredible.
Fully agree.
I mean, I guess the one example I can think of someone like losing the first round and then winning a very, very big event is probably Vidit, yeah? In that FIDE Grand Swiss, I believe it was. He lost the first round.
Yes.
Yeah.
When he won the tournament.
And qualified
Which year
for the
was it?
candidates. It was 23. Because
Yep.
24 he played the candidates. Oh, I think Sahaj is gone. We've lost Sahaj. Chat. Oh, he's back.
Sahaj
Yeah,
bhai,
I think I should be back now. But yeah, I think the
Yes.
only example I can think of is Vidit when he
Yes.
won the Grand Swiss.
Yeah.
But in candidates, I think it is not happened before. And it's very unlikely. And the thing is, it plays tricks with your minds also, right? Like you put in so much work, so many expectations, and then to lose, and how do you recover from it's very tough. Pragg, on the other hand, beast mode in this game. I mean, just so impressive. To me, one was the opening preparation, but honestly, this whole setup he took, provoking d5, d4, finding that square for the rook, putting the bishop where he could go h4, it was like an artist on a canvas, painting it perfectly with the details.
Agreed. But do we know ki Anish ki seconds ki team, like, do we have any idea who's working for him for this event? No idea, right?
I mean, if I had to make a guess, you know the guess that I would make here.
Vidit?
Yeah. I
No,
mean,
I
of
don't-
course, we
I-
were
I don't
talking
know.
about Vidit, and then Sahil 2 seconds later asked, "Oh, Anish ka second kaun hai? What do you think?"
nahi.
Tiku also thinks this, I think.
No. I feel Vidit is too involved with AI right now. He literally put out a video saying ki wo yaad hai kuch I built Netflix for chess something. I don't know kya tha
So
wo,
you're
but,
telling me it's just a coincidence, yeah? Like we are talking about Anish, like Vidit,
maybe
and
it's
this suddenly the question
subconscious
comes up.
rearrangement, yeah, in my head. It's possible.
Right.
But I feel like I was thinking like Jordan, I don't know if he's working for somebody like would be a natural fit. Erwin Naomi maybe also, who has worked with him multiple years.
What are the chances of, actually a bigger question in my head is, what are the chances of Vincent helping Bluebaum in this tournament?
I think किसी ने कहा ना कि somebody asked
क्या
him and
कहा?
he said no comments.
Yeah.
Bluebaum.
Oh, I haven't
Yeah.
seen that interview.
Yeah, somebody said it. I don't know who mentioned this. किसी ने chat
It
में
was
कहा कि-
Bluebaum who said no comments.
हाँ. So it is possible, and we saw the German team together, right, at the World Cup. Like जैसे एक knockout होता था, तो सारे लोग उसकी help करने लगते थे. So there's this camaraderie there, which is very nice to see.
It will be very interesting to see the names revealed at the end of who was helping who. But right now, the only thing that's being revealed is that Pragg is coming in with big form, and for Anish, a very tough start at the candidates.
And the thing is, it's just round 1. कल के दिन के लिए Pragg is black against Wei Yi. So very important game tomorrow, of course, for him to continue that momentum. And Hikaru is black against Esipenko. So if Hikaru loses this, he's going to get another black tomorrow. Esipenko also, like both players potentially losing. Like that game could be a decider, right? If you lose 2 games, do you think it's even possible to come back after 2 losses in the first round? I don't think so.
But the comeback only in candidates means you win it, right? Which I really
Yeah,
would say
exactly.
a hard no on that. That
Yeah.
0 out of 2 winning the candidates and you need to score 9 out of 14 traditionally as shown is the safe score. It's just impossible to imagine.
So that means that's a knockout match tomorrow then, if Hikaru were to lose.
That's one way to look at it.
But
Meanwhile,
okay,
Anish,
Fabi is not completely. I mean, I think Pragg is completely winning, but I don't think Fabi is completely winning just yet. I think there's still some resources left for Hikaru to use.
Yeah. By the way, Rook H3 played by Anish. So now the king can walk up. King E2 maybe. King D2.
A5 कितनी बढ़िया चल रहा है. Rook B6, A5 just basically you're controlling everything with that. The queen side, the king side, the king and the rook.
but you
I mean,
take
yeah,
a
king E2
breather to
also looks good.
defend the d3 pawn, no? You have to stop rook takes pawn first. Or do you not care
Right.
about it?
50-50.
But I think from a human approach, I would be just like get the king aage and then go a5. But king e2, b5, a5, I still have.
Right, and if you
Meanwhile,
start giving checks on the side, like king e2 के बाद कुछ rook h2 check आपने दिया तो I can move my king up all the way to the center and then target the c5 pawn.
yes,
And
or
that
get
should be
closer to
winning.
the h pawn.
By the way, all 4 rounds in the women's section have ended in a draw now. That rook endgame between
Wow.
Goryachkina and Lagno also ended in a draw. So a peaceful day. But
Yeah.
यहाँ पे 3 results in the open session still possible.
Amazing. What a day. And I mean, games were super exciting, right? Divya holding, finding that precise rook d5 after a crazy Scotch opening, which was very up and down. It looked like Divya was the one pushing. Vaishali's game full of fireworks as well. So very exciting results. Well, not exciting results, but exciting games in the women's section.
Yeah. By the way, if you had to take a call right now about the result on Fabi Hikaru, I know prediction hai, but knowing Hikaru, knowing Fabi, how do you think that game ends?
तो आप चैट से पूछो, वो तो वैसल है ना तान्या तो.
Yes, I
चैट
have
थोड़ी
to wait for
तान्या थोड़ी
chat
ना
to
बता
say.
सकती है.
आप तो
Chat-
वैसल लेगा ना भाई, आप तो बता दो.
नहीं मतलब तान्या वो वैसल में थोड़ी जगह है क्या?
भाई
Guys,
इंटरनेशनल
तुम भी
स्पेसशिप
chat
में
में डाल दो, तुम्हें क्या लगता है, मैं फिर बोलूंगी वो.
ये बढ़िया है भाई. तान्या is very experienced भाई. This is amazing. Like मैं
I have
सीख रहे हो.
learned it the
चैट
hard
आपको
way.
क्या लगता है जो आप कहोगे? मैं भी वही सोच रहा हूँ. I'll tell you.
Because I've learned it the hard way, you know, you confidently make a prediction and then you just look like a complete noob at the end of it.
Wait. Rook
What?
H7 नहीं आ रहा क्या?
Huh?
Is that a potential fortress trap by Hikaru? He thinks that's a fortress.
Oh, rook takes pawn. Wow. Queen takes rook, bishop d5, pinning and winning. Rook e6.
So rook e6 hai.
Wait,
But
that
again,
cannot be
queen-
a fortress. That no way that's a fortress.
Okay,
Takes,
rook f7
bishop
is the
D-
idea. Queen.
Unless
bishop
I mean
d5.
you're playing rook f queen
Queen
g4 के बाद
G4?
rook f6 is what you're playing, right?
Queen g4
That has
here.
to, yeah.
Yeah, I mean somewhere. I don't know where I moved this, but
I mean
it's
surely
not a
you're not
fortress, yeah?
rook. I mean you're not giving me the rook. If you give me the rook, it must be lost.
Yeah, so
But
rook
rook
f6
down
के
a
बाद
pawn,
saying, but bishop भी
rook
trap
f-
हो रहा है भाई.
No.
f4.
Yeah, rook d6 चले जाओ.
No,
No
what
problem.
about, one second, rook f6, what about queen c8, bishop e4?
Oh, you have to be kidding me. G6?
What?
Wow.
What?
क्या move है?
Pawn takes pawn?
Rook takes,
Rook
na?
takes.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, just rook
Wow.
takes.
That's like a unique move, yeah? Never see that move actually. But
Also forced in the position.
wow. Bishop d5, rook e6. This is the current.
He hasn't yet played rook takes pawn, has he?
No,
So
not yet.
Queen g4, rook d6 is what we were discussing. And if you take the queen on f7, then king takes. Wait. Did we miss something?
No, we didn't. Why queen c8? This cannot be a fortress.
Yeah, this cannot be one.
This is not a fortress. Yeah.
You will
So-
lose either the pawn on b6, f4, g4 coming, queen c8, queen c7 ideas. No ways is this a fortress.
maybe without the F pawn, I still don't think so. But yeah, this
Look
cannot
at
be won.
Hikaru. I think he missed. Do you think he missed rook takes pawn? That's Hikaru doesn't miss rook takes pawn.
He's looking at the score sheet. That's not a good sign usually. Yeah, he's shaking his
Fabi
head.
कितना
Yeah.
खुश लग रहा है ना अभी like genuinely look at his face right now. He's like, oh my god, he's just eyeing that f7 pawn, and I think he's just really happy with the outcome here.
It's like, is
By the
this
way,
really the moment I finally win against Hikaru?
recap भी आने वाला है Hikaru का यार. Let's not forget that. I'm guessing कि आज recap video आएगा. So जो भी questions है दिमाग में कि did he miss rook f7 or not, likely we'll know the answer to.
I mean, I think the one explanation is that he just wants to give the pawn and get into some pure opposite color bishop and queen endgame. So rook takes pawn, queen takes rook, bishop d5, rook e6, queen g4. And let's say you sidestep, you give, and you say, you argue that I'm going to suffer. By the way, he does it. Fabi's going for it. We might see
Wow.
this being
Let's
played out.
go.
Brilliancy played on the board. Hikaru pauses, but yeah, it feels
Not a
like this
happy
is also
man.
good.
I mean, he could just. I mean, no, he's definitely gonna play, I think, but
Brilliancy, by the way, rook takes pawn. Bishop d5 played, rook e6. And I think he will go for this line. After queen doubles down on that rook, he will slide his king over. And he's saying, I'll go queen and bishop versus queen and bishop, opposite color bishops. But the light squared weaknesses, Sahaj, it looks like this should be closer to a Fabi win than a hold.
yes, for sure. I see that queen can enter via h7 at the right moment, but right now you have to defend the a4 pawn. So we need some Magnus level technique. Maybe just play bishop d7, save the pawn, and then slowly you try to enter the light squares. Maybe. Yeah, exactly. Bishop c6, bishop d5.
So if queens get traded off, this is an instant draw. So for Hikaru, the dream is to get the queens off the board here.
Yeah, exactly.
Hikaru ने आज puzzler solve नहीं किया. And chat, you should not make that mistake. And get a Chessco membership now with 26% off. And you can stand a chance to win a signed board by Tanya. So that's a bonus on top. So this is the perfect moment to start your chess improvement journey.
But that was peak detailing by you.
Anyway, I can't take that credit.
Yeah, if Hikaru saves this one against Fabi, that will be huge for him. It's
You know, Tanya, you were mentioning earlier कि queen straight होने के बाद ये position draw है, but I'm still not sure if it's a draw. क्योंकि तीन मेरे pressure points हैं G7, D4 और B6, and I don't think आप तीनों बचा सकते हो.
करना ही है तो कुछ कर लेते हैं ना भाई. कैसे
exchange
करूं भाई मैं?
अच्छा चलो King F3 तो दे दो मेरे को.
King F3 दे दो. अब King F3 खेल सकते हो. You can play it right now actually.
Yeah, King F3.
So what if I just put my bishop on the c5? Let's go back with
then
the bishop
I go
e7.
King F5, King G6 na?
I'll put my king on like f7.
F8. But check देके I'll push it to F8 and then G4, G5 at the right moment. Risky है वो भी यार.
You won't get everything. I will put my king somewhere where I'll put my king on h8. I'll get it there before you're able to do all this. G8, king f8, king g8.
King F8 पे bishop e6 na? I won't allow you to go to h8.
Okay, so let's play some moves.
So King E4 खेलो ना, King E4. हाँ, King E4.
Bishop C5, King E4, King E7,
King F5.
King F5.
King F5. Let's say you wait.
How is this a draw?
I wait.
F4.
Okay, let's go Bishop B4. Just wait. Let's just wait. Make some.
Bishop को D5 पे कर दो, please. थोड़ा.
Bishop D5.
G4.
Wait. थोड़ा आराम से. So Bishop
I want to pressure
C7.
this pawn.
Bye, आराम से. Bishop C5 में lost है क्या आपका?
I don't know. No, even that's a draw, but Bishop C7 feels more.
But let's see if that idea works, because that's the whole point. Bishop C5, King G6 you wanted to go.
Yeah.
I have to defend.
And
G5
now G5
you wanted to go. I'm still holding this, but how?
Yeah, it is winning actually. Close to.
Bishop D6. Yes.
F5, no?
F5. Take on G5.
F6.
Bishop.
Oh, that's
What? How is this
that's
even drawing?
that's
Oh yeah,
dirty,
it is.
bhai. Bishop
Dirty
e5
bhai.
is dirty.
Crazy. Okay, but let's just go back to and
मतलब
eight
आप
bishop.
सोचो
चला गया।
ideal end game में भी ऐसे बचाना है आपको, like that's like a study like save, yeah, almost for black.
Yeah.
So this doesn't look pleasant for Hikaru at all.
By the way,
Queen. But let's
Queen,
go
oh,
back to
that's
our
a
Prague game.
Queen 8 by Hikaru. Okay, I think we'll come back to this. Let's check out
Yeah.
Pragg, right? I think we've not seen
Yeah,
it
let's
for a
go
while.
back to Prague. Yeah.
Rook h3, king d2 was played, and now he's
Some
following the
checks.
strategy. Yeah, check देते रहो. अब king e3 ऊपर आ चुका है. फिर से check maybe.
फिर तो king ऊपर जाएगा ना. I mean, it doesn't help you. I just don't think Anish believes in this position to save it, because all he's done is given some checks and improved White's king's position. It's like you're sort of delaying the inevitable in your own head and making peace with the fact that, okay, round one did not go my way. I don't think this is a defensive resource by him.
Yeah, but hard
The
to
only
blame him
idea
also.
I
Like
can
ऐसा
see
है
is
कि
b5. The only way I can
Yeah.
see creating some counterplay is b5, a5, and maybe you just go b4 and say I'll get my pawn on b2, like takes, rook takes pawn, b3. But even that looks gone.
Yeah, 2 pawns is too much actually. Yeah, this
h7
should
भी
be
खेल
free.
सकते हैं I think यहाँ पे.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Should be lost.
Pragg gets up and
Fabi,
leaves.
chat Fabi क्यों कर रही है? ऐसा क्या हो गया chat?
Taking a look.
Nothing crazy. I mean, king g1 and bishop f6 was played. Still winning, I think.
It's winning because of the light squares, right? You're not thinking about that extra pawn if you're white here. You want to reroute, maybe go queen e6, bring the bishop back to c6, put it on d5, set up these batteries.
Wow, played.
Now
And
bishop
now bishop
c6,
c6. Yeah, bishop d5 incoming.
queen e7, queen c8 check, king f7, bishop d5 would be game over.
Queen d8 back, yeah?
And then you'll have to go
Damn,
queen
this is a
f5.
statement win, by the way, by Fabi.
Huge. To start your candidates campaign being the tier S in every tier list, Fabiano Caruana, to take down Hikaru would be a massive start. The one player he struggled against in 2025.
Also, I think कुछ
Wow.
odds निकाले थे. I think chess को पता नहीं क्या था, but Hikaru had like 40%, 39% chances to win. So I think that took a huge dip. Will take a huge dip, I think, after this game.
And what was it? What was the percentage for Fabi?
Very close. I think 30. I don't know. Like it was like 39 for him and like late higher 20s for Fabi, because Hikaru was the highest seed, right? Rank mein, so it kind of prioritized that.
Okay.
But
For me, I
Got it.
think the bigger telling was that just the fact that Hikaru has played such few tournaments. Imagine your last elite classical event is May of 2025. And to play in this group where there are no easy rounds, that was the only thing. But with Hikaru, you can just never tell, because the guy just always seems to be in form no matter what he's playing. He's playing regularly online. So it's hard to say. But Fabi has been so consistent with his tournament play and having podium finishes pretty much every event that he's played in 25.
Yeah, correct. That's fair.
I think ऐसा लग रहा है कि maybe whosoever wins the candidates, रनिंग में जो लास्ट के राउंड्स में प्लेयर्स होंगे, चाहे वो एक हो, दो हो, तीन हो, चार हो, उनमें से एक फैबी तो होगा ही, स्पेशली आफ्टर दिस विन. लाइक दैट्स द फीलिंग आई हैव. लाइक आई डोंट थिंक देयर विल बी अ कैंडिडेट्स जहां पे he is not in contention in the final 4 rounds. Like that's very hard to imagine. Somehow.
But he's always been in contention. In the 4 candidates that he's played since 2016, I want to say, he's won one of them, finished second in 2 of them. So it's hard to argue with that case. And he's somebody we all expect, unless something goes drastically wrong, it would make perfect sense for Fabi to be in the race till the very end.
भाई कितना कंसिस्टेंट एक्चुअली यार, 2 बार सेकंड, 1 बार फर्स्ट और 1 बार जब हारा भी तो मतलब दैट वाज क्रेजी। क्या ही बंदा है भाई, राहुल रेवल्ड ऑफ द चेस वर्ल्ड भाई, इनसेन कंसिस्टेंसी, आउट ही नहीं होता है, मतलब इनसेन।
And there is, I think he's played bishop c6 now, so setting up that battery with bishop d5. Still don't see like a killer blow for Fabi just yet. Like I know it should be winning, but it's like somehow Hikaru is still holding on. Like queen e7, queen d8, queen e7, queen d8. I just keep moving my queen back and forth. And how do you make progress?
So the plan that I would be tempted with white to first step to achieve would be to put the bishop on d5 and get my queen on h7.
Okay.
Then I destabilize your queen e7, queen d8. At least you'll have to find new squares.
E8. But then you have queen g8, queen e6, queen b6.
Exactly.
No, that's bad. That's bad. Yeah, your instinct is right
You
here.
know, ऐसा लग रहा है वो दंगल में डायलॉग था ना, बुरा मत मानना, स्टेट चैंपियन को हराया है, बुरा मत मानना नेशनल चैंपियन से हारा है तू। यहाँ पे वही लग रहा है मुझे भाई, स्टेट चैंपियन वर्सेस नेशनल चैंपियन। Hikaru being the state champion, I think in multiple states actually.
I thought you were going to say बुरा ना मानो होली है. I was like, where is Sahil going with this?
अरे था ना डायलॉग
Where is
जहाँ
he
पे वो
taking this?
आमिर खान हराता है उसको, एंड देन ही इज लाइक तूने स्टेट चैंपियन को हराया, ही इज लाइक बुरा मत मानना तू नेशनल चैंपियन से हारा है। वैसे ही फैबी इज द यूएस नेशनल चैंपियन, हिकारू इज द स्टेट चैंपियन। नो
मेरे दिमाग में तब से यही बज रहा था कि अरे तू फिक्र मत कर यार, बच्चा है तू मेरा।
ये डिटेलिंग भाई।
Okay, sorry Tanya, that was the last time.
I mean, and I think both Hikaru and Fabi have 5 US championships apiece to their names.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
So
It's
Tan,
just
agar
that-
if both Fabi and Pragg wins today, will you watch Dhurandhar?
These are two completely disconnected things. I think I will watch Dhurandhar regardless. I haven't seen it yet, chat. It's true.
Oh,
But please, no
I
spoilers.
meant
no
aaj,
spoilers.
like I meant
Aaj
aaj.
nahi, because I think it's going to be quite a long night. It's a 4-hour movie as well.
चैट अभी कितने लाइक्स है यार? कम ऑन जल्दी से लाइक्स बताओ मुझे एक बार, कितने हुए? आई एम जस्ट चेकिंग। अभी है 700 लाइक्स। अगर 1000 हो गए तो दोनों तो तानिया धुरंधर देखने जाएगी।
आज नहीं,
Yeah, exactly. 1000 करो, Tanya
रात के 12 बजे का
tonight.
मुझे क्यों
रात के
तोड़ा?
12 बजे का भी शो है तानिया, रात के 12 बजे का
है
भी
ना?
शो है। सो सुबह 4 बजे तक आराम से देख सकते हो।
मैं लिंक भेजता हूँ आपको।
मैं दिल्ली में रहती हूँ।
हाँ, मैं लिंक भेजता हूँ आपको। आप मतलब there is a place.
It's crazy that she said दिल्ली में रहती हो, सब समझ गए सब।
Yeah.
Okay, so queen d8 played here, and on the other board, check. So he continues allowing Pragg's king up the board on the right side. Anish does. King e4. Do you think you're brave enough to go rook h4 check and take that a4 pawn as well?
No.
I don't think that could work, right?
So right now, I mean, I'm just wondering, why is Pragg thinking here? Why not king e? Like, does it really make a difference if you put the king on e4 or f4?
I love that he's thinking. I love that he's not rushing. You know, this is such professionalism by him, Sahaj. At this level, you don't want to do everything right and then mess it up by just being in a bit of hurry when you have time on the clock.
I mean, I get that, but I mean, there is literally no difference between e4 and f4.
No, maybe he wants to go to c4, Sajbhai. Basically, check, king d5, check and king c4. And now you stop b5 and you also stop this check because this is hanging. So
Yeah, but this is a decision I want to think about after I play king e4. If I'm thinking about it logically, right? The king is on e3, rook is on h8. That's the current position, right? King e4, rook h4 check ke baad is when it probably makes sense to think, because I can go to d5 or f5. Now, those are two different directions.
So
I
but
don't
you're saying
understand
why
why.
not king f4 right now? What's your
It just
question?
feels unnecessary because I can take on d3.
Exactly.
Bhai-
So I think he should go king e4, but he's just calculating. He's just being sure.
yeah, candidates are
He's
na
not-
bhai. He played by the way king e4. I see it on the board, no?
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
he's gone king e4.
Yeah.
He's gone
That's
for
very
the
good. You were right, Sajbhai. Played.
But I think it
Yeah.
is absolutely understandable to take your time on every move. You know you've done the hard job. You know you're winning. So you don't, to take those extra few seconds, very important, because यार एक mistake ना and everything goes to pani. That's the brutal part about chess. You could play 50 beautiful moves, have the most flawless game, and all it takes is one rashness, one moment of rashness.
Agreed.
By the way, c4
Oh,
played.
C4. Wow.
Okay. So this is where I will think for the first time ever. Okay, ये miss हुआ मेरे से.
And Pragg se bhi hua. Look at that look he gave. And I think this makes a lot of sense. Anish is just basically hitting the panic chaos button, whatever you want to call it. He knows the position is lost. And he's like, I'm desperate. I need to do something crazy. So what's the point of c4? After pawn takes pawn, he wants to do what exactly?
I'm guessing rook c3 must be the point, no? Otherwise, though, I can just play king d4, king c5. Aage jaake if you give a check.
Let's see that line. Yeah, let's see rook
c3.
takes pawn. Can I go h7 here? Or is that
h7, rook h3.
too quick? So
check.
You don't want to go rook takes pawn. Interesting. Because I thought you wanted to go rook takes pawn and then rook h4.
Okay. Yeah, of course. वही करते हैं.
But then
Rook
king
d5,
f5.
rook h4.
Oh, okay.
उल्टा चल रहा है हमारा, but
Go
ठीक है.
on, say
King f5
do.
also possible. हाँ.
No, maybe king d5 is more strong, but I thought king f5, king g6 is the way, but I don't know.
King f5, rook h4.
King f5, king g6 looks good to me as well.
Yeah, that was the initial thought.
And if b5, then
Rook a6.
rook a6. Yeah.
And rook a8 eventually will win the game. Oh, so Pragg just a few moves away from getting that first round win. Pawn takes pawn. Well, if not pawn takes pawn, I don't know. I think he's going to go for pawn takes pawn. He'll just think for a bit and then go pawn takes pawn.
I mean, I'm guessing c4 had some shock factor, so he's just, analyzing everything. I think d4 should also be winning, but it's just harder. But dc4 just feels, simple.
Can we have the two board view because there's a checkmate and one being threatened by Fabi in his last move, queen f7, the kiss of death checkmate. With bishop d5 is being set up. I'll say one thing, yes, I think Fabi gets this, but Hikaru has saved so many positions miraculously that, like you said, Sahaj, at the start of the broadcast, getting a winning position is not enough against him. You have to win against him twice.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think Fabi would be so much more comfortable. I think Fabi would have won like very long ago if had this been anyone else besides Hikaru. But I just feel that Hikaru just puts up such a great defense each time that and he's so tricky that you can never let your guard down.
Also, मौका था उसके पास, right? I think he
Queen
missed
b8 पे
that.
क्या
He
हो
went
रहा है?
queen e4. He went queen e4 earlier.
भाई but queen b8 पे क्या हो रहा है?
No, he got his king up. I think queen b8, he would have just run away with the queen to c6 and not traded.
But then queen d6? Why
Maybe
didn't he just
continues, maybe just queen e8, a queen b5. Instead, he comes up with the king. So Hikaru is saying my bishop on e5 defends g7. So I'm not worried about queen g8. I want my king to be an active piece. And he's going to notice how he's kept all his pieces on dark squares. The color complex coming into play.
Any of you or anyone in the chat thinks that Hikaru can save this? Just asking.
Great question. I think does Hikaru save this has to be a poll on chat. And of course, I'll be the vessel.
Yeah, of course.
By the way, before we set up new poll, 74% people said with 5,000 votes कि Pragg wins, and I think you're likely gonna be correct. And Hikaru का भी poll लगाते हैं अब. Let's see what chat says.
Wow, the amount of people saying no is crazy.
No, yeah. Interesting. Oh, my phone has died. I can't be a vessel anymore. I don't have battery. Give me a second.
नहीं करो ना. There we are.
By the way, dc4 and rook c3 on the board. So,
but I think he will save it. Yeah, Sahil bhai. I think he has a good chance to save this.
Good chance. I would say maybe 10% chance. No, like not
any more.
That's
the advantage. The chance increased. I think in the last few moves for me. मेरे को लिटरली वो फाबी नेपो वाली फीलिंग आ रही है यहाँ पे, लाइक ऐसा ही था सिचुएशन वहाँ पे भी.
But optically देख के it feels dangerous, no? Queen G8, like it just feels like you're one move away from like just losing it all.
Yeah, but you're also one move away from perhaps making a blunder, yeah? That's also possible. Like King D6, for example. Okay, played. Oh, and also 14 minutes each for both. And this is the time format that I think favors Hikaru.
ये king जा कहाँ रहा है? Is it going to B4 maybe? Who knows?
हाँ, वही तो plan है. King C5, King B4. But I think you have Bishop F3 and then Queen की check on D5. And
But the
उससे
king
वो
will
King
just keep
B4 पे नहीं
marching,
जाएगा.
no? Why not? I'll go get the king to B4, I'll get the king to C3. I will just keep playing on the dark squares. I mean, Hikaru's king is just marching up the board like no one's business right now. And the thing is, right, we can see that the evaluation bar is saying, Fabi, you're completely winning. But on the board, he has no idea about it. What is the objective evaluation of this position?
Agreed. And I think
Yes, he would have some. I mean, he would know it's winning for him somehow, but probably he doesn't know how to break it yet. Like how to break the fortress yet.
He knows that he should be winning, but how winning he doesn't know, right? That this is completely winning. And you get this feeling that how precise do I need to be? Has Hikaru slipped away? Is his king getting too active? Is it getting too close to my pawns? Is Hikaru pulling a Hikaru? And all these questions naturally come into your head. And then you also look at the clock. You're down to 12.5 minutes.
Apparently, lekin his king can't walk to B4. As Saj mentioned, I think it's lost. Essentially, Queen B5 check and then ye Bishop D1 ka idea hai, which kind of forces some sort of concession.
Oh, some sort of a mating attack on the king.
Yeah.
Actually, that's very beautiful. Can we show that?
Yeah, so I think if you can have the full board, like I think, for example, let's say Bishop F3, the move's hard set. I think King says, okay, main chala apne raste. Gadi
Queen
leke,
D5.
King B4, check, King C3, and now Bishop D1. And essentially, yahan pe
Yeah,
bahut
because
sare...
king takes pawn, there's C5.
Yeah.
Game over.
So this is basically the problem. So, but of course, Fabi doesn't know this, right? Usko calculate karna padega. He has so many options here. He has to see Bishop F3. He has to see this check, and he has to see Bishop D1.
No, but is Bishop F3 the only move? It can't be the only move.
No, I think this Queen F8, of course, you try to avoid it escaping. But
Queen F8, Queen E7, the game continues.
Exactly.
So Fabi has to find this very nice diamond setup with the Bishop F3, Bishop D1, Queen D5, Queen B5 thing for, I think, a clear path.
But अगर आपने Bishop F3 खेला भी तो I don't have to play King C5 anymore. I can keep the king back to E7. So Bishop F3,
Yeah.
Bishop F6, for example.
Yeah.
Yes. And then you're saying, okay, you come at me. What is your winning plan? You're up a pawn, but the pawn is 3 versus 2 on the right flank. Are you going to start pushing them up the board, creating weaknesses of your own king? I don't think so, sir.
F4 looks too committal right now.
But you might have to do it at some point to make progress. Okay, so Hikaru's come back. Let's get our double board view, or let's check in with Pragg, because I do have a feeling that we might be in the final moments of that battle here. Look at that. Pragg's king has marched up. This is the line we were looking at as well.
Yeah. I think
And Rook C4, then A5, yeah? Pehle A5 and then H7.
But why not H7, Sahaj?
I don't know. I just want to block those pawns. I just don't like B5 at all. But yeah, H7 also works.
You've been wanting A5 for years in this game.
Yeah, H7 I think is simple enough.
I mean, rook into pawn, A5, rook F4. Have you calculated that?
I think he just played King E7, so it's white to play. But in the previous position, rook F4 wasn't possible.
Oh, right. Sorry, King E7.
Bas King G6 nahi khelna.
Oh, by the way, a mistake by Fabi. भाई मैंने आपको बोला था. I told you this. कि मेरे को वो feeling आ रही है.
मैंने बोला था कि Hikaru can save it.
Bhai, but now the king
I
has to go to
completely
B4.
share your sentiment, yeah?
But now the king has to go to B4 because there is no Bishop D1. He has to play King C5 now. Ab khelna hai. Bhai, it's not easy, yeah?
So the point is that now you can't kill zone the king once it enters on the dark squares because you don't have bishop d1, queen b3 check. Can you have arrows, or we can't have arrows on this scene?
Not this one, but yeah, I mean, that's crazy, no? कि हल्का सा difference है, but changes the complete eval. So when the bishop was here, we had the option of attacking the king from here combined with the queen. But because bishop e4 khela, he played a bit safe. Now king c5, check, king b4. And black is in the game, actually. You look at this, bar is dipping down.
Queen b5, king c3.
King c3, king a3, both possible.
Because king
And now,
c3, what about bishop f3 now?
Bishop f3 now, king c... Wow. Preventing bishop
bishop
Now,
d1.
let me tell you guys, if there is anyone who can find this move, it is Hikaru.
I can guarantee you, if Gukesh had decided to play this candidates and he was sitting on this tournament on this position,
If there is anyone, it would be Gukesh.
भाई एक मैग्नस कार्लसन का नाम पूछ रहे हो भाई, वो भी तो निकालेगा ये सब.
वो
भाई
आएगा नहीं इस
वो
पोजीशन में.
तो सभी बोल देते हैं. वो इस पोजीशन में नहीं आएगा.
नहीं उस पोजीशन में ही नहीं आएगा. वो ऑलरेडी ड्रॉ कर चुका होगा.
By the way, switching to Pragg's game, I think not far from resignation for Anish.
Yeah, I think let's stick with this because we might see that happen honestly any moment. King e7 has been played. Rook f3 is a little bit of a threat here. Though I think you can still go h7, by the way. I think h7 is still possible.
Yeah.
h7
Rook
is the
F-
cleanest, no? Rook h3, then rook b6.
No, a rook f3 is the question, Saj. Rook f3, king g4, you mean, yeah?
हाँ,
King
king
g4
e4 also.
Yeah, okay.
No fortress
ठीक है,
chances,
सेफ भी
right?
खेल सकते हो. पहले
No,
rook
no,
b6 चले
not
जाओ,
here.
फिर h7 खेल लो.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, I think it's also far away.
I'll again, I have a feeling if h7 just requires calculation and it's winning, that's the line I feel that Pragg will be tempted to go for because he's such a straight player when it comes to calculation. He sees a path and he goes for it. Rook b6, also very, very professional. But I think h7 just finishes it off instantly, no? h7, rook h3. And then
मतलब
rook
h7
d6.
पे मेरे को डर इस बात का है कि I think rook f3, rook f6 and you could hold a fortress with queen versus rook. Like it's maybe it's not like logical, but
So
that's
he's
why I
going for
would
your
go
idea, yeah. He's going for
yeah,
it.
exactly. That's why just because candidates are, you know, just to be safe, कुछ fortress miss ना हो जाए.
Makes sense.
I don't know.
Yeah, very
Being
professional
extra
approach.
cautious.
And now h7 is incoming. Oh,
By the way,
meanwhile,
Chat's
Hikaru
saying-
has made a blunder, guys. He's gone back with his king.
yes.
Wow.
He's basically saying that I believe this is my fortress. This is what you can't break, is what he's saying. You know what I think he missed in that line was that king c2 stopping bishop d1. It's a tough find.
But अभी भी clear नहीं है actually, no? Like it's not completely done and dusted कि how are you finishing black off? Bishop
Let's
g6
go full
played.
screen on Pragg and Anish.
Huh.
Because I just want to see if you can go h7 and finish this off now.
I think you can, and
He's calculating it. He's looking away.
simplest
He's
है.
h7 forcing rook h4. And then you just take b7 with a check.
He's about to play. Let's see. I think at 7 pawn right side पे ही है and दो ही piece है वहाँ पे. Yep, at 7 on the board.
Guys, dream start. Pragg getting this point, I think moments away from that. Might be now. I mean, Anish almost looks like he's ready to
Wow.
resign, and Pragg gets the point. He starts with a win at the candidates.
What a win! Flawless from start till end. Tanya and Saj there was never a question on whether he's going to convert this, and I think Vishy summed up the best. Yeah, absolute genius.
In one word, he said
Bhai,
genius. It was amazing.
I just love it, bhai. I love it. It's like we are seeing the old Pragg, yeah? Amazing.
It's crazy to say we're seeing the old Pragg. He's like
Old.
20 years old.
हाँ.
He said it.
I meant
He
20
said it.
years old Pragg actually. So yeah.
He said it himself. I feel like I'm too old for chess. Yeah, he said it in a FIDE interview as well. So yeah, he's been playing it
Wow.
for so many years, but he's only 20 years old and he gets a win in round 1. What an epic
Wow,
victory!
what a start! What a start!
Yeah.
What a start by Pragg, chat. Unbelievable. This is his second candidates. He comes in through his FIDE circuit points, playing with the
Arbiter
white
किसको
pieces.
देख रहे हैं वहां पे? Arbiter घूर रहे हैं ना बोर्ड को? I'm not sure. जो कोई क्लिप ना मिल जाए.
वो frozen है
Is the
arbiter.
camera must be stuck? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I thought Arbiter बोर्ड को घूर रहे थे.
No, just fantastic. Fantastic by Pragg. Not only getting the win, but just the style, the dominating performance with the white pieces from start to finish, opening, middle game, end game, all three phases, I want to say, Sahil, were played by perfection by Pragg. He handled his preparation, put pressure on the clock. He never slowed down. He got a playable middle game with weaknesses. He kept the pressure going, traded the queens at the right time. Remember that bishop and knight trade he did? A very strategic concept. He went for it, kept playing for that weakness, had a little bit, found the maneuvers, picked up a pawn in the end game, and then converted it flawlessly. Absolute genius, as Vishy put it, in this game one.
And you said na, perfection. Accuracy wise भी 99% accuracy थी. So
Amazing.
I mean, imagine करो like Stockfish आपकी game को approve कर रहा है. आपने 99% मेरे बराबर खेला है. I mean that is a huge statement for round 1 at the candidates जहाँ पे लोग बहुत nervous होते हैं. So yeah, 2 victories so far in the open section. साज भाई final game क्या लग रहा है? Are you changing your prediction? क्या लग रहा है भाई? आपने कहा था हिकारू बचा लेगा. अब थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट लग रहा
अब
है.
तो मुश्किल लग रहा है थोड़ा. वो किंग बी फोर खेलता तो आई थिंक इट कुड हैव गॉन रियली बैड फॉर फाबी. सो इट वुड हैव बीन अ परफेक्ट गेम बाय फाबी, बट इफ ही डिडंट प्ले हिज प्रीवियस मूव. बट ओके, आई थिंक नाउ ही इज विनिंग अगेन, सो गुड चांसेस. 9 minutes each, but still not clear how to break the position open. I just want one pawn. That's it. एक b6, g7, d4 में से एक pawn चाहिए मुझे, and then it's over.
Black so far holding on to all 3 of them. Bishop 2 बचा के बैठा हुआ है. Queen 1.
Queen c6 वगैरह तो I mean, I'm just thinking of ways that Hikaru can set up a fortress in this position, but just the light squares are so bad. Yeah, Black का एक भी piece light square पे नहीं है अभी.
Actually.
एक भी piece.
But that is actually
Nice.
super instructive technique that when you have an opposite color complex of the bishops, तुम अपने सारे pieces, pawns and pieces, you keep it on the square of your own bishop because everything guards each other and cannot come under fire with your opponent's bishop. So actually, ideally for Fabi, he would also want to put all of his forces on the light squares.
Oh, he gives a check,
Yep.
goes king d6, वापस check on d5. Yeah, that's great. Not
He'll come
allowing the
back,
king
no
to go to b4
repetition.
anymore.
But no repetition. Fabi will not go queen f7. Sej, what will you do if Fabi repeats here?
If Fabi
Sorry.
repeats here, I will just look at him like, bhai, I mean, do I look like Tiku or?
ये क्या logic है भाई?
He doesn't. He doesn't even consider it. He immediately comes back with the bishop. He's now
And now
threatening
queen
queen
e5, yeah?
Queen e5, queen d7.
Oh, queen d7, bishop e6, game over. Okay, Tiku test. Would you win
हाँ.
this?
Bishop e6 के बाद.
नहीं, bishop e6 के बाद तो भाई जीत जाओगे आप 100%.
तो bishop e6
Bishop
आ ही तो रहा है
e6 यार
first.
checkmate है यार.
Queen
Like
h5
queen
है भाई.
h5.
Oh, अच्छा, queen
Queen
h5 तो मैंने
h5.
मिस कर दिया.
But apparently
Okay,
still
I mean,
winning.
हाँ, it
Queen
still
d6,
looks-
Has to be
queen
queen
b6 ना?
d6.
Queen
हाँ.
d6, queen b6 ना, game खत्म.
भाई गेम खत्म का पता नहीं, ये इतना ही रहा है for a long time the evaluation bar और गेम चले जा रही है. So
Why the game is still on actually. It's still on.
गेम खत्म तो नहीं होएगी ये. And Hikaru will keep fighting. So bishop f5 played. And right now he's threatening queen e6, bishop g6. That's the idea, right? Do you put your queen on d6 here? Then queen b7.
It's also not easy to choose the square, yeah. For example, now why is king e8 the best? Like it's not clear at all. Light square पे.
Sahaj is calculating till checkmate in 41.
I'm trying to understand where can he make a draw, or how can I? Because if I lose the b6 pawn, like in this variation we saw with queen e5, queen h5, so queen e5 आपने खेला था ना पे, वहाँ अगर आपने b6 का pawn दे दिया वो तो lost है आपकी. Because if I have a protected pawn, then I think I'm
But I think this
comfortable.
one
like this line.
it's a bit interesting, yeah, because queen d1 check, and now queen takes a4, and I have queen e8. I mean, it's lost, but at least it goes on.
Risky है ये यार. Queen d4 पे क्या हो रहा है? Queen d4 I'm guessing only helps
d4,
you.
queen c6 check.
It only
Bishop
helps
d5.
extra pawn, but that bishop becomes super
And
active.
queen f6.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, all these lines, you look at the computer engine, it's telling you the best moves. It's easy to
Yeah.
spit them out and play it.
Yeah.
But on the board is a completely different ball game. When the players are working it out themselves, firstly, queen e5 allowing this feels unnatural because it destabilizes this fortress that Hikaru has worked for so long. So in your mind, you don't want to enter this. So I would be thinking he would maybe prefer the idea of queen d6 if he has to move the queen. The thing is, as humans, we want to keep this formation for as long as possible. That's why Hikaru didn't go king c5, king b4.
So queen d6 अगर आप गए तो queen b7 check and then bishop g6, right? That's good. There is a, well,
It's not. Is it that king d8? I was thinking king f8. Okay, king d8. King f8, bishop g6 is the problem.
I was asking Saj, what if this position is actually a draw at higher depth? It's not. I checked. It's
you did?
it's winning. Yeah.
He's moving the queen. Let's see if he's ready to change the dynamics and go queen e5 and get a completely new position and try and hold it, or does he keep it as is? He does keep it. He goes bishop to e5, so not allowing those trades. Expecting queen e6
but
now.
that's apparently a big mistake because of queen e6 check and
bishop
f4.
Oh wow.
Why is f4
king
so strong
f8?
suddenly? King f8 is lost. Bishop g6.
Oh, queen e7, queen c8 checkmate. Wow.
Wow, that's beautiful.
I think this is over, yeah? So king
Yeah,
d8
queen
खेलना
e7,
पड़ेगा.
queen c8.
भाई बार तो plus 12 बोल रहा है. आपका बार so it's like plus 12 it's saying after bishop e5.
Wow.
It's just checkmating. So queen e6, king d8 is the only move you're saying.
And now apparently f4 is the move.
So bishop f6.
Bishop f6 and okay, you will not believe the move I told you. Okay, you will believe it maybe.
It's Zugzwang.
It's Zugzwang. King f2.
King f, yeah, it's Zugzwang. Yeah. If you didn't say, I wouldn't have realized it. But yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy.
You can't move any of the pieces, yeah?
Yeah, because queen b7, queen d6, king e8, bishop g6 is checkmate. You have to stay connected to the d6 square as well. You have to defend the b6 pawn, you have to defend the c8 checkmate, you have to defend the d7 checkmate and queen d6. But all of this only if Fabi is ready to play f4 here. And it's not easy to understand that this is a zugzwang.
But even if he puts queen e6, I think that's a good formation, right? Because आपके pieces tied on tab bhi ho gaye. You can't move the queen ever. You can't move the king ever. So even if he finds queen e6 alone, like I think he's going to win this game.
Queen e6, I would say, is pretty... Can you start with f4?
F4, bishop f6, queen e6, then I have king f8.
Yeah, because now this is the difference that after bishop g6, you will have queen e7 and there's no mate on c8 because of queen d8.
Yeah, agreed. So, crucial moment, yeah?
Oh,
he plays
f4
first!
Without bishop without queen e6.
Oh!
But it's still winning, guys. Bishop f6 will be played.
But you know,
Hikaru
if somehow...
Hikaru thinks he's lost.
Every move. Of course he thinks he's lost.
Tanya, did you see that game? Final round of freestyle chess, you were there. It was crazy, like how he came back, like Magnus against Fabiano. Like Fabiano has tasted this before, yeah? And then you start cursing yourself for missing winning opportunities.
Look at this. Yeah,
okay,
it's
but
amazing.
But now it just went from plus 12 to plus 2 in like 2 moves.
But Sahaj, I want to say that Fabi playing king g2 means that he realizes the zugzwang tendencies in the position. He's passing the ball and he's saying you don't have any easy moves. I think Hikaru can only move the king right now. Or is there another move that I'm missing? Or is King
Queen
F8?
King F8, yeah. Queen D6.
I would think that King F8 is the only move here.
Queen D6. Queen C5, I think. Queen
I
C5, you
didn't
have
want,
Queen D7 check, yeah.
I didn't want to allow Queen D7 or Queen B7 checks.
Ah, okay.
It's crazy. And the thing is, right, again, the players don't know that these are mistakes, or I was completely winning in the last move had I given a check and gone F4. They're working all of this out on the board. And the only feeling they have is Fabi has to be thinking, I have to be winning this. And Hikaru's like, this is lost. I'm just hoping for a miracle right now. I just keep playing and hope I'm not getting checkmated. Like move by move, I'm defending.
I don't know, like if I'm ever a pawn down in an actual game and if I don't lose immediately and if I'm able to hold for, I don't know, 1 hour, 1.5 hours, my confidence automatically increases. Because, okay, maybe I can survive this position. And I think this is how Hikaru is feeling right now.
Well, he's gone for the line that we were looking at, and I was afraid of allowing that check on b7 because now, once again, the bishop can drive over to g6. So check, bishop g6, and you don't have queen e7 because b6 is tender. You lose the pawn on b6. So
Bishop
at
E6 पे
these,
क्या हो रहा है?
exactly, that's the question.
Bishop where?
Bishop e7, you mean?
Bishop E7, yes. Oh, look
But
at
bishop
this. There's a nice move here. Can you find it? Chat, come on. After Bishop E7, White's best move is really, really pretty, actually.
Okay, wait. Let's try to find
See,
it.
the thing is that
I want to find
I
it as
know
well.
this because I know Tikku. Like I
Is
know
it-
how he asked the question, so I can guess the move now. But if he didn't, then I wouldn't be able to. That wouldn't be my first choice.
Is it some like c5 stuff?
Yes.
I'm guessing so, yeah.
C5. And I think if you take with the pawn, let's say now Queen B3, this swoop in here.
Oh,
And
that
now
was
Black
not
has
my
to openly
plan.
sack the pawn.
I missed.
He goes king f3. I'm telling you, anything can happen in this game. The thing is, Fabi is winning. It's not ki ek hi move jeet raha hai, but he still has to finish it off, right? He still has to win a winning game.
Yeah.
And he hasn't done it so far.
By the way, Queen E3 is incoming.
It's coming,
Yep.
but wait. So queen b6, queen e3.
Wait. I
Oh!
think it was move number 69, and then we have Harshit Raja in the chat. What's up, bhai? Was that a coincidence? Because we were literally at move 69, yeah?
भाई वो wait थोड़ी कर रहा होगा stream के
हर्षित
चालू
को
से.
लिंक भेज दो और बोल दो कि आ जाए.
भाई आ तो सकता है आज तो. I know this.
आज तो बनता है. What is these hidden conversations?
अरे नहीं भाई. No hidden conversation.
I
Okay,
think it's playing
what
a
is so
tournament, right?
winning here? Can you
हाँ,
take on
winning में.
b6 is my question. You can't take on b6, right? Queen e3 check, queen e2 check, wins
Bhai,
the
I think they're
h5
going to trade the
formation.
queens.
I love the
What?
chat. Someone in the chat is saying Mr. Raja, and I feel like I have said, like कुछ तो मेरा impact है.
You made a difference in this world, Sahaj.
Yes.
If
Amazing.
there's a Mr. Raja in chat.
Amazing. So Queen E7 played.
Huh.
Check.
I think you have to trade queens now. Maybe. Queen E8 के बाद. What do you do apart from this?
Queen C6.
Queen C6?
Queen C7, Queen E7 के बाद Queen C6 भाई.
Queen E3?
I mean, आप एक साल पहले जाओ, Queen C8 check. या Queen C6 सीधा ही आ जाओ ना, क्या फर्क पड़ता है?
Queen C6 directly, but Queen E3 anyways?
Oh, ये नहीं देखा मैंने. King.
So, I think he's going to the bishop endgame. He's going to trade queens and just bring the king up. I think that's what he's going to do, yeah?
But do you think Fabi will trade queens right now? I mean,
option
it's
नहीं है ना शायद, I think.
just simply because queen e3 is coming.
Either he missed Queen E7. That's a possibility, but if he messes this up, he's going to be really mad once he goes back and checks.
I mean, option hai, you could give a check and then come back with the queen to another square like c6, queen a8 check. I don't believe in king f7. You never put your king on the light squares, allowing checks. And then you just move your queen where? Queen d5?
Check.
No, queen e3 check. No, this is a mistake. I can't allow your queen to e3. But then I would rather trade on e8 than on e7 because your king is closer to the center.
But is this winning now, the bishop endgame, if he were to enter this?
I wouldn't be convinced about it. I just wouldn't be convinced about it.
Wow.
It really requires calculation and to be sure. So what is the winning plan here? Let's try to work this endgame out. So you're just going king d5, king c6, and look at this. He doesn't. He goes
Wow.
queen e4, and it's Hikaru who trades instantly. Hikaru didn't even pause.
मैं किंग से या पॉन से?
Okay, feeling is king
दोनों
से.
ही winning लग रहे हैं.
अच्छा, दोनों winning लग रहे हैं. मेरे को तो king से feels like the move I'd want to make.
Pawn say you have e5, king say you have a path, so both look tempting actually. But
yeah, pawn also 4 versus 2, you feel.
Man, why endgame to matlab yaar, queen trade was not on the bingo card for me today at least. Matlab, I think Fabi
Oh,
has
d4.
something.
He goes for 4 versus 2. Makes a lot of sense.
Wait,
you know,
that's
e5.
king e4 was actually cleaner, yeah? D takes e4 is not as clean. But okay,
King e4
I think
felt
still
it
winning.
with king coming to d5, c6, and then somewhere you can even go c5 and win the a5 pawn, create that a passer. Just looked like it was a clear path, but Fabi believes in his pawns. 4 versus 2.
Yeah, so basically you just want to put the bishop on, you'll play e5, you'll put the bishop on d3 and you just launch the king side pawns, yeah? Somehow you just find a breakthrough.
So you go e5, bishop comes back, king walks up, f5, g4.
Maybe not f5, I'll just wait before I commit to a light square. F pawn ko f4 pe.
By the way, 60% people कह रहे हैं कि Hikaru will not save this. So it's 60-40.
Yeah.
Now I
just think it's true.
Yeah.
Like, I feel that it's the kind of endgame that you keep playing and you just win. But now queens are off the board in a very non-useful manner.
But I mean, what's the defense here? I think logical try here is to play something like d3, just to sack the pawn, ताकि मेरा वो bishop थोड़ा activate हो जाए. If I can put my bishop on c5, it's going to be way more active there. I mean, I would not want कि my bishop, the light bishop, sits on d3 and there is a pawn on d4 because then मेरा खुद का bishop restrict हो रहा है.
With d3, king e3, you win that pawn. And then you just push e5, get the king aage, and basically play on the 4 versus 2 anyway, no?
Yeah, actually, that's fair. So I think it's maybe hopeless, yeah, now. Maybe it's beyond savable now.
It feels like that. The thing is, when queens are on the board, you can look for some tricks. This feels ki khel ke you'll just lose at some point, you know? Because there are no tricks on the board anymore.
But Hikaru जिस तरह मारा था ना queen trade, like it was like almost a relief, yeah, that he was kind of happy, very happy with the trade. Maybe he thought there was some hopes with king takes e4, I don't know, but maybe d4 was a surprise, but overall feels like it's lost 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes में तो वैसे ही बहुत difficult होगा defend करना.
What a marathon start as well, right, to these two players. But that's what happens when it's a clash of world number 2, world number 3. It's going to be a long battle, a long fight. But again, Fabi throughout kept it under control. He never lost the plot.
Agreed.
Okay.
E5 played, bishop b4, bishop d3. Okay, some fast moves. I think probably both players have realized the plan, yeah? That g4, g5 at the right moment, and it should be winning.
Try to get your king to g6 if it's allowed. And so he keeps the king connected, and now you go g4.
Bishop e1, g4. Now king can just go to f5 maybe, yeah? King e4, king f5, something like that. And then सही moment पे आप g5 push कर दो बस.
So I think black's defensive resource in that would be you'll put your bishop on d2, eyeing the f4 pawn, and then just not react to g5. So let's say you get king e4, king f5. I'll put my king on e7. I'll put my bishop on d2 so you can't immediately take. And let's say you go king f5 and bishop e3, you get g5. I'm just saying that I'm sitting.
Even now, the gh6, ये तो lost होगी ना? gh6, and then I bring the king back to e4, and basically that the idea is to place the pawns
Yeah.
on dark squares only.
f5
So
then you go.
yeah, not f5 e6 chat obviously, because then that would be a fortress.
So it's very interesting how in opposite color bishops, when you're on the defensive side, you want to place your pawns on the color of your bishop. But when you're on the attacking side, when you're on the offense, you sometimes want to place your pawns on the color of your opponent's bishop to restrict it, to try to kill the movement of that and give checks with your own bishop, because you take away squares from the king. And exactly as Chat is also saying, right? It's the kind of position that you can't sit on as black. You will just what Hikaru had with the queen, he was just trying to hold the defense, kind of just sitting on it. I think he had that one opportunity to march up the board with the king, which maybe could have changed this game's destiny.
Just one chance. And overall, I think Fabi was never worse. He was always putting pressure. The one chance Hikaru had was where he was like +1 or something, where Fabi was +1. So I think a pretty convincing and a statement win, yeah, from Fabi in the first round itself.
King e7 played.
I think in the eyes of many people, he would become a favorite, Fabi, now, for sure. If he wasn't before, he would be now.
Mehul bhai saying कि they should draw ताकि Pragg के chances बढ़ जाएं. बहुत डीप चलेगा. I think it's too early to say because
शायद आपको याद है जब वर्ल्ड कप में मैंने आपको स्क्रिप्ट बताई थी पूरी कि क्या होगा. वो अब मुझे बहुत लाइकली लग रही है. Like, let me just put it like that.
I'm not sure which script are you talking about because 4-5 सुन
Not
चुका
the
हूँ.
World Cup one, the candidates and the World Championship one.
मुझे नाम नहीं आता रहा भाई कौन सा बोला था आपने.
चलो आपको बाद में बताता हूँ.
Even I don't remember this.
Because उस टाइम पे वर्ल्ड कप का ही शॉक बिलीव नहीं हो रहा था मुझे. तो
हाँ वो वाला तो
इतना मैं घुसा ही नहीं होऊंगा डीप में कि भाई कैंडिडेट्स के बारे में सोचेंगे. Hikaru is just acting. Acting nahi bhai, he's gonna lose. He knows he's lost.
And g5 at the right moment. Oh, he pushes f5, Tanya, your move.
So now you also have to watch out for ideas like g5 and f6, and then the h pawn moves forward. It doesn't work immediately, but these are tactical tricks to watch out for.
Breakthroughs. g5, f6, h6.
Okay, bishop h4 now maybe? Like
Free pawn.
But then
Actually
d4
उसको
भी
वो
खा
नहीं
लो.
चाहिए मुझे. वो नहीं चाहिए. इसीलिए मैं वो d3 दे रहा था पहले. Now king d5, king c6, and I'll go for the b6 pawn instead. You see, I'm using your pawn as a shield. This is why I wanted to play d3 earlier.
I like that idea, king d5, king c6. It looks very clean. And maybe even if you go bishop g3.
Is it a no, king d7 apparently now.
e6.
King c7. You have to be kidding me. This is a draw?
Yeah, because I've given you that perfect formation where you've got to block it with your pieces.
Wow.
So you never put your pawns like this.
Wow. By the way, f5 question mark. I mean, barely a question mark, but yeah. Hikaru still thinking, has 3 minutes.
Yeah, I don't see him saving this one. I think for Fabi to convert this, he's done all the hard work already. He gets this. He gets this over the finish line.
Hikaru, 1 घंटे से थोड़ी शक्लें नहीं भाई. I think Hikaru is. I mean, he's of course sad about the potential loss, but also I think Hikaru and candidates will give you a bunch of funny faces overall. 2022 candidates was hilarious. He would walk around, हर किसी game देख के अलग expression था भाई. So it's pretty common.
Okay, now king d5 perhaps. King d7 खेला ना उसने भी.
Oh wow. Apparently, there's a forced win here.
कैसे? G5 F6, the what Tanya said
Yes.
earlier.
Yes. G5.
Too strong.
I think we should show this because there's also one more idea. Pawn takes pawn, pawn F6.
F6.
Takes.
GF6.
It's 6. Bishop
Oh,
takes
H6 is
pawn. Let's say
wrong.
you go. Ooh. What do you start with? Then you just go pawn takes pawn or what?
नहीं पहले आप H6 खेलो ना.
H6 खेला था. And for some
King
reason this
E6.
doesn't work.
Oh, F5 check है आपके पास. रुको.
Oh, wow. So you have to stop this.
नहीं King
You have to-
F5.
Yeah, King F5 or King D5 you have to first play and then H6. Wow.
King F5 क्योंकि अगर आप FE5 मारोगे ना तो King E4 वापस या Bishop E4 just to not allow you to play E4 or just H6 straight also. What am I even
H6 I
saying?
think is very simple. Yeah.
Yeah. मैं थोड़ा fancy हो रहा हूँ.
So, yeah, I think Hikaru is about to go down in this one. He doesn't save this.
हिकारू को कोई फैंटा पिलाओ.
क्यों भाई?
अरे यार.
What is
Oh,
the
I
Fanta
just
joke?
got it.
ये तो धुरंधर 1 से रेफरेंस है.
I just got it. Yeah, it was crazy. वो कहता है ना उसको आज तुझे फैंटा पिलाऊं. You remember Tan in that
बाबू
rally?
को भी लक something क्या था भाई
अच्छा.
dialogue.
अब तो Dan को देखनी पड़ेगी यार. I feel like we have to like put some peer pressure here, yeah.
You know, I think next rest day I'll watch it. I mean, the first rest day I'll watch it.
तो पूरा रेस्ट डे गया आपका 8 घंटे.
चलेगा. No,
गया
why
आपका.
8 घंटा? 4 घंटे का movie है ना?
मतलब 1 and 2, yeah. I mean, I
No, I've
watched the
seen
first
one
one like at
already.
least
I've
3-4
seen the
times.
I've seen the first one once and I loved it. I'm going to see the second one on the second. Second is the
Second
first
is
rest
like
day.
so good. मतलब it's even better for me.
No spoilers, chat.
स्पॉइलर दिए जा रहे हैं बट तान्या को समझ नहीं आ रहा.
मैं देख नहीं
I
रही
know.
हूँ और मैं देखूंगी भी नहीं. चैट में कितने लोगों ने देख लिया by the way?
Actually, Tikku gave me the biggest spoiler right
Sahaj,
before I
I don't
entered the
want
hall.
to know and I really don't want to know. I want to talk about chess right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Very important.
By the way, हिकारू के पास दोनों के पास 3 मिनट एक्चुअली. तो I don't think the game will last much longer. Maybe another 5 to 8 minutes is
Do we
my
have
guess.
any other games remaining?
No, this is the last one.
The All-American Clash. So I think we should also remind everyone that in the candidates, if there are 2 players or 2 or more players playing from the same country, they have to play against each other within the first 3 rounds, which is the reason that we've got Fabi versus Hikaru in round 1, which is the reason that Divya had to play Humpy in round 1 and then will play Vaishali in round 2. But because Humpy withdrew and Anna got in, it was Divya versus Anna. But tomorrow we'll have Divya versus Vaishali, and that's going to be super exciting as well.
Oh, that's going to be so crazy actually.
Yeah, that's just hard to root for anyone in that.
Very, very difficult. But okay. First, let's see. I mean, I really want Fabio to convert this into a win because I feel like it was fully deserved in this.
I don't think there's any universe ahead in which he doesn't. I think for Fabi, for a player of his level, with the king coming in, the breakthroughs that are there, I just think it's an undefendable position. And it's not that you have to be precise here when you're Fabi. You can just shuffle around a little bit. You don't have to find only moves to win.
Yeah.
Correct.
And
I'm just thinking about that candidates ka angle, and it's it's just reminding me of that the other match but yeah, you're right, this looks much easier to
By the
win.
way, I have a question. Let's say कि अब player season की game खत्म हो चुकी है. Like, how do you think that typical day looks like? मतलब, do they rest right now? Of course, their seconds must be working. Do you think there's like some common elements to how everybody treats the candidates, or is there one man for himself? Yeah, everybody has a different pattern.
In my experience in these tournaments, having interviewed the players or what I've noticed with them, having covered these events, is that the one thing players tend to not do is dwell on a game that has just happened for too long. Maybe their seconds and all will maybe tell them just a few details. or just ooper say, but especially if you've had a bad day, they don't want to know too much because there's another game coming up the next day. So I would think that obviously everyone has their own routine, but the one thing they avoid doing is going into too much detail about the round that has just happened.
Yeah, very crucial, of course, for players who've lost, especially. Have to look forward to
Wait,
the next round.
was that a blunder from Fabi? Wait a second. I'm seeing it on my screen.
What?
Do you see it too on your screen?
No, I don't see anything.
No, bhai. It jumped back. The bar jumped back. It had a mini
नहीं,
attack and jumped back.
it was a.
It was not the most
भाई मैं डर
accurate
गया.
move, but again,
हाँ.
King D5, it just.
भाई मैं डर
maybe
गया
was-
थोड़ा एक सेकंड के लिए. Sorry chat.
Sahaj, yaar. Our hearts can't take this after like a 5.5 hour broadcast.
Okay, fair.
Okay, so bishop h4 played. So again, I think the one thing you want to avoid is rushing with e6 and giving this blockade on dark squares.
That would be a big mistake, I think. Then it's a draw, yeah? That's when you can scream again, Saj, bhai, jab aayega to e6.
आएगा नहीं
हाँ, I
E6.
mean कुछ breakthrough ही आएगा ना king side पे. Like
Oh,
f6 is nice.
Did he play f6? Whoa, what? Pawn takes pawn, then e6?
Okay, this
Bhai,
is a
winning
blunder,
है.
right?
Bhai, ye winning
For
nahi hai
sure.
kya anymore? Look at
This-
Hikaru, look at
this
Hikaru,
is-
he's shocked.
What?
No way.
What?
He's like, ye kya ho gaya?
Pawn
Did I
takes
just-
pawn and
Did I just pre-move the blunder?
Bhai, look at how he captured that pawn. He's shocked. What just happened?
what just happened? E6. Wait, why is this not winning though?
King C7 is the only move. I think that's what Fabi might have missed. King C7 is the drawing
But king
move.
c7, bishop f5. I'm going e7 next. Can't I go bishop f5?
D3,
Why am I not?
D3.
अरे भाई वो D3 ही move है. That's the move that saves you, yeah?
Oh, he doesn't
can't-
find it.
He goes the other
doesn't
way.
Find it. He
Oh
goes
my
for the
goodness.
obvious move.
Hikaru just realized that it was losing.
I think he just realized that he might have missed a draw. Look at his
Yeah.
face. I think he just
Oh,
realized what he missed because he rushed with the king move. And Hikaru's going to shake his head because he just missed it.
Oh,
And he can't believe it.
Oh, that's so hard on him. Oh,
He-
look at
he
him. He realizes in real time. He knows it's a draw. It was a draw.
And he says, what did I just
Wow.
do? He had seen bishop f5 losing on the spot, missing d3 as a resource. What was the point here? Let's just play this. Bishop
Yeah.
f5, e7 threatened. Hikaru with his head shake there. D3
D3.
only move. E7,
Now-
d2, and you're happy.
Yeah. And we queen with check. So black
That's
is
fine.
absolutely fine.
What
So you
about
can't
bishop
do
takes
this.
pawn?
Yeah, bishop d3. And now you had to, I mean, there are multiple moves now actually. Like there are
Hikaru is
multiple
in
moves. I think king
disbelief.
d8 maybe, yeah? Because now bishop can take this way, yeah? Like
You just
have
get your
the
king
different-
close. That's it. You
Yeah.
just get the king close to the pawn and your bishop, the pawn that you wanted to get rid of. And Hikaru there cannot
Wow.
believe he had this one golden opportunity.
He's shocked. And chat, let's be honest, like this could be the candidates itself. This could be the candidates for Fabi. If Fabi were to win by half a point, this is the half a point where he kind of stole that point. Yeah, look at Hikaru.
Literally, this is the half point he didn't get from Nepo. If you think about it, yeah? Like 1 point from
Wow.
Nepo.
Why today's recap is gonna be fire.
No, he's
but
in shock because he realizes it and he played that move so quickly. He moved his king to e7, barely taking a few seconds. And this is not Hikaru being hopeless about the position in front of him, but him knowing that he missed his opportunity to draw the game.
and he had time. He had enough time. He had 3+ minutes on the clock. If he had even given it a minute, he would have figured it out. But ab sir hila rahe hain, but ab
But not
kiya to
even
dekhiye
minutes,
yaar.
yeah. As soon as he played King E7, like he realized as soon as like when he was writing the notation on his score sheet, that's when he realized. Like, it wasn't even
Yeah.
a minute. Like just mere seconds. Crazy.
Oh, look at him, yeah. He's in absolute pain. I think we found the move of the day and the reaction of the day together. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है.
भाई move
Wow.
of the day तो नहीं होना चाहिए ये वो क्या?
Yeah, but this hurts to watch, I have to say. I mean, just although Fabi deserves to win this game, there is no question about it. You know, he missed this one opportunity, gave this one chance, but throughout was dominating. But Hikaru is in pain and disbelief right now.
You know, lesson is never enter opposite color bishop in games. Queen trade mat karo bhai log, agar queen hai to find a way to win directly, because I mean, if Fabi can make a mistake, I mean, anybody can. And Hikaru, of course, I mean, it's I agree. It hurts to see him like
If I
this.
remember
But
correctly, वो नेपो वाले गेम में भी opposite colored bishops ही थे. So it's like, you
Can
know,
you can you put the live board meanwhile, Sahil, with King
yes,
E7,
sorry,
King
yes, King
C6 already
E7
on?
and King C6 is the board.
Sorry.
Man, I विश्वास ही नहीं हो रहा है यार Hikaru को.
Do you think Fabi realizes it, that King C7 was just holding, and it's like Hikaru's frozen now. He's just letting his clock run out. He's down to 30 seconds.
And Sahaj, you mentioned this pawn. If this pawn was not here, would it
then
be
it
a
would just
draw?
be yeah, bishop
Yeah.
f2 is just a draw.
Wow.
That's the whole point. That's the whole reason why I wanted to play d3.
And now just takes the pawn, and the c pawn will start pushing up the board. You have
So-
to go bishop e1 to defend it, to defend
if this
a5.
pawn is working for the white pieces, technically ये spy हुआ ना Sahaj bhai? नहीं?
I have no. Yeah, fan type ही लेते हैं. Actually have.
Sorry, coming back to the chess. I think King B6 played, and now Bishop E1 trying to say hold on to this pawn, but yeah, we have a pass pawn now. I think this should be easy pickings for Caruana.
I honestly think just the camera tells you the whole picture. You don't even need to look at the board. And he cannot believe that after holding on for so long, just keeping the game going, move after move, finding whatever you can in a very difficult position from the start, that one moment you rush past, and that was the moment you go King C7, and it's almost handshakes. You get rid of that D pawn, your opponent's bungled it up, and you save that half point. You start with a draw. You start with feeling the stars are aligning. And here he's back just staring at defeat. And that's it.
Wow.
It's handshakes. Fabiano Caruana gets the win.
Wow, what a win. And I think Fabiano will not be super impressed with how he converted that, but overall, it's an important point on the scoreboard. Yeah, किसी को फर्क नहीं पड़ता at the end की point कैसे आया. It's an important point.
I wonder if they'll talk about King C7.
First time in my life, I'm seeing an elite player just put out his hand, and before the handshake was made, he started asking questions. So I think the first question Hikaru asked, was it a draw?
He put his hand on C7. He put his hand on C7 just now. देख लिया भाई उसने.
Wow. He just, as soon as he resigned, he asked, was it a draw? Like it was a draw.
Yeah, as the players analyze. And they're still trying to find what happens there. Apparently, it's not so clear. Maybe we can take a deeper look at that as well once they're done. At how trivial really was it? Yeah, they know it. Both of them know it. Fabi also. They can't believe it.
But at the end, Fabi takes the point, bhai. Important point on the scoreboard, bhai. Starting off with a win. Aur kya chahiye? I think he'd have taken this at the start of the day, even if it involves a couple of minor errors there. But overall, great game. And Hikaru did Hikaru things, yeah. Last tak fight kiya unhone. But Fabi comes up on top.
Absolutely. And also, I mean, 3 wins, like 3 results in the open section itself on round 1. Did not expect that, but it's pretty. It's just,
Firecracker of the start.
I did not think that we will get so many wins on the first round itself. I don't know.
Agreed.
Yeah, and also just the way the games were won, right? Fabi, I have to say, despite that one blip on the road, which Hikaru didn't capitalize on, fantastic game. Incredible play from start to finish in that opposite color bishop. Again, putting the pressure, keeping it going, and finally getting the job done in this endgame. We had Pragg's win. Just the way it felt like he completely outplayed and outclassed Anish in that one.
Yeah.
Bluebaum holds Wei Yi to a draw. And then Javokhir Sindarov, an absolute roller coaster up and down in that one. In the end, in that time scramble, a blunder, and then Sindarov with that beautiful finish at the end. Tactics.
Wow. What a first day, yaar. Maza aa gaya. So are we still doing move of the day or what's the thing?
Have you
Yeah,
decided what's move of the
absolutely.
day?
Yeah. For me, move of the day still is Zhu Jiner's F4. Like, I think that was just beautiful to see. You remember where she sacrificed the knight
The knight
in
on
the.
G5.
I mean, I know it didn't turn out well for her, but still the idea was beautiful.
Maybe we can show the move. I'll just pull the game up. Zhu Jiner, yeah, this one, I think.
Yeah, it's just it didn't turn out the way that it should have because of I think an error in the middle game somewhere. But yeah, here F4, I really like this move, and also to see F4 from a distance is very impressive.
And let's just show that why I think, Sahaj, we were all so excited about this brilliancy. It's not immediately that you're winning, but then you suddenly spot the power of this check, which is undefendable. You've got the queen coming on, and even if you don't give up the dark squared bishop, this is checkmate in two. Even if you don't give up the dark squared bishop, your king is completely trapped. You go king h8, you lose the bishop on g4, but I think even moves like queen e3, queen g3 coming on, it's just crushing. But you can just simply pick up the bishop, regain material with interest here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I even
Beautiful
just
move.
delivered checkmate with queen e1, queen h4. That just looks too scary.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe bishop h5, but probably still works with g4 somewhere.
What a
Yeah.
missed win, yeah. At the end, I think
Beautiful.
maybe, yeah, beautiful move, but couldn't convert. And that was the move of the day. And reaction of the day, I think is pretty obvious. Hikaru shaking his head.
Yeah, I
Man, that
think
was
so.
so hard to watch. यार मतलब इतना दुख रहा था देख के उसको लगा था कि वो मौका पकड़ लेता ना हिकारू लाइक उसका टूर्नामेंट ही completely different जाता अब वो हारने के बाद it's
Fully
going to be
agree.
very difficult I think.
That's a great point you make, and the thing is that it felt like he was holding on with everything that he had, right? Just keeping the game going, one move at a time. And usually, when that's successful, you get this one window of opportunity. And just as Hikaru's luck or stars would have it, he just rushed past that moment. Can we have that moment up on the screen, Sahil, if you don't mind? Can we just break that down, Sahaj? Can you go through what happened here? Because it was right after this. First, let's start with f6, because Sahaj had the first big reaction here.
Because I thought f6 is a bit unnecessary in this position because you would rather play king takes d4 or you would try to, break through on the king side a bit later once you have collected a couple of points. Now after f6, gf6, and if you play e6 check, the problem is that if the king goes to c7, then you can't outflank the king anymore. So, and it's pretty surprising that Hikaru missed it. Now, Tanya, I want to ask you this. Do you think he missed it because it was there was a shock factor, behind the move f6, or do you think it's difficult to calculate all of this with a minute on your clock?
I mean, we can be speculative about this, but my gut feeling here, and I think in all probability, what happened is why Fabi played f6 and why Hikaru rushed with king e7 is that both of them saw after king c7, bishop f5, and there is no way to fight against e7. They just stopped their calculation at this point, one move too soon. You see how the bar also goes up and then falls back. The bar also had the same feeling that white is completely winning, white is queening on the next move, and there's nothing you can do. So the moment you see this and you stop thinking ahead is when you just move on and decide king e7 is the only move. Fabi saw king e7 RI, king c6, I win the game. Hikaru at that moment thought king c7, bishop f5, I'm lost. Instantly went king e7, both missing the key idea of d3.
Yep.
And Sahil, can you show that d3, why that's actually saving the game? Because we all saw how this ended. This is a point that Sahaj was making for so long that d4 pawn needs to be out of the board for defense.
Yep.
Right, because you wanted to
Yeah.
want to defend that pawn on b6. I mean, that's the reason why Hikaru lost, right? In that position, if you take away the d4 pawn, then वो b6 का pawn मेरा bishop बचा सकता है. But yeah, it was just a little, I would say unlucky for Hikaru, but still, I'd say Fabi did outplay him overall.
Yeah, he had this one fumble. And I saw this one interesting question from chat. I'll bring that up. It was for all of us. And it was from Preetham Paul. And he said that, do you guys think that Fabi winning candidates will be good for Gukesh?
I mean, he has a good record against Fabi. कोई doubt नहीं है. But in a match, maybe that's the strongest contender he can face because Fabi chhodega nahi. It's not going to be easy. It's
कि
not going
मुझे
to be easy at all.
अच्छा नहीं मैं तो वैसल हूँ सॉरी
भाई ये
चैट आपको क्या लगता है
वैसल एक ही होगा भाई चूज
अरे
कर
भाई
लो
आई नो बट इन ऑल सीरियसनेस
कोई तो मन की बात करो यार
in all seriousness, I think Fabi because Gukesh has an amazing score, head-to-head score against Fabi, at least from what I've seen in both Olympiads, like I think Tata Steel as well, if I'm not mistaken. It's just that I feel Gukesh has some kind of a psychological edge against Fabi, and it could work for him in the World Championship. So if Fabi plays against Gukesh, it would be amazing to see. But yeah, of course, no predictions. Anyone can win, but yeah.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you. I think it will be a very tough World Championship match. I think Fabi being a big favorite in this tournament, I really love the start that Pragg has had today as well. But Fabi winning against Hikaru, a huge result for him because taking down Hikaru, in this at the very start of the tournament, a player he's been struggling with. And I have to say that there have been also moments in tournaments where Fabi has picked Gukesh as an opponent and gone on to win those matches. So I think regardless, I think Gukesh said it himself, regardless of who wins, it's going to be a very interesting World Championship match. And I think if Fabi wins, it will be a very tough one. I don't know if Gukesh is sort of hoping that Fabi wins. I think that's hard to say. I feel that for sure, for example, let's say if I don't know if like Esipenko, Sindarov, maybe Anish, maybe even Hikaru for that matter. I wonder compared to them, how much tougher would it be to play somebody as versatile with as much experience who's been at the top and been so consistent for so long as Fabi is as an opponent for the match. I don't think any reigning world champion would want that, let's say, to start with.
Very tough यार मैग्नस नहीं हरा पाया था क्लासिकल में just as a contrasting opinion कि भाई Magnus had to rush to the tie breaks, didn't win a single game against Fabi. Fabi was winning in a few of them. Game 1 also कुछ रुक G3 Queen G3 मुझे याद है, and of course that endgame that Saj mentioned. So I think nobody wishes कि Fabi qualify कर जाए, but maybe they are like okay हो गया तो हो गया, नहीं बाकी तो everybody is cheering for Bluebaum, we know. So 13 and a half, sorry. And minor update, I think Indian players, Divya against Anna Muzychuk was a draw. I think she was better, then slightly worse, but she equalized comfortably. I think Vaishali ka draw was an important one, right? Because she was clearly worse. So बहुत important game था वो against Bibisara. And finally, of course, Pragg in the open section of Indian players winning that important game. But women's section में चारों draw. But team result in the open section and white pieces जीता तीनों में. So white की importance यहाँ पे clearly दिख रही है.
And opening surprises key importance as well, right? Fabi as well with that early B4 idea, going into this knight F3 C4 line. And then Pragg as well showing this great opening preparation there. Javokhir with a win. So 2 youngsters and 1 veteran winning in round 1. And again, a friendly reminder that traditionally a candidate's winner has always won in the first 2 matches of the tournament. At least one game.
Oof. So we have our, 3 picks. So in तीनों में से, if you had to choose one,
Too soon भाई, तेरा round है.
करो भाई. अब तो start है ना भाई, start बोला ना आपने.
Vessel भाई, vessel.
Vessel. Chat कुछ मत बोलना.
Calling on my vessel powers.
So between these 3, Tikku bhai, if you had to choose one, anyone.
I'm keeping an eye on the chat while Tikku answers chat.
जो मेरा वेसल तो नहीं मेरा ही चॉइस था वो तो हार गया आज अनीश तो अब तो प्रग ही बचा ना भाई मेरे लिए चूज करने के लिए फॉर यू आई थिंक इट्स इजियर बिकॉज यू चोज फैबी and for Tanya also I think you chose Hikaru, he also lost. So
I only spoke for the people here, but you know what, the people were torn between Hikaru and Sindarov, and I think we can like give this one go to them. You know what, let's give
so you're saying chat ne thoda matlab chat chat made the wrong call by choosing
Tanya Sindarov पढ़ ही नहीं रही थी उस टाइम.
No, I said it. I said Hikaru and Sindarov के 2 नाम आए हैं. And then I was very confused. Because it was Hikaru Sindarov ऐसे भर गया था. पर मुझे लगा Hikaru ज़्यादा आ रहा था.
So are you switching now? Are you switching to Sindarov?
I think for chat, I think we owe
for
them
chat,
one.
Yeah. But it's final. अब वापस अगर Hikaru wins tomorrow, then change नहीं होगा.
Yeah, no. See, we all, of course, are rooting for Pragg. There's no question about
Ha,
it. But I
of
think
course.
beyond that, if we look at it, we have a pick for Fabi. We have a pick. You've gone with who have you gone with, Sahil?
Anish.
With
Anish. Anish.
So I will go
Sad
with
life.
Sindarov now.
ठीक है. So chat, that was day one of the candidates. And of course, it was an exciting day, to be honest. Now the games were like, dull draws. Even the ones that didn't draw, there was tension there. Was Divya going to push? Was Vaishali going to be worse? But kahin na kahin pe, open section especially was a spectacular affair. Last game tak kuch pata nahi tha kya hoga. And Tanya and Saj, any final words before we end day one and prepare for day two?
Bhai, maza aa gaya. I don't know if the pairings kya hai day 2 ke, but if it continues in the spirit that it did, the matches that we saw, I think we're in for 2 incredible weeks of chess. This is the final stepping stone to the World Championship. Every single world champion has had to go through this. You can't be a world champion until you win the candidates. So much on the line. 3 decisive games, 4 draws in the women, but all fighting chess. Can't wait to see how this first half unfolds.
Yeah, I think I share that sentiment as well. I mean, Pragg jeeta, that's what matters, because he's in the race. He's gonna be in the race, and of course, Fabi and Sindarov right up there. I think between these 3 players, it's gonna be a close one. But Fabi
I
is.
have one question before we sign this off. You name the 3 players. Do you think the eventual champion will be out of these 3? Not
Yes.
who, what, where. Do you think
Yeah.
the eventual winner of Candidates 2026 is out of Pragg, Sindarov, and Fabi?
Yes.
Yes,
very
these were my 3 picks, like before. I
No, I
said
mean,
I had S tier and A tier, and Sindarov Pragg was an A tier and Fabi was S tier.
Oh, wow.
Who
And
was
I will
Hikaru?
say that.
Hikaru, I don't know. I think वो भी A tier में था, पर वो बोलते नहीं ना, वो हारा है अभी. कल बोलेंगे उसका.
Okay, so I think it's curtains for day one. Before I let you go, Sahaj and Tanya, I have a question. कि ये opening है कि नहीं? ठीक है, simple.
Oh, God.
Is करे
रात के
एक last
12
last
बज
चल.
गए. चलो,
ठीक है.
bring it on.
हाँ,
Bring it on.
इनमें से एक opening नहीं है, ठीक है? 4 options. Cow opening.
ये तो है.
Great snake opening. Crazy cat variation. And vulture counter attack. इन चारों में से एक ही सिर्फ
The
opening
second one is not an opening.
Which
Great
one
snake
did you
variation
say?
क्या?
Yeah,
Great snake.
I don't think
हाँ,
that's a variation.
Great
I've heard
snake
about I've heard about the third one. What was the third one?
Crazy cat.
I've heard that before from someone. Like I don't know, could be. But टिक्कू के रिएक्शन से समझ आ गया मुझे कि यही है यही है सही आंसर.
यार
मैं बता रहा हूँ ना,
कुछ नहीं है. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है भाई.
पूछा करो यार.
Don't go on my reactions right now. रात के 12 बज रहे हैं भाई. They might be just tired expressions. So again, repeating chat. Cow opening, great snake variation, crazy cat variation, vulture counter attack. 4 options.
So you're going for which one, Sahad? Say it again.
Crazy cat.
The second one, the crazy cat you're going for. Did you
Yeah.
just change your prediction? Did you just change your answer?
I changed my answer because of Tikku.
So just change your... Okay, fine. So I will go for vulture edition.
Vulture counter attack, yeah?
Vulture count.
हाँ. So the correct answer is vulture counter attack.
अरे
Yay.
यार, फंस
What do
गया.
I win, Sahil? What do I win? Do I win?
You win tickets.
To Durandar 2. Oh man. Chalo chat. Thank you. That was day one. We'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Day 2 of the candidates. Good night.